The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called KEMET, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught KEMET. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public. The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything, are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To a SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. To all.
If you're to take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Man, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier, this afternoon, the brother Tehuti. I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMET.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong Hebrew once again, man. You keep making it seem like you're talking about I showed you cartoons. But let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killer Priest, he knows this well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge making graven images of themselves, but the other nations made images of us. But
let's go into which we was talking about Atlantis and all this. Now look, y'all.
Images.
You see the
5 minutes later.
All right.
His question now it's my time. Yes, I've answered the question, and now here's my time. Okay, so Mighty Hebrew, my good brother, I'm just gonna quote some things that you said in your last time period, in your last round or time frame. You said Hebrews do not make images. Did he say that, Killer Priest? Hebrews do not make images
of themselves.
And I'm talking about the prophets and the messiahs and the people of power. They don't make images, okay? So therefore, I should not be able to go to a Hebrew website and find images, okay? Now, if everybody can see the screen, Annie also said, I don't make cartoons. I'm quoting him directly. I don't make cartoons, Tehuti. I don't know where you got that from. Did he say that? I don't make cartoons. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, Mighty Hebrew, my good brother. Is this your website? Oh yeah, am I sharing? Sorry.
I can't see.
Okay, just to verify, because this could be an imitator. It could be somebody that's imitating you. But I just want to know, just yes or no, is this your website?
I can't see. I got two websites.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for.
There's no.
It says, welcome to the Mighty Hebrew University School of Advanced Esoteric Theology.
Can Mighty Hebrew see the screen?
I shared it. He should be able to.
Okay, I know what you talking about. No, I know what you talking about.
I'm just asking, is this your website? Just yes or no is fine.
Yes, it is. But that don't have nothing to do with.
Is this your website, my brother? I'm just curious. I want to make sure that nobody's imitating you. Is this your website?
That's my website.
Okay, on this website, as the crowd can see, there are two things that I brought up. I showed cartoons, and I said the Hebrews make cartoons and images of themselves today. Why do we find none of ancient times? Mighty Hebrew said, I don't make cartoons. You got the wrong one. I don't know where you got the idea from. I don't know where you got that idea from that I make cartoons. I am on Mighty Hebrew's website, and on his website is a clear cartoon of a black man as a Hebrew, as a Hebrew chemist. So Mighty Hebrew, as a Hebrew, you're making images, and as a Hebrew, you're making cartoons. So let's just clarify that. So now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees with cartoons, now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees that as a Hebrew you can make images, I can move on. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. This may be a 2-on-1. I think it's Mighty Hebrew and myself versus Mighty Hebrew. So thank you for helping me, and thank you for that website to verify that you do make cartoons. So let's move on now, please. Okay, good. So back to so back to real images. We're gonna go back to images of real African people with artifacts that state their clear teachings. This is Mehi Pere, 1400 BC, the tomb of Mehi Pere, a brother with twisted hair and locks. Twisted hair, as you can see. This is his tomb. This is his body. Here's his belief system that was found inside of his tomb. He believes in the cows of Asar and the cows of Osiris and the bulls of Asar. This is his Book of the Dead, which shows that he believed in the Book of the Dead. Here is his Medu that he wrote. Here is him, drawn by his scribes. This is the papyrus that dates back 1400 BC. Here are the artifacts that were found in his tomb, demonstrating his belief system with the Shabti, with the symbols of Osiris. Here is more images of himself that they found. This is what I'm talking about. Finding artifacts from people that say that they are Hebrews. King David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph, Job, any of the people with these kind of artifacts. These are drawings from the people, not this Mighty Hebrew. Some reason not coming up, but not this. This right here. I don't know what's it's not coming up, but yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. Here we go. Mighty Hebrew, your artist is awesome. I like him. I mean, I've never seen anybody look like this before, but we're going to take this as a strong, powerful black man. He's a chemist. I don't know if this is Inky. I don't know if Abraham had chemistry tools, or I'm not sure which prophet this actually represents, but he looks cool, handsome man, cool. But I just wanted to establish in my last 2 seconds that yes, Mighty Hebrew, you have images and you show cartoons. Peace and love. Show the ancient ones, please. I love you. Peace.
I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
No, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check. Let me see if that can be heard. A little bit of technical issues going on here. Let me. I have to create all the entire intro. Let me. So now if you can hear me, I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment. Okay, how is that? Now it's getting a little bit better, getting a little bit better. We have to shift the internet. Let me see if everyone can hear me. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Always gotta get through the little difficulties before we start this beautiful class. Okay, music is down. And am I moving okay? Let me see if I can fix the lighting. The backlight should be off. It's on. Okay. Alright, everybody, check. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Let me check the audience and see if they're pressing nines. Nines if you can hear me. The audio's choppy or the video's choppy? The audio's choppy or the video's choppy? Huh? It sounds robotic? Very strange. Let me see what that could be. Audio is choppy. Very interesting. Let's see. Let me see if I can do something with audio. This happened before. I'm going to take it off there. Put it here. Back to this. Full 1080p. And then go to audio. And audio should be let me see what's check. Is that choppy? So then I got to put on internet. It's better right now. Does it still sound choppy? There is a lag, so your comments are actually a little bit after I'm asking them. So right now, as I hold up my hand, is it choppy? Or is it better? Is it choppy or better? Let me check the chat. T-Bo, how are we doing, T-Bo? Are we choppy? Nicholas, are we choppy or does it sound good? Where are my moderators? Where's the team? All right, Jody says sounds better. Good now. Okay, good. Wonderful. Maharu's here. Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, good, everybody. Let's get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This one, I already seen a couple of questions came in. You all make sure you send your questions, send your support. This show is based strictly on the support that you send and the questions that you send. That's what keeps this and myself continuing to do this. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let me try one thing. I'm going to try one thing, and I may cut out for a bit, but I want to have a good, I want to have really good audios and visuals today. Okay. Wait. Who's this? What's is this? Sorry, guys. My screen is splitting. Kind of strange. Hold on. Okay, no problem. I hope you're out there getting me a Viper. Okay, all right. I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna come off this internet provider right here, and I'm gonna switch to another one and see if it's still choppy. So let me go ahead and click this off. Before I do that, I'm gonna go take off location, go to I want this to be all smooth tonight. I don't want to have to break and do anything else. We're gonna go to mobile hotspot here. and I see that. I'm going to cut this off, and I'll be right back. Let me see if this cuts off and on. Let's see. This. Okay, now apparently I'm on another line. How is this, everyone? Apparently I'm on another line. Let me close all this off. PM and close browser. So much is going on my internet right now. Okay. Pin and close browser. I want to close the browser. That's why I clicked on it. Okay. All kind of stuff going on. Okay, it's good. I sound okay. I'm moving okay. All right. On my end, why am I moving so choppy? Maybe because I'm moving choppier than before. Okay, the guys say it's good. And how am I moving? Am I moving okay? That's okay. However it is, this is what we shall do. I'm gonna go to settings and see. Virtual back is A.I.Vs. I have the green screen, and should be doing okay. Hotkeys, audio, backdrop is green, yes. And let's get started, everybody. Ready? Let's get started. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the affirmation. Robert says my video's lagging. Does anybody else see my video lagging? I can't help it. We're just going to do the show as it is, and that's just how it's going to be. We're going to start with the affirmation before we get started. Here we go. I'll put it up on the screen. Then we're going to start. And where's the team? Where's everybody? Where's Menko Ra? Where's Annie? Where are the team? Where is the team at? No problem. Consistency is key, and as long as I'm consistently here, let's go. That's how we get the show on the road. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Nintet Aset and Ma'at, Min Habapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. There is Menko Ra. Menko Ra, do me a favor, my good brother. Can you come on the panel for a moment? I need you to come on the panel, and I'm going to reset something, which may take me off, but I want somebody at least on the panel so that I can move this smoothly here. Because it seems like there's going to be some interruptions, and I don't want to interrupt this one. This class is going to break some mental bones. That's what it's going to do. Go ahead and jump on there, Menko Ra. Thank you. How you doing, good brother, Menko Ra? Can you hear me? Can you see me? How am I sounding?
Yes, SABA, I can see you and hear you. Let me turn my TV down. Watching you on the big screen. Hotel.
Okay, perfect. Shannon, you can jump in too. I'm gonna come off and come back. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Talk to the audience.
Peace and love to everyone. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. I'm excited for tonight. Once I saw the title, I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting. So I want to do a shout out to the team, to the Naturts of SABA, to the chat. It's going to be a powerful pod class. Hope everybody's Friday is going beautiful. I hope everybody is holding firm in Ma'at. In Ma'at, we trust. Everything is beautiful. Everything is going to be all right. Hope everyone has their tickets for October 28th. It's going to be a beautiful event. I've been working very diligently with the team to make this a special event for all of you. The doors, the pathways of awakening. SABA Tehuti is all of that. So I'm very excited to honor our great leader, the magnificent, the wonderful, the sensational, the powerful, the dedicated, the true master teacher, SABA Tehuti, the leader of leaders, breaking us out of the matrix, waking us up so that we can dream, so we can return to our true selves. You have seen over the couple years how he is building leaders like Ani Patah and Atef, myself, the great brother Ahati, and many more people are brought into the fold. So hold firm. You're doing great. We're excited about the teachings, what we're learning, and just taking back what's rightfully ours, coming back to our true selves. So sorry about the technical difficulties. Ahati said a long time ago, I don't know if I should repeat this, but Ahati was joking around. He said, technology does not like SABA. It's probably because he's a very high frequency being. He's a very powerful sound, light vibration. So technology probably does not know what to do with him. Very excited about tonight. As I said, speaking on AI, we need teachings on this AI and this new technology and how it's affecting society and what's coming up in the future. So I'm excited to see what SABA's going to teach us about AI. That's one of the topics that I saw on the title. Please send your support. Please send your reciprocity for this teaching you cannot get anywhere else, from this healing that you cannot get from anywhere else, from this hekau that you cannot get from anywhere else. So thank you for being here. Welcome to the ceremony. Welcome to the university of all universities. I feel like I am learning with Nesubitis from the most powerful Tehuti, who is teaching us so much. Peace to the team. Peace to the team. Peace, netters. Peace, netters.
Peace, brother. You know we couldn't leave.
You a little deep. Is Ani deep?
Ani is a little deep.
Mic check.
Yeah, you very right.
Okay. How am I now, family? Peace.
Peace, Saba. You look good.
I look good. Am I moving smoothly?
Yes, you are.
Huh. Okay. I must be then just.
Is he froze?
Now,
he froze?
Saba. If you can hear me. Yeah, Saba. Peace. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the gathering, brother. I miss you, brothers, man. I really do. I can't wait to get out there to LA. I love LA too. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be magical. It was very magical the last time we came.
Yes.
Man, we up. You know, anytime the Nets are together, it's a beautiful thing. Very magical. Definitely looking forward to seeing Great Saba. Peace and love to you, Shannon.
Am I back? I was frozen. You can hear me now? Oh, Shannon's here. I must have been gone a while. Peace, everyone. So great. I come back to do people on the screen. All right, good. I'm back. Am I sounding okay? Am I moving okay?
Yes, now you are, Saba.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to change your name, Annie. Change your name. I'm going to get a new Kemetic name. It's going to be the soul of Ray. Your new name is Ba Ray. Ba Ray White.
I love it.
Hey, Saba, you never got those glasses, so you're not Tehuti, Amenhotep, Ray Charles, neither.
What? Say it again, Tess. What did you say?
I say you never got the glasses, so you're not Tehuti, Amenhotep, Ray Charles.
Oh, I got the glasses.
Oh, you got them. Okay.
I use them all week except for when I'm on the podcast. I shout out to Robert Reyes who told me about iBright. I don't have it here. I've been using iBright every day, and these awesome glasses that are like 3-digit some glasses that Scribe and Nefer Keperet got me the same day I mentioned it and sent it to me. I forgot the name brand, but when I said it, one of my Ray Bear, one of my Ray Bans, one of my kniters was like, "You got Ray Bans?" I said, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up to. I don't know what." She said, those were hundreds of dollars years ago, like 10, 20 years ago. I said, "Okay, well, I guess they're good." But they've been working good. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you, Annie. Scribe, you're gonna love the question that came in. Mute your mic, Bijan.
Go on mute. Yeah.
Bijan, mute your mic, please. Yeah, I just threw my glasses to Bijan, and he's wearing them now. So this class, everybody, we're gonna get into it. I'm gonna do the intro. I already see a question that came in, and you all send your questions in because this one, Scribe, you're gonna is Stranger here? Stranger's gonna cry. Stranger's gonna cry. Is Sharika here? Stranger, Scribe. There's a question that came in that I saw, and I'm gonna answer it. It's gonna be different. So let's go ahead and get started. Peace and love to let me see who's in the room. Let me greet everybody individually. The beautiful supporters, the beautiful people that are consistent, that are always supporting. We're gonna greet right now known as Shannon. Right now, formally known as Shannon. I just told her officially, gentlemen. You know how it goes. I said send your attributes, send your strong points. Tell me what you see yourself as being. You all know how it went. So she's at that stage right now. So that happened a couple days ago, and that's because last week I was told I was already told what her name was. So that means that I need to get going. So I need to see what she sends is gonna match what I was already told. So I was told. I actually didn't have a choice. I was told the name already, so I was told the name already. There's 3 more words, and I'm gonna see if what she sent are those 3 words, and I'm gonna tell her what it is. So, Shannon, awesome.
Awesome. It's such a major shift. It's right in alignment with everything.
Wonderful, wonderful. You should hopefully, if everything goes smooth with the rest of the name, you should be walking into the event with a new name. Unless you want to wait till 2023.
Yes, right on time for my Earth Day too. I couldn't ask for a better gift.
Okay, all right. Unless you want to wait in 2024.
No.
Okay.
It's urgent. It's urgent.
Yes, it is. Okay, shout out to you. Peace and love to Tef, this good brother here.
Peace and love.
Peace to this good brother here. All right, he says, how does he say? He says Hya. He says here. This good brother here. Shout out to you. How you doing, my good brother?
Peace, SABA, Hotep, my peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to the chat. Looking forward to this beautiful class.
Woo. It's gonna be sick. Crazy. Okay, peace and love. Thank you. All right, and we're gonna go to Menkur Ra, who's actually the one setting up this whole beautiful event. Shout out to you, Menkur Ra. How you doing, my good, beautiful brother? Setting up the event, which you were probably talking about while I stepped away. How you doing, good brother?
Doing very, very well. Brother Ani is helping me extensively as well. So to you, Saba. Good to see you, and peace to the chat. Peace to everybody on the panel.
Okay, of course Annie's helping out. Of course Annie helps out with every single thing. He get anything he can possibly help out with. He is the helper. Speaking of Annie, you're gonna get blown tonight. You're gonna get blown away tonight. It is oh my God! I saw the question that came in. I'm gonna have to tell you why you have the three strokes in the name. I'm gonna have to tell you the other part now. Why is there 3 strokes in the name, Annie? Why exactly? I didn't tell you.
I'm ready. I'm definitely ready for it. to our great Saba for continuously bringing these answers that consistently recreate what history is, and leading by example. So to our great Saba, looking forward to it. Dropping bombs.
Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. I think that's everybody, right? That's everybody's. Anybody else here? Primordial sent me a message. I couldn't read it though because the podcast started. Bijan Pharaoh, shout out to you. I think he's on the train. It's kind of noisy, but shout out to you. Bijan Pharaoh, much love. You can come on the next when we actually take an official break. This is just something to get me started. Okay. And shout out to Buka. What? Buka A.I.Vs. Shout out to Buka A.I.Vs, if I'm saying that right. Buka A.I.Vs. Shout out to you. He says, peace, brother Tehuti. My first time in the chat, all the way from the Virgin Islands. Man, we have people from Amsterdam. We have people from Norway, Virgin Islands. We have people from Jamaica. We got this man right here from Brooklyn, New York, Queens. Shout out to you, Bijan Pharaoh. You doing good, my brother? Peace and love.
Hey, Hotep Saba. Yes, I'm doing good. Still going through the process of missing my grandma, man. It's different now that she's not there at the house. So I'm just staying strong, holding my head, and just thinking about all the good memories that we spent together. So, but yeah, I wasn't on the train. I'm at work actually.
Work, okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I'll come back on the podcast at 2:00.
Okay, wonderful. I'll see you there, my good brother. Peace and love.
Henu to all of y'all. Henu Shannon, Henu Makaru, Henu everybody, man. Peace and love.
Peace and love, my good brother. Peace and love to you.
Right.
Okay, now it's saying my thing can't connect the camera. Oh boy, all kinds of things. Start cam. Let me fix this problem. All kind of stuff happening today. Take it off Logitech, put it on True Vision. Take it off True Vision, put it back on Logitech. And I don't know what's happening today. All type of technicalities. Let me see if I can come back. How odd is this? Very, very, very odd. Let me come out of the room and come back. This is so different.
Yeah, it seems our great Saba's definitely having some technical difficulties, but it'll clear out as it always does. So peace and love to everyone. Peace and love to the great brothers and the wonderful sister, formerly known as Shannon. So looking forward to seeing you receive your ring and that beautiful ceremony that goes along with that. So
absolutely.
Yes.
I was speaking with Saba and he asked me to send those 4 attributes, and I just had a moment.
Absolutely.
That's
beautiful.
Moment. Yes, it was very beautiful.
Right, absolutely. Nenia Setmer says, what does your shirt say, Ani Pata? It's one of my first businesses I started. It's Empathetics Medium. I made Empathetics Medium, so it's one of my business names. Great Neteret Nani Setmer. So everyone, make sure you're sending in your support to our great Saba. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal Rocky SV. Support the podcast. Support our great Saba as he continues to do what he does.
Who do we have there, Saba?
Oh, this is Nak Champa.
That's not Champa.
Yeah, this is 1/10 of her. Maybe, I don't know. This is 1/10 of her, I think, 1/20th of her. I don't know how it works, but this is the small portion of her on this screen. The rest of her is wrapped around my lap. Wrapped around my lap and going down past the couch to the floor. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started. Everybody, are you ready? Here we go. Let's get started. Welcome, everybody. All right, beautiful gentlemen and beautiful lady, you guys jump into the go ahead and jump into the chat. I'm gonna get this started.
so much to talk, so much to break down today. I already see a couple questions in, and some more came in. That's good. Some more support. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's go ahead. Peace and love, everybody. We're gonna get and start the Tehuti podcast officially. All the technical difficulties are gone, and here we go. Ready to begin. All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming to the Tehuti podcast. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I am a teacher. I've been teaching for several decades, and I was teaching in the public for several decades until I went quiet. When I was extremely young, peace, big vapes. When I was extremely young, just getting into my awakening as to who I was questioning all the realities that were around me, and I was spending a lot of time with animals, away from people. My mother had told me several years ago that when I was being conceived, when she was not in labor yet, but when she was lying down, she saw a vortex type shape swirl and hover over her stomach, and then something went into her stomach, and then when it went in, then she went into labor. My thoughts on hearing things like that, plus the fact that I was questioning, made me realize that our existence didn't start with conception in the sense of the physical conception. It started with conception in the sense of the thought plane. And that plane existed prior to the physical realm. And many of us have existed here prior to being here. At any rate, when I started teaching my students started seeing the same thing over my head. They started seeing the swirling thing over my head while I was teaching them in Florida. And it went on to me just continuing to be in realization that we're not physical beings. Something also happened to my biological imperative when I was young, and it switched the information from just learning to actually being associated through links and association with my biological imperative. And that was because I was advancing at such a high rate. Of course, what was happening is I was starting to question the household. And so my mother was not having it for much longer. And so we set up a wager and set up a bet. And in order for me to stay into the household, we set up a bet that I had to debate her pastor. And she's the judge as a Christian. And it was my very first debate. And it's what triggered my body and neurons into associating biological imperative with the information, actually having it connected with life itself. So because of that, we set up this debate, and we had a debate for 5 hours until my mother kicked him out of the house. My mother kicked him out of the house because she said it was too embarrassing how I was riddling and wrapping him up, snake style, wrapping him up. And I was a very young man, and he was 47. He was a pastor. So anyways, he got put out of the house, asked to leave through embarrassment. I won the bet, and at that point, it clicked that if I have this information down packed and interwoven as a part of me, I can survive. It was not a debate to win a trophy. It was not a debate to get any type of credentials. It was a debate where in the back of my head, it connected with my reptilian brain, my fight or flight system, which was, if I lose this debate, I may be homeless. That triggers something different in the mind than if you have a debate just for the purpose of getting a trophy, which is what all these other YouTubers are actually doing, getting trophies and certificates. I've gotten that as well, but my debate was actually, if I lose, I'm on the street. At any rate, the next day I saw a certificate notification on the door, and it was notarized from the courthouse. It was a restraining order, and I had my very first and only restraining order. And my restraining order was that from that day on, I was no longer allowed within around 50 to 100 feet of the churches. So I believe I'm the only one on the planet that I've ever heard of that has a restraining order against an actual church. So I read it, I showed it to my mother, and I began Tehuti's path. At any rate, ever since I was a young child, I started studying a netter called Tehuti. He was my favorite of all the ancient Egyptian gods at the time, but I didn't quite comprehend my link to Tehuti. I just understand that he was the god of words. So what I did is I took a language that I was familiar with, which was Arabic, because I was studying Islam, and I took the word God of Words, and that became my name. So my name was actually the Arabic form of Tehuti ever since 1993. And that name was Kalim Allah. It was the God of Words. So in 1993, my name became the God of Words, and I was known throughout the city as the teacher, as the God of Words. I was so obsessed and so connected to Tehuti that I took the Arabic version of it, and my name became the God of Words. And I was traveling with the name the God of Words ever since, from that point all the way up until about 1998, where I received my name Amenhotep Ra. I started teaching masses of people all across the world, doing this right here, the Tehuti pod class style, back in the 90s. It was so advanced that the teacher at the time, the master teacher at the time that we considered a master teacher back then, he told the entire organization that they should actually teach like me. If they want to learn how to teach, they should actually come to me for lessons in order to learn how to actually teach. This developed, of course, a lot of jealousy amongst the other teachers, because he wasn't saying this amongst them. And I was teaching Tehuti style, snake style, which was using multifarious sources, not just one book from one person. Never that. Always using multifarious sources, always using archaeology, anthropology, science texts. And the other teachers did not like that. They didn't understand why I was using all these sources from other places other than the organization. And I said, this is how you teach people. You give them the sources. You teach them from the sources, and they can go look it up. So it doesn't appear like you're just teaching from your doctrine. If the truth is out there, let me fix this here. If the truth is out there, then it's going to match other truths. That is how reality works. If the truth is out there, it's a part of the larger story. When you're saying something that's not the truth, it has a brand new beginning that's not connected to any origin. So I realize that because the truth is out there, what I'm teaching is going to connect with science. It's going to connect with what archaeology says. It's going to connect with what the doctors say. It's going to connect with what the ancient tribes say. It's going to connect with the rest of the existing nature and universe. I was teaching using plants. I would go up and use plants to actually teach. And the teacher actually liked that. And he said, I'm going to take that from you. He said he's going to take that. He said, don't get mad, everybody. You all take my information. Why can't I take from him? So he took that information, and I was like, that's great. Wonderful. Continue to do that. And so it got to the point where he said that the organization can't move at the speed that I'm moving at. And he told the class that a student advances to a point where he surpasses the teacher, which was him at the time. He told me to ask one of my snake style questions, and I did. And as I was asking it, he started putting his hands up in a crucifixion type fashion. And he said, see, he's crucifying me. And he told me that I've surpassed, he can't move the nation at the speed that I'm moving at. And people would drop off if he started teaching at my speed. At any rate, the other teachers who were jealous of me at the time came to my property with actual medieval torches or old torches from the movies. And they said that if I continue to teach from all these other sources, they're going to burn. I have to burn my books. All the books that are from all the multifarious sources, I have to burn them in order to continue to be a teacher in that organization. At the time, it was called A.I.Vs at the time. And I realized that I'm just passing through this organization. This organization is not what's making me. I'm passing through it. The teacher already told me that I've advanced past what it is that he's doing. So he told me that it was safe to leave and not safe to be around. At that rate, at that pace, I left. And when I left, I started studying real estate. I started studying business because I started studying more health and fitness, because I realized that I could not make a living off of what I was doing, which was at that time teaching. The teacher would provide food and shelter and home and everything for us at the time. Plus, I was a little bit damaged that I couldn't teach my people the way that they loved for me to teach. So I moved my mind away from it, and I took the same snake style that I have and started putting it towards analyzing other businesses. And when I did that, I started becoming the advisor of health instructors, becoming the advisor of people that deal with health and fitness and things like that. And then I eventually told them that I have products. I didn't have any products, but I had access to products. I had to find them because people said they wanted to order at the time. So what I did is I found the top person and started conversing with the top person in that industry. And the top person said that they would meet me because they got a good vibe from me through the computer. I ended up meeting that top person, and he said that I will tell you the secrets and I will tell you my connections and everything that it takes to be a very good businessman in this arena. There's things going on beyond GNC and beyond what you see going on. There's politics, and just like any business, there's behind the scenes, there's connections, there's people bumping people off, all type of things. And he told me that if I reveal any of these secrets, that he's going to whack me. He looked like Steven Seagal with a long braid, the blazer suit, and a nice gun brandished in his waist. He took me to the ponds of Staten Island, or whatever those water areas are. It was murky, swampy, and he told me that if he can't trust me, that he's going to place me. He pointed to an area in the swamp, in the pond, or whatever that was, and he said that's where we're going to place you we're going to put a bucket on your feet, and you're going to stand in it, and we're going to pour some concrete in it, and we're going to push you there. He told me he was going to take my life. So once again, biological imperative kicked in, and I knew that I had to take this wisdom and take this knowledge, keep it to myself, or I would get whacked by this guy that looks like Steven Seagal. So anyways, I took the information and the knowledge, put it into good use, and started taking care of my son. At the time, I was a single father. And I started just teaching, but I was teaching on fitness and health and things like that. And then eventually, I started reteaching back the information and knowledge that dealt with breaking the matrix. I felt comfortable enough to do that because I was financially settled. I wasn't digging in my couch anymore to get quarters to feed my son as a single father at the time. At any rate, I took this information and I took it back to that same community because I realized there was people in the community that were knowledgeable, but they were homeless and they were living in cars, but they had some type of knowledge. So I told them that you don't have to be, you can be self-sufficient and break the matrix and come out of the grid. And so I started teaching them about giving them confidence in getting into their own business. I started putting them in my business. They started getting off the streets. I started housing them, all type of things, until business deals got sour and they started doing bad deals that ended up taking money from me and plummeted me back down to zero again. I'm plummeted back down to zero. At that point, I realized that money was not the solution to anything. Money is not the solution. The solution is a purified heart, it's a purified Eve. And then I was telling people and teaching people wisdom without the purification of the heart. It doesn't matter how much knowledge somebody has or how much money someone has, it will divert and convert into evil if they don't have a purified heart. So I left it alone. I went solitude. I moved to California, started teaching on the beaches, but not teaching a big crowd, only teaching a couple people as I was performing. And I was performing magic because I took all my real estate money and started meeting with the teachers of Chris Angel, David Blaine, David Copperfield, their teachers, paid them tens of thousands of dollars because I knew at one time the real estate business would actually crumble and fall. And what would I have left? The only thing I have is me. So that's the best thing I could do, is to demonstrate my own power. I should be able to walk down the street without anything and be able to support myself, because that's what they did 10,000 years ago. What was the job that people had 10,000 years ago? What was the name of that? What was the application you fill out? People have been on this planet since Homo sapiens, 350,000 years. What was their workplace? Their workplace was themselves. What's a lion's workplace? What's a caterpillar's workplace? So I realized that this concept of workplace was actually invented, and that all the creatures on the planet for the past 2 million years were actually taking care of themselves and family without having a job. So where this concept of having a job went back, I went back to biological imperative, and I said I will never have a job, and I never had one. I don't know anything about paying taxes, and the April 15th, the police pulled me over one day. They looked at my my information. They said, we can't find you in the system. I said, I know, I'm not in the system. So I removed myself completely out of the system, and I started making a survival off of just performing and amazing people on the street, just with myself. I would grab a fork or a rock or a coin or something and do something with it, and people would pay me $10, $20, $50. I would bring couples together. I would say, you come over here, what's something you want? And the lady would say, I broke up with my boyfriend. I would get her to choose a card, do this and that, and then boom, once the effect was done, her phone would ring, and it was her ex-boyfriend that was not talking to her before that. And she put him on speaker. I said, let's hear what and he proposed marriage to her. This is the type of magic I was doing on the streets. And of course, people were throwing me 50s and 100s and 20s. And I was surviving off of performing with just me walking around. I would take people up to the mall. I would say, look at these cards. Tell me what you want. I want to connect with my children, or whatever they would want to do. And then the miscarried babies that the woman had would pop up on her shoulders and move around, and all these different things that I was doing. And people were very pleased and happy with that. And I realized that I am the source. You are the source. Once you realize and give up the matrix, actually give up the matrix, you are the survival. That's why when you read about the people in ancient times, you don't hear about them having a job, getting a salary pay. No, they worked the land and they did a barter system. So what happened was, eventually, I met a brother named Mahati who I took in as a student. He eventually told me that, hey, well, I took him onto the internet. I took him to the internet into this thing called Pal Talk. I started teaching classes on Pal Talk. Then I just left all that alone. He said, you should come back to the internet. And I said, what's out there? He said, there's all these crazy teachers. And my Naturt nanny was saying the same thing. And she showed me one of her teachers. I said, who's one of your teachers? Who's the person you learned from on YouTube? And she pressed play. And I was like, hey, that's a person that was sent to me to destroy me in a debate. And after the debate was done, the reason why I knew I won was because he said, teach me, I want to be your student. That's how we'd win debates back in the day, face to face, and the loser would submit and say, you know more than me on this topic, teach me more of this topic. So he was a minister, he was an upcoming minister, upcoming pastor, and I got him into KEMET and knowledge and information, woke him up after a debate, after he came to teach me that Jesus was the way. I woke him up. And then he became one of your guys on YouTube. And I said, hey, I remember him. And I'd see another guy and say, oh. And then I realized that the crowd needed me, the source. The way that people were teaching they were learning from the guys who brought the torches to me, and other people that just weren't teaching up to quality. So at any rate, I came online, and Hati brought me to a debate group. I didn't know it was a debate group. He just said there's some Hebrews that want to learn more about what you teach, and they have a program that you said you like with the little squares where you can talk. And I said, okay. I did an interview with them, and I've realized that they were a debate group when they put out the flyer with me. I think it was in a shirt just like this, and it said, Tehuti wants all the smoke. And I said, what does that mean? What is that? All smoke? I'm like, I came for an interview. What do you mean I want all the smoke? So I didn't know what was happening, but when I got there, I realized it was a debate league. They weren't there to just interview me. They were there to see what kind of debater I would be. And then the champion challenged me to a debate, and it was the Bible versus Ma'at. I didn't care because I had no care about debates, and I said, I'll do this. This is a good way to teach the people. Who are the judges? 5 Bible believers. Yep. 5 Bible believers and 1 who didn't. 5 judges, 1 who didn't believe in the Bible and 5 who did. And the debate was about the Bible versus Ma'at, and 4 of the judges were Bible believers. Went through that debate, and the Bible believers chose me. So anyways, that continued to go on. They said, oh, try this guy. So what I was doing was, there's this theme that's going on right now where the owner of that debate league is saying, what league are you on when you won that debate? you were on Sonnet, and I what I was doing at the time, and I said, it doesn't. Why am I the only one that doesn't complain about the leagues? Do you think I care about what league I'm on? Do you think I'm going to lose because I'm on a particular league? This was an all Hebrew league, and they put out flyers calling me the guide. I have those flyers. They didn't just call me one of the debaters. The flyer's title was that I was the guide. There was something subconscious having them wanting to follow what it is that I'm saying and doing, because nobody got that kind of flyer before. They called me the guide. I don't know if that's a name for debaters. I thought each person was his own individual, but I was the guide. And I debated and won everything on that league. They took me to Sonnetter. I won everything on that one. I went to Kill a Priest, won on that one. So I didn't understand this concept of what league were you on when you won against me? The bias and the people, the bias. And I was like, I didn't know it mattered. I thought the audience just chose who they thought was the best. So every league and channel I've been on, I've won debates on all of them, whether they were Hebrew, whether they were Killer Priest, it didn't really matter. So I never understood that complaint by people. But at any rate, I just kept going through guys and winning guys. And then anyways, I went to Killer Priest, ended up debating a guy named Rasul, beat him. And then Killer Priest really, really liked me. He actually gave me the show to run for a day. And then I ended up announcing what led to today, what you're about to hear. So I invented what's called the pod class, because there was so many people that were trying to have one-on-ones with me that it was taking up my time. Sister named Nana that's in the room, she was in the room last week. She's the one I've been talking about as the highest. She would pay me $200 for an hour and a half one-on-one. People are paying me $50, $200 because, for those who don't know why, you'll see after I start answering questions, you'll comprehend what my gift is. So it was taking up too much time. So I announced on Killer Priest, I said, I'm going to make something up. Instead of a podcast, I'm going to invent something called a pod class, because I'm a teacher. So teachers have classes. So I'm going to take the word pod and put it in front of class, and I'll have a pod class. And you all will be able to come for free to my YouTube channel. You don't have to do a one-on-one with me and pay $50 for an hour, it's $50 for 2 hours, $200 for 2 hours, whatever that is. You can actually come to the class, but I'm going to invent something brand new that's never been done on YouTube before. And that is, I'm going to come to the class and put my head down. In the first couple pod classes, that's what I actually did. I came to the class and put my head down, because I said, I'm going to start something brand new, and that is, I'm going to wait for a question to be sent in. And when you send in a question, my class is going to be based on the question that you sent in, because that was what's happening on Killer Priest. So I did the ultimate challenge and said, I'm not going to do like the other teachers are doing, where they come with a pre-programmed lecture. You're going to ask a question, and watch how I ask a question that I don't even know you're going to ask me. Eventually the questions started building up, and now I get questions beforehand, a day or so, a couple days, or the week before, because I have to close the pod class down. But they're your live questions. And so I invented the toughest environment ever. And that is, can I hold a class based on you all, not based on what I even want to teach about? Can I take myself out of the equation? Unlike the other biased teachers, can I take myself out and say, I am the SABA, the doorway, but you're the key. You have to open up the door. You open up the door, what's on the other side is the answer. I'm just the answer. I will not judge your question. I will not say, what is this information going to do for us? What is this? That's up to you. You're the questioner, which means you're on a quest. It is not my position to judge you. That's unfair to think that your question is unimportant. Somebody asked me, said last week and even before, what is this information going to do for us? It wasn't asked by you. I set up a situation purposely where each individual asks what's important to them. People ask about health, their mother going into a stroke, how to stop heart attack, how to become physically fit, how to leave their body, how to have an out-of-body experience, how to contact their deceased, the Medu netter, ancient Hebrew, culture, government psyops, UFO, disclosures, George Floyd psyops, 9/11 psyops, the function of melanin, the invention of Christianity, how to start a business. All type of questions are sent in. Ghost shadow bodies that people see, hauntings in their house. You all sent in the questions, so I have no right, and nobody has any right to say, what is this information going to do for us? It wasn't asked by us. It was asked by one person. But the way that I answer it, hundreds of people benefit. And if it doesn't benefit you, that's absolutely fine because you're not the one who asked it. Don't be selfish. It was asked and paid for by someone. If you benefit from it, then you can donate as well because you got something from it. If you didn't, no problem. If you walk into a doctor's office and the psychiatrist is giving advice to a person that's paid or used their Medicare, and they're giving advice on how to raise a child that has a mental illness, and you just happen to overhear it, and you know that wisdom can be taken to raise your child, give the doctor a tip and say, hey, I can use this. If you walk into the doctor's office and they're talking about heart failure and heart stroke, and you don't have one, but the person that paid for it is the one getting the information, but you just happen to walk in the room, you can't say to the doctor and that patient, what is this information doing for us? Who's us? The patient is the one that went there and paid the doctor for her or his heart problem, not you. So I set up a system, a bartering system of how it was run in ancient times, and that was knowledge and information that benefited you, anything that benefited you, we gave for as a bartering system. We would take half of our earnings, cattle, ducks, cow, property, and give it to the scribe, half of our yearly earning, for 1 per mharu, for the per mharu, because we valued knowledge. Someone else came in and invented the concept that knowledge is free. That was the person who was stealing the knowledge, so it became free to them because they came into the motherland, what people call Africa, and they stole the knowledge. They dug up the coffins. They stole the pyramid, the texts. They just ravished and raped all the papyrus. They went into all these other areas in Africa. Native Americans stole the wisdom, killed the men, raped the women, and then went back to Britain and paid tuition for knowledge. Did you hear me? They went back. The slave masters went back to where they were from, where they had colleges set up in schools, and paid tuition to learn, because in the same time that slavery was going on, there was doctors, there was nurses, there was PhDs, and you had to pay for that. But they were going into other cultures, robbing and ravishing their knowledge because they said, F you, we're not paying you nothing for your papyrus, your Native American wisdom, your Aztec, we're just taking it. Why? Because your knowledge is free. Now that I'm done with your woman and I have all the papyruses, oh, hold on a minute, I gotta go back to Germany and Britain because we have a university convention of anthropologists and doctors, and we paid for that. So now we developed the mind of the European, and we started thinking knowledge is free while you pay your school tuition. So I invented a new program where people can send in a question, but in order to send in questions, you have to send support. For example, this is the Cash App TTM Moon, and I'm going to go ahead and show the Cash App and the PayPal. This is the Cash App and the PayPal where you can send in your questions or your support for what it is that you see happening here. PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TTM Moon, and I realized that you can actually send in words with your Cash App and your PayPal. For example, this is Stranga. Look at the questions that are sent in to the Tehuti Pod class. Is knowledge and application of math and triangulation part of living in Ma'at? Did Pythagoras get his formulas from KEMET? That was an explosive one. $34 because he understood it's not $34 for the question, it's for the appreciation of support, because you can't even buy your fresh pair of Nikes for $34. But I know you bought one. I know you bought a pair. that only lasts you a little bit for $200. So we here at the Tutti Pond class appreciate knowledge to the point where, just like your school system and your tuition and you pay for your college books, you send in a question. This is Sharika sending in $44.10. Look at the question, look at that diversity change from ma'at to triangulation to please explain on an eternal level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up. Everything happens fast. However, for me, I feel on the contrary, each moment is growing in the present and slowing down. This phenomenon has never happened on the internet before. You cannot go to any channel, and when you go to that channel, you see people sending in $43 to ask about the Nicene Council. They'll say, what is going on here? I just go to Google and YouTube and type in the Nicene Council until you ask it here. And when you ask it here, I have a particular gift, and that gift is what I won't even say what it is. You'll experience it during today's class. So people send in support, and don't be intimidated by all these $34 and $54 or whatnot. There's even Muslims sending in support. This is Tamer Ahmallah. He sends in $10. He sends in $10 for support. We have people sending in for the Medu classes. This is eManifesto sending $80 because we have what's called Medu classes every Monday at 1:30. And when I say Medu classes, I mean what the word actually is. So this is you can email me there. We have 50 classes that have been recorded. If you miss a class, you can purchase one or all 50 of them. They're $20 a class, or you can come in and attend live. 1:30 Pacific time. The Medu classes, people have been having immortal. I can't even say what goes on in the Medu classes. Look at the diversity of questions. This is Cash Out from A.I.Vs. See, he sends in $11.55 for the origin of pole splitting. My answers have gotten so advanced that I have students actually sent in $200 as a bounty to anyone that could bring a breakdown on the Star of David with its Kemetic origins, anything equivalent to what it is that is done here at the pod class. It's a $200 bounty, which means that if you find that you have a teacher, all respect and praise to him or her, that is doing what you're about to see me do right here, please send their name, the timestamp, and the link of when they've ever been asked any question like this and answered it to this extent, and we will join with them. We'll even actually send you $200 and that teacher $200 because we want to support. Until then, understand that you are a part of a very specific, unique phenomenon that is going on, and that phenomenon isn't happening anywhere else on the planet. There's nothing like this is happening anywhere else on the planet where you can send in a question. Look at this one. How do you take the UFO Pentagon meeting in Houston? Look at the diversity of questions that are being asked that you can send in here. Black Alucard sends a regular $50 just to say thank you. Just to say thank you. This brother right here will be the last one I show. He sends PayPal. PayPal, now you can write more. This brother here wanted to know about having an out-of-body experience. We had classes, I taught him, and then unfortunately his mother passed in his arms, and he wanted to make contact with his ancestor mother, who's now one of the ancestors. He didn't go to all the other channels. He came and said, what process do I have to do? He sent in $50. He sent in much more than that. That's just one of them. And I taught him step by step, gave him the tones, gave him what he has to do with his Ib, gave him the mind change that he has to make, process, like martial arts. And lo and behold, even up till recently, he's continuously getting visited by his deceased mother. I'm doing the same thing for a brother named Bijan Farrell. This is what we do here at the Tutti Pond class, and that is why people sometimes just send money with no question. Lamonte Williams, $10, no question, just for the support. The support is so huge. We have brothers like Annie sending in $111 for the Portals of Light breakdown. So when you see me answer, if you have a question, you can send it in. If you don't have a question and you hear the answer and you appreciate it, and you're sitting there listening to it and absorbing it, and this is something you can teach your children or something that can help you, then send in support of appreciation because you're watching it and you're getting information. This is the reciprocity that we were doing thousands of years ago before the European came in, robbed us, and said that knowledge is free. There's a brother named Rigo who sent in $100, $111.11 for me to break down 10 minutes of the Matrix movie. 10 minutes turned into an hour and 25-minute class on the movie in 4 parts. That's meant he sent 4 times this amount. Because when he heard my first breakdown on the Matrix movie, he was like, here's another 100. Give me another part. Here's another 100. Give me another part. And that is what happens here at the Tehuti Pod class. We have brothers like Netter Kepara sending $25 for me to break down the origin of the cross. Look at the diversity of questions. There are no limitations. And if you don't want to be known, if you want to send in your money, but you don't want people to have your information or you don't want them to know who you are, we have that too. I scratch out your name. Please keep anonymous, powerful, enlightening as always. Got to show reciprocity, sending 10 on the strength. But he wanted to be anonymous. There's some people that don't want to be known. Not a problem. We have a lot of them here. Not a problem. We just ask to support. The support is Cash App TTM Moon and PayPal at Rocky SV. Now that you all know the system, we are about to get started with the very first question of the Tehuti Pod class. And I want everybody to know they should be all in by now. All the team should be in here. And a beautiful set of people called the moderators. Now there's a brother named Stranger in the room who actually was very creative, and he actually took the word moderator and he actually created a new word for moderator, and he realized that it came from ma'at, and so he invented the word ma'aterator. I'm trying to put it on the screen right now, but for some reason it's not letting me do it. Let me try one more time. The computer is doing a lot of interesting things today. Let me try one more time. Video file. And let me see if I can put this on MAATER from moderators, and hopefully it should pop up on the screen. But my computer is doing some very interesting thing. I'm trying one last time, and here it is, Mater for moderator. Let's see if it pops up on the screen. It's working on it. So here are the moderators. Let's see if this is a final. And here are the moderators. These are the people that you ask how to navigate in the room. They are Nanya Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, who's on leave right now. He actually asked me to get if I can get another moderator, so I'm actually going to put another one in his place soon. He's away for a while. And the scribe. These are the Ma'aterators invented by a man named Stranger, who should be in the room right now. His name is Stranger. This is him right here. And he invented this term, Ma'aterators. He says knowledge is not free. You have to pay attention. I remember AD, or they used to say that on the Killer Priest show. Somebody sent that in. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, wonderful. Now, with all of that said and understood, press a 9 if you can hear me, because we're going to get to the very first question of the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to check my Gmails, check the questions, check the files for questions that were sent in last week that I couldn't answer because it was the class is going on for 6 hours and I got to get up in the morning, so I can't answer everything as it's sent in. So it comes in and I answer them in sequence. Press a 9 if you can hear me, everybody. What is the first question of the Tehuti Pod class? Let us see what this is. Is Sharika here? I know Sharika says sometimes she doesn't come to the screen, but even if you're here, Sharika, can you press 9? Because I believe yours may be the first one. Let me see. Sharika gets a pod class question answered almost every pod class. She's actually the top pod class question donator. And let me see if I can pull this up. What's the date today? This is the 22nd. And let me see if her question is actually in. Here it is. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is. Yes, it is in. Here it is right here. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I'm going to give her a big round of applause and hand for her beautiful, beautiful massive donation. So, and also let me explain what actually happened. So Sharika actually, and this can actually happen with anybody. Sharika actually sent me a question, and the question was actually unanswerable. and I'm going to go ahead and explain why. Why was the question unanswerable, Tehuti? Because the question came from people that actually make things up. They make things up, and then some people, because it sounds deep, they may come to the pod class and ask me about something that's actually made up and has no source. So how can I have a breakdown on something that was just made up by a new ager in their bedroom, but it sounds cool? It sounds really cool, but I can't answer the question because of the fact that it's made up. Let me go ahead and put it in the room. So here's the question right here that was asked by SHARIKA. And she actually sent in, look at the amount, look how much this beautiful young lady respects my wisdom, that this is not for asking me the question. This is for the quality of the support that she wants me to stay around. Can everybody see that on the screen? This is $111 sent in. Let me go ahead and give her big horn and everything. Thank you, SHARIKA. Look at the support, $111. There's people that are attending this pod class right now that have been coming here for 2 years and have not sent me any one type of support. An actual just, this is for support for me watching you. Shout out to SHARIKA. Appreciate you, beautiful sister. Let me go ahead and give you a big round of applause. And look at the question, everybody. It says, and I'm sure people have heard of this, it's even in one of my rhymes because I say it in one of my songs as a question form. Shout out to SHARIKA. Appreciate you. Okay, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Another horn. So this is actually, press a 9 if you've heard of this before. This is actually very, very popular. It became very, very popular. Press a 9 if you've heard of this before. SHARIKA is the first book of the Bible called Genesis because of DNA genes of ISIS. Anybody ever heard of this concept before? Genesis genes of ISIS. Genesis genes of ISIS. Anybody ever heard of this before? Press a 9 if you ever heard of this concept before. Anybody ever heard of it? Am I even on the screen anymore? I don't know. Yeah, so people have heard of this from old Nuwapian books, right, and even others have said these kind of things. And I even put it in one of my songs as a stimulating question form. I remember that way back in the days. This was in one of my songs. What did I say? I said, we use sex magic through menage a trios. Genesis, genes of ISIS caused by Ra's libido, which caused cephalopods to evolve aminos. 10,000 BC was the Neolithic era. I remember that. So we used to have these in songs back in the day. It became very popular. And yeah, and it's not true. There's no source of this. There's no etymology of this. Oh, SHARIKA is here. Hey, SHARIKA. Wonderful. SHARIKA is here. Thank you. Yes, I had to take the background music off because it's on the same channel as the other sounds. I wish I could have them simultaneously going. So whenever I give a tribute, let me put it back on. I got to take off the music to play the horns and the claps. So yeah, people were saying this, people were believing this, and has absolutely no source. So what I did is I asked SHARIKA if you could send in something else that actually takes the place because there's no actual source of this. And look what she sent in, ladies and gentlemen, the advanced mind of SHARIKA, the question, and this is going to be the first one. Here it is. Let me go ahead and send this right here. So here is what she sent in, and this is so beautiful. This is such a beautiful question, and I want people to really go ahead and go around and ask other people these questions to see what kind of answer you get. So here's the question right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and this one in the room. Here it is. If you all can see that, it says Sharika. It says, is there any power in writing by hand? From art to historical account, manifestation, and organization, writing has been with us a long time. And the advent of computers has people drawing, writing less. Did you all notice that? In grade school, they started teaching cursive writing, but stopped the following year. Seeing as KEMET wrote, carved, and scribed so much, are we unknowingly missing out on the power of penmanship versus outsourcing almost all expression to screen fonts? Wow, what a question, everybody. Shout out to the beautiful sister, Sharika. What a question that is. That is, how do you answer that? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new here at the Tehuti Pod class, if you are old here at the Tehuti Pod class, get your pen and your pads out, because I'm going to have to answer this in 2 parts, but they're all going to be done tonight. Are you ready, everybody? So, AI learning, artificial intelligence learning. You send your children to school, you go to work, everything's computer. Everything is this right here, the phone. So it's just pressing buttons, like, right? What part of the brain does that stimulate? You're pressing buttons, typing. And in KEMET in ancient times, we were writing with our hand. Does any of them have any particular effect on the brain? Are we losing something? Was it done purposely? Is there a reason for it? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Shout out to the beautiful Bella. Sharika, beautiful question. Shout out to the awesome Antu. Such a great question. Shout out to Higa Kepara. Great question, Henu, Sharika. What a question, huh, everybody? Let's get into it. And Sharika says, time to drop the netter axe and we reclaim our divine creativity. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? This is why Sharika sends in $111 and people send in $30, $15, $25, $45, $56 to support the Tehuti Pod class. I'm about to show you right now. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Ready, Sharika? Are you ready? Are you ready? Shannon says, great. What is it? Yes, the artistry. Great question, Sharika. Wonderful. Sharika, always with the good questions. That is right. That is right. That is right. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Sorry, nobody puts timestamp 5:24 a.m. Saturday, September 23rd, because you know what you're about to hear from this timestamp you've never heard in your life. Here we go. Let's break it down, everybody. You ready? And here we are again. Oh, here we are again. Welcome to another Tehuti Pod class question submission. Ooh-wee. Let me take a breath before I get into this, everybody. Let me take a little breath. Let me put the timer on, because this is what a question. I'm actually very excited that this kind of question is being asked. So here we are again. Welcome to another Tehuti Pod class question submission. This is the only platform known on the planet where you can send in a diverse range of questions, and it will be featured your name as acknowledged, with reciprocity given, your reciprocity acknowledged. So you'll get a feature, your name will be acknowledged, reciprocity will be acknowledged, and you will get a customized documentary answer with matrix breaking effects. Until you get a customized documentary answer with matrix breaking effect on your mind, leading to mental detox and self-empowerment. Most of the questions sent in to the pod class to Tehuti I've never been asked before, and they've never been asked on the planet. Let's see what this question is. So I went ahead and put the question actually in it, right? And it was about writing by hand versus the computer system. Are we missing something? That's the part of the question that I like the most. Are we unknowingly missing out on the power of penmanship versus outsourcing? So is there even a power in penmanship? Scribe, you're gonna love it. Everybody get ready. Here we go. So what is the difference between writing and expressing yourself like this? Here's what our children are doing today. Here's the little Harry Potter looking guy. And here's what our children are doing today. Here's us in college. Here's us at the children at school. So what's the difference between this, right? What is the difference between writing and expressing yourself like this and this? This is the Egyptian Museum, Cairo, Egypt. This says, Happy M, Seti N, Wasser, Nesut Pa, SABA Ka N, Nut. Mari Amen Pu. Dua, Mentef Keba, Senef, Happy M Seti. So this is Sar, King, Pesibak, Hayin Nut, Nuit, beloved of Amen, true of voice, Duamutef Keb Sanuf. What's the difference between this learning and what's happening over here? This is the amulet of Shak, and here's the writing on the amulet. And the writing on the amulet of Shak says Didi Medu, En Ken Su, and Wasit Nefer Hetep and Nefsa Nefer, and Sakma Kuru. Words recited by Kanzu in Waset Nefer Hotep. He made a goodly protection for Shak, the justified. The first step to breaking this neurological difference matrix is a question I'm about to ask you, everybody. Here's a beautiful image right here. What is this? What's going on in this image? And the question is, these look like some artists, like some painters. Here's a question for the pod class. I want some participation. Who is your favorite artist, like your painter? Who's your favorite artist? Who do you believe is the best drawer artist in the world? Or just one that you like the best? It can even be yourself. But who's the best artists, the best drawers to you, who are the best artists? Let me come into the room right now and see. I want to participate with you. Everybody just type in the room. Who's your favorite? You can't be wrong. It's just your personal belief. Who is your favorite artist? It could be Tyrone from down the block, or it could be Picasso. Who is your favorite artist? This is an interesting name. What's this? What in the world? This is Basquiat. I've never even heard of this before. Favorite artist is Basquiat. Favorite artist here is Antu. You see? There's no wrong answer. Go ahead and put who is your favorite artist. These are your favorite. My favorite artist is me. Okay, good. Basquiat. My son. Okay. There we go. Boris Veggio. I gotta look these people up. Bob Ross. I don't know who these. Ernie Barnes. I love Diego Rivera. So these are your favorite. What do they do, everybody? What do these people do? Are these you can type in the room too. Are these, you can put are they painters? Are they what is it that these people do that you've typed in the room? Are they sketchers? Are they do they do commercials for people? Are they how about the cartoons we watch? We raised up on? Aren't those some of the best artists? We watch them every day. How about the cartoons that we all watch every day, that we grew up on? Do we like that? Do we like the artists who made Garfield? I don't know. What do they do? The artist Killer Priest is your favorite artist. What do they do? What is it? Ezel, toe graffiti art. Okay, toe graffiti artist. Painter on PBS. Okay, PBS. That's a TV, right? PBS, the TV channel. Okay. Okay. He draws art, recently taken huge liking. He's 5 years old. Okay. Shout out to him. So painter, illustrator, beautiful. Jody says a muralist. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. The beings of the Nile. Especially with the Purim Haru images. Okay, good. Wonderful, everybody. Let's get back to it. Beautiful. Very good answers. Those are your favorite artists. Very good. And how about you, Sharika? You're the one that asked the question. Do you have a favorite artist that you like? Sharika in the room? Any favorite artist that you like? We got one here. Bansky. Look at these names. Higa Kepara knows these interesting names, all starting with a B. Bansky. Who's the other one? Higa Kepara said Bansky, and what's his other name? The Basquat. I don't know. I've never heard of them before, but shout out to Bansky and Basquat. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Here we go. Everybody ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. Crowd participation. You know that every time I ask a question, it's going to lead to something else. Are you ready? Columbo style. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Boom, 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 boom. Interesting. Why did you not name any book authors? How come nobody named any book authors? Because you're in a matrix that has taught you that being a writer is different from being an artistic drawer. Have you ever heard the statement that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Well, we were the ones thousands of years before the Matrix and based a complete society on this concept. Yes, to be a writer in KEMET, you also had to be a drawer, an artist. And that is the difference between today typing on a keyboard and pressing fonts and engaging in drawing to convey your mind's thoughts across, giving your cortex a kinesthetic engagement which impacts learning. So if we were in KEMET and you ask anybody who is your favorite artist, drawer, the same person would also be a scribe. And that is the difference. Now you're in a society where being an artist is different from being a writer. Two different things. So the mind separates. But along the Nile Valley, the artist was the writer and the writer was the artist. Yes, you are drawing while simultaneously writing. That makes a writer automatically an artist. This was purposely designed by the ancient people. So this is how you wrote in KEMET. When you're writing, you have to be able to draw the Tehuti bird. This is the Upesh symbol. You have to be able to draw the two horns with the feather. If you don't draw it well, if you're not a good artist, nobody will be able to read your writing. So simultaneously, our ancient people made writers artists and artists writers. That means that you were not able to communicate if you did not have artistic ability. But you can be an artist today, an excellent drawer, and be illiterate. You can be an awesome book writer, and you can't draw a stick man. In KEMET, everybody who knew how to write was also an artist. And everybody who was an awesome artist was also a good penman, because you had to do both simultaneously. That is where the matrix came into place, and that became the separation. And that's why when I asked you all about your favorite artist, nobody named a book writer. Because in this society, a book writer is not an artist. A drawer. I even said drawer. They have finally discovered that this, or should I say, realize this in modern times, something the ancients knew for thousands of years. Let's go to an article put out August 31st, 2017 by Santa Barbara's Episcopal School. What does this artist say over here? What does this article say? So over here in the academics section, the connection between hands and brain. In the case of taking notes, doing so by hand causes you to write down only the most important information. If you take notes on a laptop, a proficient typer can mindlessly record every word that the speaker says. When you do this, your brain doesn't truly process any of the information, and you're not likely to remember much of it. However, when you take notes by hand, when you take notes by hand, it is impossible. It is not possible to get down every single word. This requires your brain to synthesize the information and only write down the key details, because you have to slow down and really think about what you're writing. Doing so signals your brain that information you wrote down is important and makes it much more likely that you will remember it. The same is true anytime you do something by hand. When you work with your hands, there's an increase in brain activity that occurs. Whether you're building something or using math manipulatives, the visual and kinesthetic ability to see and feel what you're working with positively impacts your brain, impacts your learning, actually, not brain, impacts your learning, which impacts your brain. Sure, you can use an app or make a computer model, and there's nothing inherently wrong with those things, but they are not an equal replacement for the connection formed by doing this with your own hands. The matrix, and the controllers of the matrix, the creators of computers, Silicon Valley, they themselves know this, which is why they don't send their children to computer screen schools that you send yours in. So let me come to the screen a moment, everybody. The schools that your children go to, where they learn on iPads and computer devices, the creators, the high-tech executives and creators in Silicon Valley, none of their children are in school with your children that are on those instruments. How come? Where do they go to school? These are the inventors of all the Samsungs and the computer tech, all the inventors of Silicon Valley, and all of them. Where are their children? Do you ever have anybody in your school, your friends, your children's friends, saying, I have a friend, his name is Tommy, and his dad is the high-tech computer creator of such and such, dealing with Silicon Valley? Nope. They're not there. I'm going to go ahead and play a video. The brother says, I live in Silicon Valley, and that's facts. And that's facts. Well, I'm going to play them saying this themselves. Then we're going to play a video, and I'll be right back. So I want everybody to understand, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is a very interactive class. This is how I answer questions, and this is why people donate so much. I'm going to go ahead and pause this. Not yet. Don't play yet. Let me go ahead and play a video for you. Okay, listen, Nag Shampa. Nag Shampa, I know you got a long tail. What are you, 7.5 feet? I know you got a long tail. I'm going to go ahead and put you here. I'm going to play this video, and I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to see what's actually going on. And yes, absolutely, there is a difference between learning on computer and learning with hands. And the actual computer makers know that this is a difference, that there is a difference. And because they know that there is a difference, come over here, Nak Shampa. Because they know and understand that there is a difference, they actually send their children somewhere else different from where you're sending yours. Let me go ahead and put this on here. Nak Shampa, take a break. And let me go ahead and put this video on. You all ready? And here we go. And I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and put present. Put it here. And Chrome tab. Here we go, everybody ready? Here we are. Press the 9 if you can hear me good. I want to make sure you hear the video as well. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Jay Kirkland is here. Peace, Jay Kirkland. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, can you all hear me? Press the 9. If you can hear me. And then I'll go ahead and press play on this. Okay, perfect. Here we go, everybody. I shall be right back.
It's almost impossible. In fact, it is impossible for a kid to grow up in America right now without constant exposure to screens. Not only are children addicted to smartphones, but the schools, public schools especially, are filled with laptops, tablets, and online homework. Why? Because Silicon Valley pushed that on our schools. They're profiting from it. You know what they don't want? That garbage in their own kids' schools. According to the New York Times, tech elites are keeping screens out of their children's schools and teaching them to play with real toys instead of digital ones. Why? Because they know screens are poison. They should know they make them. Tom Kirsting is a licensed psychotherapist, author of the book Disconnected, How to Reconnect Our Digitally Distracted Kids. Tom, I know that you remember very well, and maybe some of our viewers will too, it was only 5 or 6 years ago that all the dumb people, the fad adherents, were telling us the most important thing we could do was to put iPads in every school in America and our kids would magically get brilliant. This was a lie pushed by Apple, and they all believed it. What do we now know about that?
We now know that that is absolutely false. Something I've been lecturing about for 10 years. I've been going out there, stomping the ground, trying to get parents to really see what's happening, what this stuff is doing to kids' brains, how that is affecting their kids' emotions, why we have so much anxiety and depression, why the suicide rate is through the roof. And now you have the tech execs in Silicon Valley that are actually preventing their own children from using these devices. And when I saw that piece, I was thrilled to hear that, because maybe now, we can educate other parents that aren't as aware as these Silicon Valley tech execs are.
But I mean, Philip Morris executives never gave Marlboros to their own kids. Right. So I guess this shouldn't surprise us. What surprises me is that none of the people selling this garbage to our children, marketing it to them, pushing on them through their schools where they have to obey, are ever held accountable for what they've done. Why is that?
It's unbelievable. It's got to be. Must have something to do with behind the scenes lobbying and special interests and things of that nature. Now, these tech execs, if you read some articles on it, there's a large amount of students that go to the Waldorf schools out in Silicon Valley. And those schools do not allow any form of electronic devices. It's all paper and pen learning. And I think in one of them, 70% of the students in one of those schools are the sons and daughters of Silicon Valley tech execs. So they
Can you hear me, everybody? Can you hear me? I am back. More technical difficulties happened. If you can hear me, press A9. Let me go ahead and check something here, see if I can fix this situation again. Okay, check. You can hear me, press a 9. And I'm seeing if I can get my visual back. Not sure what's happened with the visuals, but let me always something, right? Let me go and take it off Logitech. There. Boom. Back to True Vision, back to Logitech. Oh, I'm back. Okay. All right, everybody. Boom. So we see them saying themselves. You can hear me. You can see me. Press a 9. Let's get back to the class. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, and here we go. Let's get back to this, because now after this, It's going to go into Tehuti overdrive. You know what that is. Here we go. Are you ready? Boom, boom, boom. And here we are, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see me. I want to make sure my audios and visuals are good before I get back into it. Press a 9 if you can see me, hear me. Wonderful. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Here we go. All right. So boom. What is an example that I can give of writing a word that word, because it's drawn, has a storyline theme that ignites the mind's memory, visual cortex for engagement. So what's an example? We have different words that we use today: cat, dog. You type them, you write them, but for some reason, the language today to us doesn't look like pictures anymore, does it? And when you type, the letters on the screen don't look like pictures anymore. But yet in the metanetter over here, something is being stimulated, something in the cog is being stimulated to be able to look at an image, and you're actually seeing, you can say a word, but you're seeing a story with it. Why do these two horns have a feather in the middle? Why is the bird on a standard? Why does it have a long beak? There is a story with it, which you don't get from the computer system or with writings. That today's writing. Okay, so what's an example that I can give? Here we go. Now it's going to get deep. Everybody get your pen and pads on. Here we go. Let's get deeper. Here's an example of what cogs in the part of the cortex, what is stimulated by ancient language that was actually drawing, which stimulates your artistry and gets your kinesthetic aspect of your cortex activated, as opposed to just writing and typing on the screen, which the computer techs actually send their children to schools where they have to use a pencil and pen. Now let's get deeper. This is the Ta-Saket Ma'at. It's the land of conscious memory. This whole thing's about to take a shift. Everybody, new people, get ready, get your pen and pads out. Now we're going to get into what it is that people love about the Tehuti Pod class. So this is the Ta-Saket Ma'at, land of the conscious memory. That's what it translates to. Ta-Saket Ma'at, land of conscious memory of true sight. The mortals told you that it's just called the Valley of the Kings. Here it is right here. So in English, you just see Valley of the Kings. And now this is the mountainous area that's carved by our ancient followers to look like this inside. So this is actually a mountain that you're looking like. And when you get inside, look at the chains. Look how beautifully it looks on the inside. Once again, all the writers are artists. There's literally no word that you see in the tomb here of Tutankhamun that is not also a drawing. All the writers are drawing artists, and all the drawing artists are writers, one and the same. A beautiful microcosm of your Ba, the Jed, which is also called the Techet, the light rising from ground level as the sun appears, then rises over the horizon of the mountains. So in ancient Kemet, and even when you wake up in the morning, you see, well, if you live by mountains, if not, you just see the horizon. But when you wake up in the morning, if you live by mountains, you actually see the sun rising over ground level and rising past the mountains. And this is why in the Nile Valley, they put the deceased in an area called the Manu, also the Saket. They call the mountains the area of memory and vision. And you would actually rise out of this mountainous area, meaning that they knew that your soul, your bioenergetic template would echo out the bioenergetic, the pure energetic body. And thus you would appear to symbolically in your mind and even physically come out of the mountains and go past the mountains in an out-of-body experience or in your out-of-body after death. So this is the glyph for the mountains that you, which are the sun, you rise above, because everything in Kemet was a microcosm. So just as the sun rises above, you actually imbue yourself that you are rising above as your immortal ku or light or consciousness expands. So this is the image of the this is the image here of the mountain right here. This mountain here, this is called the Du mountain right here, right there. And there's a space for it, a space in the middle for the sun to come up between. So this is the ancient glyph word for ku, and make note of how it looks. So here's the word for ku, which is where you get the word aku from, which is light, the light energetic body that comes out of the body that's echoed out, the light. And here's the word ku right here. And notice how it looks. It looks like a vase with fire coming out here. And what does it mean? It's also the word for food, but it is fire, flame. And this is the word ku. This is where you get the word aku from, arku, which is light consciousness, and also the word for the pyramid itself is It's one of the 9 aspects of man. Remember how that looks. Okay. So now it's Tehuti overdrive time. One of the words for immortality is Techet. So guess how it's spelt, or better yet, drawn. So in ancient times in Medu Neter, and even today if you can write it, the way that you would draw the word eternity is an image that you're looking at. It's an artistic image. When you say it in the English, you just say eternity. There's no image that actually goes with it whatsoever. But in the Medu, there's actually an image that you're looking at. And what is that image, everybody? Boom. It is your consciousness expanding from mountains, from the earth to the Seket Ma'at dimension of memory and immortal visualization. This is much different than just typing in your computer the word eternity. That means that this has a storyline theme. You can't say eternity. Let me come to the screen and say this clearly for everybody to understand how the matrix comes in. You can't say the word eternity. You can't write the word eternity 3,000 years ago and be an atheist. Let me say it again. You cannot write the word eternity or something ongoing. You can't write it nor say it and be an atheist. But today you can. An atheist can say, man, the universe is going to go on for eternity. He couldn't write that and stimulate the part of the visual cortex because the brain is a holographic computer. He couldn't write that as an atheist because in order to write eternity, you have to draw the 2 mountainous regions that have the sun coming up, that is the Seket Ma'at, where the burial tombs were taking place in the process of mummification of sometimes almost 270-day process where everyone had the Per-Em Haru, and you believe that one of your aspects, or 3 of them, would come out of the body as the Ku, the light, and that was the eternity. You can't say that today. As an atheist, you can just say eternity. Well, how do you draw that 3,000 years ago? In order to draw that, you have to believe in the whole story of your bioenergetic template echoing out the pure energetic double. You have to believe in the Per-Em Haru and the eternity that you can live forever out of the body as a light being. Do you see the difference between drawing and typing the word eternity on your computer? Eternity. Now it's a cologne. Hey, let's go to Walmart and buy some eternity. You say that in KEMET, people will have heart attacks. I don't even know what you're talking about. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. So boom, there it is right there. There's a difference. Now that I've taught you all of this to let you see how important it was that the ancient people to review a story in writing, how did they tie it into the importance of their, guess what? The ancient Medu Neter word for hands. Now it gets deep because the question was asked, is there a difference? Are we missing out something by not using our hands? So how deep were the ancient people? How deep were we before the matrix? Did they even have an understanding, not an understanding, an explanation of hands itself? The word for hand is the same eternity symbol. It's the word dat is the word for hand, which has the immortality Seket Ma'at. In order to even write your hand, in order to even write the word hand, you have to be an artist that's going to draw fire from coming in between 2 mountains. So that means that you can't even write the word hand as an atheist. Go tell the atheist conscious community, black, what do they call the black atheists, whatever the heck they're called, tell them to write the word hand how we would have written it 2,000 years ago, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Go ahead, Mr. Black Atheist. Could you just write the word hand for me? Oh, what's that? What's that light coming in between 2 mountains? What's that, man? Break it down, man. Come on, you got Unk in your name. You should be able to break this down. What's that light? What's that right there? What's that right there? What's that? Is that the Seket Ma'at? Is that the Ra coming out of between the 2 fire, between the mountains? Is that the story of your eternal existence coming out of your body as you rise like the sun? So even the word for hand, the KEMET to the ancient people was so important that you use your hands and the importance of hands, that the word hand had the word eternity in it. The word tachat, which is the eternity, which is the mountainous Manu Du regions with the fire coming from the middle, is the same word for your hand. That's the only thing they were writing about. That's the main focus, man. What a difference, huh? You just send your children to school today. Hand. Let me type it. H-A-N-D. Hey, I won the spelling bee. I'm really good. Hand. H-A-N-D. I'm good, Mom. Did I get a good grade? You talk to a 5-year-old child in Nile Valley. Hand. Here's the coup, Mom. The coup. Why is the coup there in hand, young 5-year-old son? Oh, because I'm an eternal being that's going to rise like the light rises over the horizon between the mountainous region. You know where they have the Seket Ma'at, where they have all the kings buried. And I'm going to rise just like that between the two mountains. And that is the word for my hand. Welcome to pod class. Now everybody can see where the donations are coming from and why they're given. Boom. The same symbol for the beam of light radiating, which is your ka, coming out from between the mountains, which is your immortal rising resurrection, the complete theme of everything the ancient people wrote about, which means the hand itself was a microcosm echo of the double likeness body emanating, rising, of the theme of immortality and the afterlife. The word here for hand is tat or tut, like as in King Tut, as in tata. That word right there, tat or tut. Guess what tat means, everybody? Tat, likeness, image. The same word there, tet. And you see a quote-unquote mummified body resurrecting. So even the word definition of what the hand was, the word in it was the rising of your ku, your aku and your ku rising from between the two mountains, because what was in between those two mountains? That's where they had things quote unquote mummified. So the word for hand, tat, is the likeness in the image. It's an echoed. It means that when you're looking at something, it's an echo symbolism of something else. So when you're looking at a hand and writing the word hand itself is an echoed image of what you're doing to get into the afterlife. And that's when you even look up the word tet for the word hand or tat, the same word. There's a mummy in it. There's a sahu right there. What's the sahu doing in there? Because not just any form or likeness. It's an image, figure, statue, tut. The mummy transformed the dead body, the sahu, the same word for hand that the scribes are using to write with, because that's all they're writing about. That's what they're writing about mainly, is the word for the transformed dead body, the sahu, the ku coming up from between the two mountains. Let's go to the Egyptian language, page 86, list of tools, and there is the tat right there, and tat right there is the bottom of the eye of the uwajit. You see that? That's the bottom of the eye right there. When you see the A.I.Vs, they call it, it's really called the uwajit. That is the tat, which means emanation. What is emanation? The tachet and the tat are the same things. Immortality, the light coming out from between the two mountains, is the word for hand itself. That's what the artist was thinking about while he was using his or her hands. The hand itself was a microcosm of the same concept of you as a beam of light radiating and rising. Oh wait, the architects of the Matrix knew this and translated tat, hand, of the writer into emanation. Remember, what is emanation? There's emanation right there. There's the word tat and hand, and it's emanation. What's emanation? Why did they translate it to that word? Well, let's look up the etymological dictionary. For emanation, act of flowing or issuing from an origin, emission, radiating. What? The word hand and tat is emanation, and the word, it deals with radiation. Radiation, what's that? Radiation is light. Wait a minute, where did I see that before? Why does emanation have something to do with light? Oh, because the word for emanation is hand, which is light coming out from between the two mountains. So when the Freemasons were creating this, and they said, "Oh, tat, that is the definition of that is emanation." Oh, look at this radiation. Hey, look, flows to be given out from any substance or body. What's coming out from your substance of body? The ku is what's coming out from the substance of body. Why? Because it flows out. It's springing forth. It's emitting light, radiation. Look at that radiation emitting light to beam. What's a beam? Where did we see beam before? Oh, we saw beam over here. The light beam from between the two mountains. Oh, that's the word emanation now, and that's radiation, which is a definition within emanation. A light beam, to shine, to gleam. The architects of the Masons, architects of the Matrix knew this. Boom! Writing with the hand, which is also forming images 3,000 years before the Matrix, was imbuing the word hand itself with the story goal desired intention of immortality and transforming back into a light being. We are the best. No other culture on the planet has ever done this. The followers of Ma'at, the Natiru, brought the double entendre, echoed microcosm, and hand to brain immortality to this planet Earth. I mean, I could end there, but you know the Tehuti podcast, we're not ending there. I want to go back to Sharika's trip to Kemet. Here we go. Did our ancient ancestors understand the importance of visualization activation in the cortex of the brain, stimulated by hand and neural connection? Yes, of course. And to emphasize the special area of the brain that triggers the petabyte immortal memory. If you want to learn about petabytes, get class 45 and 47. Get Medu class 45 and 47. The petabyte. This triggers the petabyte immortal memory. They created this. Remember Sharika's trip to Kemet, where she sent back these images to me? Remember these images where Sharika sent back? I know Sharika remembers. Anybody else remember this? One moment. Hold on a second, please. I'll take it when I'm done. Okay. I'll take it in a bit. Okay. All right. Here it is. You can hear me? Sharika sent me back these images, and I show them in the class. What are these images here? Well, what is this? To the mundane eye, it's simply a pillar designed as a flower to hold up a building. This, as taught to you for the first time in the Tehuti Pod class, is the symbol for memory and tapping into immortal petabytes, the visual consciousness that you take with you beyond the physical life, as found in the book that introduced immortality to the world, which is the Per-Em Haru on page 89, which is called what? What's that chapter called? The chapter of conscious memory. Here we go, everybody. Page 89, sorry, page 87, the chapter of conscious memory. It says, Re en Ertat Sekau. In the name of the netherworld. So let's just read in English. Chapter to remember. This is the chapter of conscious memory. In the name of the netherworld may be given to me, my Ren, my name in the great double house. May I remember. Remember is Sekau, my name in the house of light, night, that of which computing the Renpet, the time, telling the number of the Abit, the month periods. I am with that divine being. I sit on the side of the east. What is this word Sekau? This is a chapter. Remember Sekau? Remember Seket? Where did we hear that before? Let's go back to the beginning of the class. And what's in the beginning of the class? The beginning of the class is right over here, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Let me shrink it down actually to find it. Here it is. Hey, the Seket. Hey, what is this? The Valley of the Kings. This is the mountainous region. It's called Ta Seket. What did I call it? What did I translate it as? The land of conscious memory, of true sight. When you get back your Ren and your Saket, your Sakau, you get back your memory, your consciousness of who you were before. Because if you don't remember who you were before, you have no consciousness. There is no continuation of a story if you go into amnesia. So you get back your Ren and your Sakau, and that's given right in this area right here. You're buried in this area, and it's literally called the land of getting back your memory and conscious sight. Now we're down here to the Per-Em Haru, where there's a chapter. The chapter on it. The chapter to remember, the Sekau, which is the same as Seket. It's just Sekau Seka'u is just a plural. Seket just has this feminine at the end. So Seket, Seka'u, all those are the same word, and it deals with getting back your memory. And the great echoed house. What's the great echoed house? The real time zone. The real time zone, which is the echo of this realm, which permeates everything in existence, and it is a geographical look of the same world that you're in, and it's the echoed world. So there we call the Pa, or the great double house as a palindrome, Pa, which is double realm, because you're going into the double realm, because the thing coming out of your body is your bioenergetic double. And the Ka, the pure energetic, the bioenergetic template producing the bioenergetic double. That's where the word Ka means what? Double. You're in the double world. And now we look up on page 688 under Seket. And what does it mean here? What does it mean here? It means to remember, to call to mind, commemorate, the person, thing, to think out, the Seket. You see that? And it doesn't matter if it's Seka, Seket, Seka'u, Sek. It doesn't matter what the thing is. It's all the same word, because here is the Seket. That's actually the name of the netter that everybody's calling Sekhmet, because it's Seket or Sekhem. Sekhem is another word that's the same word. And when you add the T at the end, then it becomes Sekemet. But it's Seket. Seket also, which is why you see those symbols right there that Sharika sent me, the symbols of memory. That's the lotus holding up what? The writing. You see the writing? The scribes writing in images over the lotus, the resurrection symbol, awakening, coming back into consciousness. Now that I have taught you this, how does this tie into the intricate symbolism? And then, so let's go back, because here it is. That's it. People just see that and they say, oh, it's a pillar. It's a pillar. The pillar. The pillar in the mythology, the pillar, the mythology. And the ancient ones said, no, this is the symbol of memory of the goddess Seket, who is the goddess of rebirth of your Ren. Renunets, Ren means your name. It means sound vibration. It means to resurrect, which is the same symbol of her name. And that's why the area that you're buried in, which is the same word for the hand, which is the tachet, the tat, which is the fire coming in between two mountains, is called Seket. It's called the Valley of the Kings, the kings of the valley, the valley of the king, the king of the valley. What valley? What? There's a valley there? I didn't know that. A valley? What valley? You mean the Nile Valley? So the Nile Valley is a valley, and this mountain's also a valley? Huh? What? Huh? What? Yeah. So now that I have taught you this, how does this all tie into the intricate symbolic connection of the importance of hand-brain artistry connection? And how did the ancient followers of Ma'at 3,000 years before the Matrix introduce the world to this connection? Well, guess what the first pen holders were on the planet? The very first things that held a pen on the planet, you know, the pen that writes things down so you can keep memory of things, the transmitter of consciousness. But when you're writing things down, you're also stimulating the visual cortex, because you're actually looking at images. So when the scribe takes his pen, what does the scribe put his pen in? Hey, that looks familiar. That's what the scribe puts his pen in. The Seket. This is how serious it was to use your hand, that the word hand tied into immortality, which is the same image of the mountain, which was the same word for tat, which was to copy something, to make an echo, which was the same resurrection of the mummy. And the pen that the hand is holding, the pen of Tehuti, or the hand that is drawing, when you're finished using it, you put it right back into the Seket. Who's teaching this? Anybody teaching this? Put the link in the room, and Scribe will send you $500. You and that teacher. Find the timestamp of any of your conscious teachers teaching this, breaking this down, showing the references, showing the sources, breaking down immortality like this, and we will invite them to the Tutti Pod class. Timestamp, press play, and once we see this, our students will get together and send them $1,000. If not, please support what you're seeing here for the first time in your life. You've never been taught this in your life. If you have, what's the book page number? What is the YouTube address? What's the link? Where have you been taught this before? The pen is the symbol for conscious memory in the afterlife. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. If you see this being taught, revealed anywhere else on this planet, sourced by ancestral artifacts and actual indigenous writings, please put the link page number, book, documentary, or YouTube timestamp. If not, then please appreciate what you are uniquely receiving, absorbing here for the first time revealed in history, and support with reciprocity. Let us continue. Let's turn the words blue. Let's continue. Here we are. You will note the netter of pen handwriting is also the netter of creative consciousness, because we knew drawing imagery, creativity, and the hand went together, or as we say today, hand in hand. Because the netter because the netter of consciousness is also the netter of writing. We always see him holding up his hand in front of his beak. This is the netter of consciousness. The bird that symbolizes him is called the ku, which means intelligence. And he's also the netter of writing. Hand to brain connection. But why? Why would a hand be associated with a beak? He always has his hand up to his beak. Do you all see this? Let me move the mind. When you see Tehuti, his hand and his beak are aligned like this. His pen is over the beak. The hand is here by the beak. Okay? But why? Why is the hand associated with the beak? This whole class is a gift for Scribe. Scribe is dancing right now. Well, I've broken down the creative aspect of the mind is stimulated by imagery, pictures, drawing, and artistry. The word for create, using the creative part of your mind, the word for create is kema. Do you see the digging tool here? The digging tool of Ma'a? Do you see this symbol right here? That's the Ka. That's the ascension symbol. The same word for Ka, the side of the Aku. It means to resurrect, to rise. The word for create on page 189 of the Param Haru is Kema. Okay, everybody got that? Wonderful. So the word for create, which is consciousness to make something, is Kema. Okay, the word for consciousness or intelligence, the text of it, in the text, is symbolized with a bird's beak, a bird that has a long beak. It's a Tehuti bird. See this? This is on this is in the Papyrus of Ani, page 113. And what does it say? Has he carried away from me my ba, my soul, my intelligence, my consciousness? Is the word ku. So the word ku, the bird of Tehuti, is the word intelligence. Here is Tehuti again with his hand up towards the feather of Ma'a. And here is Tehuti again with his hand up with the pen that they would put away in the seket, the pen holder, and his hand up to his beak. His hand is always up to his beak for some reason, in alignment. Well, as I've explained before, and no one is searching for the truth. When one is searching for the truth or digging for the truth, they're going within their mind deeply, especially if they're trying to recall a memory. Then they say, I found it, I got it. They have like an epiphany. I found it. Guess what the word for found is in the Medu? Guess what the word for found is in the Per M Haru in the Medu on page 183 and page 208? When you find something, it's the same word for creating. And now the beak is down in the ground digging. Page 183, page 208. To find something, here's the same Tehuti bird, and the word is kem, to create something. Because creation deals with digging for the truth, which is the beak, which is the pen held by the hand. Mental, mind to hand stimulation. Oh man, it did it again. Okay, everybody, can you hear me? It's doing that thing again. I don't know why. I wonder why it keeps doing that. That's very, very odd. Let me see if I can tighten something up because it keeps knocking me off of the camera. Let me see if I can fix this here. Put this in tightly. I should just put the camera directly on the computer right there. Let's see if I can fix this, everybody. Start cam. Can't start cam. It's not letting me start the cam. 1 second. Let me stop the screen a second, everybody. I want to keep with the flow here. Start cam. It's not letting me. Let me go ahead and just do this one thing. If not, I'll just be off cam for a little bit of this breakdown here. Stop cam. So strange and odd. So strange and different. Okay, let's see camera. Camera's here. We're going to come off Logitech, go back on HP. Come off HP, go back on Logitech. Go back to 1080p. Go back to 4K. Is this 4K? And let's see what happens now. I'm going to... back in and everything's great. Let's get back to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Are you ready? And then I'm going to break it down for a few more minutes. Then I'm going to take a break, get the team in the room because I have to break this into two parts. In the beginning of the Tehuti podcast, when people were sending questions, you remember those days? In the very, very beginning, the good old days where people would send $5, $8, $10, and my answers would be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Well, what kind of answer do you give somebody who sent in $111? What does that deserve? It deserves what you're about to see and what you're seeing right here. That's why now the Tehuti podcast, one answer is like 43 minutes to an hour now. It's not like back in the day where people sending in, here's $5. Okay, 10 minutes, boom. And it was still booms back then, but now when you times that by 10, of course, you're going to stimulate me to bring out the highest of what I have in my files and things that I get in my dreams from years and years ago that I want to bestow upon you. And that's why you never heard this before in your life, but it's all presentable. If I pass right now, you can still go to those pages. Everything that I'm saying is there for you. It's not, people said, Tehuti, when did you make this up? I guess, I don't know, 8,000 years ago, but it's right there for you after I'm gone. I'm just taking the time to put it together in the story for you. That's the time. It's not the knowledge. Then what knowledge? If it's about the knowledge, everybody just come out of the Tehuti podcast right now and just go to Google. You don't need the podcast. You're coming to the podcast because this is beyond knowledge. This is about who's putting the storyline together, sourcing it for you so that it makes sense for something applied to your life and also echoes the great mind of our ancestors from their words, not New Agers' words. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. That is what people are paying for. That is what people appreciate about what they're getting here that you're just not getting anywhere else. If you're getting it somewhere else, put the link in the room, please. We'll send you $500. Very easily. If not, appreciate what you have here. Okay? If you appreciate it, then stay around and support what you see. Here we go. Boom. Here it is. So cam, the word cam is the same word. Create was the same word to find something. Boom. Cam, the exact same word for creativity and mental creation, because the conscious bird with his head down, now digging for the truth, digging in the subconscious, hand to mind connection again. The importance of handwriting, which is drawing, seeing the visual picture in the visual cortex canvas of the mind, because your brain is a holographic computer, and the way that you see things is not through your eyes, it's through the back of your brain. The visual cortex, you don't see anything with your eyes. When your hand touches and writes something and you have a picture in mind, you're seeing it on the canvas in the back of your brain. It's hand to brain connection. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Here we go. Let's continue. Ready? Boom, boom. Are you ready? Here we go, everybody. All right. So, and thus the beak, the digging creativity to get to the truth is also the same as the hand to brain writing connection. Again, the theme continues as clearly stated in the Laws of Ma'at by Amenemopi. And what does it say in the Laws of Ma'at of Amenemopi? Chapter 15, do well and you will attain influence. Do not dip your reed against the transgressor. The beak of the A.I.Vs. That's why people get confused. Is that a reed or is it the feather of Ma'at? Is it a reed or is it the feather of Ma'at? Because the reed is a pen, and the original pen were also feathers, and also was the reed. So don't dip your reed against the transgressor. The beak of the Habu bird, the A.I.Vs, is the finger of the scribe. So if the beak is the finger of the scribe, then what is the head? The head is the hand. The beak is a finger coming from the hand. It's a part of the hand. The part that sticks out is a beak. So the beak is the hand, the beak is the finger. Do not disturb it. The ape, the Anan, Tehuti, dwells in the temple of Khnum, while his eyes travel around the two lands. If he sees who cheats with the finger, it is a false scribe. He takes away the provisions by the food, the flood. As for the scribe who cheats with his finger, his son will not be enrolled. So if you're a cheater, you're not even allowed in school. Imagine if that was the case today. If you spend your life with these things in your heart, if you spend your life with these things in your heart, if you spend your life with these things in your heart, your children shall observe them. It has come from the beginning to the end, found in the writing. In the writing of the scribe, skilled with his fingers, Ameni, son of Ammon, E.E. You know the E.E. is? It's two hands out. That was his name, the hidden hand, Ammon E.E. It means to make you powerful. When you see the word Pharaoh, it's part E.E. If you ask anybody, how do you make something powerful in KEMET? What's the word? It's E.E. How do you draw it? It's two hands. The two hands is what makes the Pharaoh powerful. The two hands, he will live, prosper, and be in health. The beak, handheld pen, emitting, artistically conveying conscious, is also the hand finger. The hand and the beak are the same thing. Hand to mind connection. Beak, kamam, beak, ku, head of Tehuti bird, consciousness, intelligence, the same as the beak is also the hand. Hand to mind connection. We knew it. Drawing. It is because the beak does not cheat. It is pure and holy, emitting pure and holy light consciousness. Thus, guess what the word for pure creation was? Remember, the beak is the hand, and the word kamam, which is also the body of the bird, the habu bird of Tehuti, which is also consciousness. The beak is the hand, and kamam means also create. So what does pure creation mean when you have no evil inside of you? What's that word? Hey, it's chesur. Holy of hand, creation. The sun, the sun, the same concept again. The sun, the holy of hand, and creation. The word for hand and holy and creation, boom. The word for creative and create is the same word for hand. Only here at the Tehuti podcast are you getting this. So the word for holy the word create is kam, which is the same word which means to find something, which is the aku bird, that means consciousness, which is the beak of Tehuti, which the scribe says the beak is the finger, which is the hand. The word hand also is tat, which means to copy or echo out, and it shows a mummy resurrecting, and the tat is the same word for the image of the light coming in between the two mountains, and the word for hand is the same word for creation, which is the splendors of the sun, the light beam, emanation coming out of the two mountains. Boom. You can't do that in writing. Can't do that in fonts. Nope, no fonts. Nope, can't do it. All that your consciousness attracts is because, which is the cause. Because means the cause, which first takes place in the mental plane, the realm of the ancestors. This word is tachur. Tachur means the all of everything, all that you desire, all of you, your desires, what you want to happen, what you visualize to happen. You know, the law of attraction, that word is tachur, which is the same word as guess what? Tachurt. Tachurt. Ancestral gods. Title of Aset, Nebtet. The ancestral gods. The same word, I'll do it again. The same word for that which you desire is the same name for your ancestors. It's the same name of ancient times, the divine person, the ancestral gods. Well, how were the ancestors preserved, everybody? How were they preserved? They were preserved through what people call mummification. Remember the same image in the word for hand, the mummy resurrecting, the mummification, you know, the same mummies that were put in the Seket Ma'at, you know, for the resurrection, where there's the same word for the hand. How are they preserved? Very simple. Like that. They're preserved in the Sahu, the mummification. Here's the papyrus of Henutawi. This is the papyrus that everybody shows on those other channels, where it shows Geb with his penis pointing towards his mouth, where all the Hebrews going crazy. This is the papyrus of Henutawi. This goes back to 1070 to 945 BC. It's now in the British Museum. And it's a papyrus of Henutawi, which means lady of the house. And how is she preserved? Right there. She's preserved in what people call the mummification process. Yes. The bandages that people call today the mummy, really called the Sahu. Bandages up for preservation for thousands. It holds up preservation for thousands of years. Oh, did I tell you the other definition for the word tachur? You know, the same word tachur over here, which is to desire with your mind. You know, the same word for ancestors. You know, you preserve your ancestors through the mummification, the bandaging process. Did I tell you what their definition of tachur was? To tie up, bandages. Do you see the symbol of the tie there? Do you see the bandages tied up? Do you see the ka symbol of resurrection there? Do you see it there? And how did the scribes preserve the ancient stories of the ancestors? Yes, with their hands. Oh, did I ever tell you the other Medu word for hand? I don't think I did. Let me go ahead and tell you. Tachur. Tachur, the palm of the hand, the great hand in heaven. Tachur, boom, tachur, the hand of the scribe that preserves the stories of old in the form of artistry. Your hand that's presented, represented by the ka, which is the bioenergetic template source that is actually creating things. The great hand of heaven. Oh, wait a minute. The great hand of heaven. Where have I heard that before? The great hand of heaven. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, yeah. How could I forget? It's the hand of God in Psalms 19:1. The hand of God in Psalms 95:5. The hand of God in Psalms 108:5. The hand of God in Isaiah 48:13. The great hand. You remember the song? We got the whole world in his hands. We got the whole world in his hands. Remember that? We got the whole world. Sing it with me now. We got the whole world in his hand. We got the whole world in his hand. Sing it with me now, right? So you all remember that? Stolen. Remember when I taught you down there, the hand is represented by the ka, which is the double bioenergetic template source that is the actual thing creating things. In other words, this would mean that the hand represents the cause of the cause and effect, being that the bioenergetic template is the actual cause of physical matter, right? The bioenergetic template, the ka, is what's causing physical things. How deep were our ancestors? How deep were they? Well, here it is right here. This is a bioenergetic template, which I broke down many times. The bioenergetic template, bioenergetic aspect of the human etheric body is the underlying supporting bioenergetic mechanism and active living template for bodily intelligence and all biological life processes. It works in line with the biological functions of the physical body and exists as the exact bioenergetic counterpart and is firmly enmeshed within the living physical body. And that's why it's the double, because when you go to chapter 30 of the Purim Haru, it says right there, the ka is my double. It forms my limbs. It forms things. That is the bioenergetic double. It is the former of things. It forms things, not the physical creating it. It is the cause of things. It's the former of things. So guess what else the word tachur, which is the hand, which is the preserve, the bandages. Guess what else it means? Tachur, palm of the hand, the great hand. It means because, since, whilst, as, because. The hand, the ka, is the cause of things. So when we're using our hands, we have all of this going on in our memory, along the Nile Valley. It's a complete story, and that's why the word for spirit is two hands, saying you are the Ka, the two hands that are forming things, that is everywhere, that is unseen, because you're the cause of things. So that's the same word for the hand is the same word for because. Boom, because the to be something, because the be and the cause, the importance of the hand was that it represented the cause, the conscious to find the conscious find physical matter, our ancestors, which is and we're the best. We're just simply the best. That's crazy. This is awesome. Where this come from? And thus the hand was directly associated with the head, the consciousness, Tehuti, the founder and writing and art. And thus as time developed, you have the ancient word in the Phoenician, which is the hand, which is the yod. So the hand is also drawn like this. It became drawn like this, which is the yod, and yod means to know, and the yod is also the hand, because that's the hand of Tehuti, and his bird's beak is the finger, which creates things, kamam, conscious creation, the ku. So that's the Hebrews now are walking around with the word called yod, and it's a hand, and it's also drawn as the head of Tehuti. And if you ask them what does the word yod means, it means to know something, intelligence. Oh yeah, big coincidence. That's right. The inner subatomic workings of the mental plane and the subatomic world that you can't see. What's the word for hidden in the Medu Netter? What's the word for hidden? Yes. Amun. Remember the Ka, which represents the hands that are working, the bioenergetic template, which looks like this, the arms up. Here is Aset and Nebtet holding their hands in the Ka position with their arms up. Remember, this is the bioenergetic template, which creates things, the creation of physical matter, the Ka. Now, has your teacher or anyone ever actually shown you how the word Amen is spelt? Let's take a look. Let me show you. Let's break the matrix. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. How is Amen spelled, which is the hidden one? Here's Amen. Here it is right here. Hide, conceal. Hey, look. It's two hands up, hidden underneath a table type object. Two hands up. It means secret, hidden person, secret. Hey, wait, his hands are missing. Uh-oh. Why are his hands missing? Boom. You see the hands up in the Ka working, then you won't notice the other hands are invisible. Here it is, hidden, mysterious. Those are the working hands, the Ka, that you can't see because it's in the subatomic realm. So it is the hidden one, the Amen, and you can't see his hands because his hands are over here doing the work under physical matter that you can tap that, you can tap your table, but you can't see what's within it doing the work. So because the hands are hidden. So that's when it's drawn with hands working, covered by something. And then when the cover is gone, you still can't see the hands. We're the best. Yes, the invisible, mysterious workings of the subatomic conscious realm. This is how deep and echoed symbolic life the followers of Ma'at were before the Matrix, and how important it was for them to write, create reality. Let me see something really quick here. And there is the invisible, mysterious workings of the subatomic conscious realm. This is how deep we were, right? The followers of Ma'at before the Matrix with the hands hidden. So when you see Min and Amen, there's hands missing. Let me expand that image for you. Remember I showed an image over here? I showed an image over here of Aset and Nebtet. Right here. Remember that with their hands in the Ka? You'll notice I actually cut it in half. Those are two legs right there. I'm going to show you the whole image. Let me go ahead and show you the whole image of what's actually going on. Let me show you the whole image. Uh-oh. There is the whole image. A Sar with no hands, with creative sperm coming out of the erection. There it is. Boom. The ejaculation, a symbol of creating echoed emission, but he has no arms because Aset and Nebtet are his creative arms with their hands in the Ka. His conscious creativity is hidden. Amun, the unseen realm. And because the architects and controllers of the matrix study all of this knowledge, how do they portray themselves as hidden? The hidden cause and the invisible force controlling the sheeple that cannot see them, cannot see who's controlling them. How do they do it on the Isfet side? Just like that. Just with a hidden hand. There's your Pope. There's your King Long-Un. There's your Obama. There's your John Wilkes Booth. There's your Prince Harry, Prince Henry, whatever his name is. Hey, there's your Charles Darwin. There's your Pope Francis. There's your Karl Marx. Is their hand cold or something? I don't know. Oh, hey, Fauci. How you doing, Fauci? Hey, Fauci, is your hand cold? Why is everybody's right hand cold? Does your body like fluctuate where your right hand gets colder, your left hand stays warm, so you gotta put it in your jacket? Everybody's right hand is cold. I don't. All right, so that is how the Masons show them with the same symbol because they got it from the symbol of Amun, that which control things. So the hand's invisible. So they took it on the Isfet side. Boom, the creative, unseen, controlling hand of the evil side. They just took the symbol of Amun. That's simple, That's how they do. While they tell you to stay away from Kemet, they worship it. Hey, that's right. Okay, back to our side. As we see, I've shown you for the first time in your life, Amun is represented by hands working behind the table, making them invisible, representing subatomic creative, also representing invisible creation happening. There's the hands right there that I've already shown, page 51 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Let me reveal for the first time in your life the other definition of Amun. So when you tell people that Tehuti taught you that Amun are the hidden hands of the biological templates, the unseen world that creates things, they can't tell you, oh, he made that up. Are you ready? Did your teacher ever tell you Amun's other meaning was the concealed hand? The actual word Amun is the concealed hand. Boom, I will show. That's an actual word. Amen the concealed hand. Amen because per the original per was Osiris, and his his hands helping him doing the work on the physical plane, because you couldn't see Osiris anymore because he was dead, buried, and his consciousness was invisible. But on the physical plane above the earth was Aset Nebtet. There were the working hands. He was the per, which is the great house. He was the triangle or the pyramid. He was the per, and they were the EE. Remember, E is one hand, EE is two, because there's two women on the earth doing the physical work. So they're his hands. So that's to become a pharaoh, you have to literally draw the picture of an Aku pyramid with two hands. You can't do that in the font. Boom. I will show you again how deep we were when it came to the laws of attraction and subatomic taught reality manifesting into the physical world, which is desiring something to be brought towards you. Now, you remember me teaching you before that the word for wish and desire and love is Marie or Marit, which is the exact same thing. Here it is, Marit, love, lovers, which is also wish, desire, love, Marut. What if I told you, just as an experiment done with Dr. Emoto, where they gathered 200 people to all focus their thoughts and desire and wish, it was manifested in the purity of the Lake Bawa? What if I told you there was an entire country that was based on mental consciousness, the law of attraction, to the point they would name their entire country that word? Would you believe it? Because 200 people got together and was able to change the chemical makeup of water in Japan of Lake Bawa. So what would the power be if there was an entire country that was 4,200 kilometers long and they all focused on this to the point that they named their entire country that word of the law of attraction and magnetic pull, and desire. Would you believe it? Well, believe it now, because the same word for desire, Mara, is the ancient name for Egypt. There it is. Uh-oh. All right. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Tehuti, you made that up. You wrote the dictionary. Yep. Yep. Boom. The entire country named after desire, to wish for, mental attraction, to be immortal, all passed down through the elaborate writing with the hand beak shown forth as drawing microcosm symbolism through activation of the kinesthetic part of the brain, the aku, light consciousness, also named, guess what? What is it also named? I don't know. We're not done yet. Uh-oh. The same structure is also called myrrh. The same thing you're calling pyramid? The word, the light? The word par-ee? That's the word myrrh too. So they called the country myrrh, and the place that represented so many things that I've taught, immortality, is also called the myrrh. And this is an example of what cannot be done clicking on a keyboard, pressing fonts, typing letters. Only through the visual hand and pen artistry triggered the mirror neurons within the visual cortex for magical law of attraction called Hika. Let me finish it up here. Let me finish it up. Here we go. Boom. The same word for desire, which was to mentally, magnetically attract your reality to you by visualization, was the same word for the structure of immortality, the pyramid, the aku, the myrrh, consciousness, and the aku pyramid. Now, when you send out this visual image of attraction, the original law of attraction, and you handwrite it for greater impact, what is the goal, everybody? What is the goal for handwriting it for greater impact? What is the goal? Well, the goal through the law of attraction is for that which you visualize and desire to be given to you. That's the goal of law of attraction, right? You're visualizing something so it can be given to you, so it can be brought to you, magnetically drawn, to be given to you. Is that correct? Yes. Guess what the image glyph 3,000 years ago, before the matrix, was for? To be given to you. Is placed for me the field, the saket offering before me. May I eat in it? May I be a coup in it? May I be filled according to what the wishes received in my heart may be given to me. What's that given right here? What are these symbols right here? What is this? This is given right there. What is that? Let me see if I blew that up. Maybe it can be seen. Given is the hand holding the myrrh, the consciousness. Hand to mind connection, again, known by the Kemetians, because the word myrrh is to desire something. It is also the aku, which is consciousness, meaning you're using your mental consciousness to draw forth something because you want it to be given to you. So the word in Medu as a drawing for given is the same hand of all the power that I just described with the aku in it, and that's the word for given. You can't write that on, is that Microsoft Word? Oh. Okay. Scientists observing the mind's connection to absorbing art, which is what the Medu netter actually is, found, you know what the scientists found? They found that it increases the blood flow of the brain as much as 10%. And when that blood flow increases by you observing art form and looking at pictures, when the blood flow increases as much as 10%, it's equivalent to you looking at someone you love. When you look at images in art form and you're absorbing the art, the brain actually changes its chemical makeup. The blood increases the flow, and that same chemical makeup and blood flow is equivalent to love. Uh-oh. Guess what the word for the writing tool was? The writing tool, you know, the scribe. Remember, the saket was the word for memory that you put the writing tool in. But guess what the ancient word for the writing tool was? Well, everybody will say it was ani. Well, you're going to learn something here for the first time in your life. Uh-oh. Mert. The writing tool instrument. Same word for love, wish, desire. To desire something. is the same word for this writing tool that everybody just knew as the word Ani. It's actually the word for mentally desiring something. That is the type of answer that comes with the great reciprocity. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. That's it. That's my answer. Boom. What is that? An hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes. Let's go. Let me go ahead and stop this. Hour and 20 minutes. And boom, there it is. Let me come to the room, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room. Take a break. Listen. That's all I got to say. Listen, man. Listen. Either you all are getting this like everywhere on YouTube, and this is just one of many things happening, like walking to the grocery store, or you're not getting this. If you're not getting this and you sat there for 1 hour and 20 minutes, did you get anything out of this? If so, please support that which you have seen. I want the team to come to the room. Now I want to take a break. It is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. If anything that I've explained to you, if any of this have had any impact, if you learned anything, I'm going to check the Gmail support. Like you see the breakdancer, and he's just pop locking and doing his things, and you throw him a 5 or a 10, and you walk into, you're not even going to watch the whole half an hour show. You got to get to work. But you see the effort that he puts in. Here's a 5, man. The waiter. Sometimes people pay for the food. Have you ever been to the restaurant and there's still food on the table? I'm sure you have. I'm sure one of those people were you, right? You go, you order food, 3 plates, you can't eat it all. You eat what you like, some bones are left and some meat. You don't even touch the vegetables over there. This part isn't touched. But you tip the waiter $20. You didn't eat the whole food though. But you still tipped him for bringing you the food that you didn't even fully eat. If you watched any of this and got anything from it, please respect me as much as you respect the waiter that you tipped and didn't eat all the food that they just threw in the garbage. What's up, Mancora? How you doing, my brother?
I am. My mind is blown. Tour for the MetaNetter master thesis. I'm good.
Nini, let me put that on the screen for everybody to know that you can support at PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. If you want to give a tip or reciprocity for that breakdown, if you watch it for an hour and a half, I don't know how much is a movie to watch for an hour and a half. Now most people don't even make it through. You ever rented a movie, you don't make it through it? you wake up the next day like, what happened? What? Oh man, I gotta return them. I'm off to work. You get to work, 2 days pass by. I didn't watch the movie. I gotta return it now. And you done paid $8.99 for the movie. You went into the theater, paid $60 for you and your family, and then you fell asleep in the theater. Did they give you your $60 back? Support the Tehuti podcast if you watch this for 1 hour and 20 minutes and enjoyed it. I'm gonna let the team jump in team. Let me check what the crowd thinks of this, what they thought of this, what if they liked it at all, if it was just garbage, if they're getting this anywhere else. I'm gonna see if there's other links in the room of other teachers teaching this equivalent. Shannon, sheesh. Rigo says, wow. Oh my goodness. Robert says, whoa. The other Robert's putting up fire. Robert Reyes. Nicholas is putting up what is this? Oh, the flex arm. Rah. Okay, good. Nicholas puts up fire. Nicholas says, wow. Deep then deep. Okay, good. You all like the precious information. I am Kanzu. Thank you, my brother. I am Kanzu. You've definitely upped your donations. Thank you so much. I've noticed that. America. Wow, beautiful. Can't do nothing. Can't nothing but love this. Maybe can't do nothing but love this. Israel Horner says powerful winner minus the ego for material matters. A big vape says fire. Higa Kepara says mind blowing. Tua SABA. Nicholas Noetic puts more fire. Phenomenal. Okay, you guys liked it. Wonderful. I'll check my Gmail to see who actually liked it. Wrote it all down. Wow. You wrote it all down? That you. I need you on my team. You need to write my book. I'm just gonna teach, and you write it down. I'll put it out as a book. Me and you'll split the money. Right off. Israel Soy says the God Tehuti. Andrew says Tua so much, Saba. I appreciate you and your beautiful workings in class. Okay, good, wonderful. Eric G, what's up? Eric G, that's it. Throws bombs. Okay, you all liked it. Wonderful. All right, brothers, how you doing? How you doing at TEF, man? You got to see that breakdown. You can come through, Nanny.
You're on mute.
Mind blowing. This is again and again. Mind blowing. That was absolutely phenomenal. Like, subscribe, and comment. Support. You have to support that. You have to support the truth like that. Definitely put the link in the chat if you've seen that anywhere, because I've never seen that anywhere. Nothing like it. Nothing even close to it. Absolutely incredible. I need what.
Thank you. Thank you, Atef. I'm glad you appreciate that uniqueness. Sharika has come to the room. The person who asked the question. I don't know, Sharika. Are you gonna fire me now? I don't know. Am I still qualified to be your teacher, or what? Are you gonna replace me?
I mean, not that there really was anybody else on the stand. Like, you know, like you're already ahead in the race, and you just, you know, just did a. You know, it's like what prime, like Deion Sanders, like you're just high stepping now at midfield, like.
Oh my, and I don't even know that. I don't even know who that is or what that means. But thank you. I don't know what that is. Deion Sanders.
Yeah, my honestly, my brain probably shut down like 10 minutes into the question, so I'll have to like watch. I wasn't even able to fully, like, I knew I needed to take it in, but I know I'm receiving it, and I can't even tell you what I'm receiving. So, yeah.
Glad you appreciate it. I'm gonna let you all talk, and I'm gonna take a little break, and you all build, and I'm gonna take a little food break, and I'm glad you all liked it. There's Shannon. We got the sisters in the house. The sisters are in the room. I'll be back. All right. When the sisters come, I gotta leave. It's too much power. Too much power. I'll be back.
We gotta hear from Annie Patah Tehuti. We gotta. He said he was thinking of you. So Annie, please, what you think about that?
Well, it's absolutely phenomenal that our great Saba. Hold on, let me mic check. Is my voice normal?
Yes, they're mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, too. Yes, it's absolutely phenomenal that he's able to put these things together the way that he does, and it is very important, and it really goes to show, you know, with the question that you asked, Sharika, with the actual usage of the hands and what that really means. In the overall picture, and just in creation itself, and the chasur, the hand of God, the holy hand, and the chachur, the limitless bound, and what you can create, and it's just absolutely beautiful when we have these teachings here that puts us back in our natural state of the netter, and allowing us to become creators, allowing us to become the ability to take our hands and build our reality as we see it. And there's no comparison at all. And you know, and he puts these challenges out, and there's no one that will ever be able to step up to what he's presenting ever, because this isn't just something that you can just read in a book. This is a lifestyle, and it's a consciousness, and as we know, it's actual frequency vibration to which goes back into the creation aspect. And it's beautiful to see the all-around evolution of the thought process of creating the meta netter and it connecting to the hand and creation itself. And I'm just I'm blown away. And I really love the part about the pen holder. I never saw that before. I never saw the pen holder with it being a pillar that supports all of the temples and all of the fantastic buildings in KEMET, and that being that which holds the shesh, the pen, and then him, even that little explanation that he broke down with the reed being the first pen as well, and that being the feather. The first pen was a feather, and that being what's used to weigh, and then Tehuti being the one to document and scribe it, and his heart being the plummet that which helps keep the scale balanced, and all that going back to the pen, the beak, to dig, Kim, to Kamam, to create, and taking all of that and being able to digest, just like you said, Sharika, it's so much coming in. It takes an extreme amount of concentration and time invested into studying the metanetter, as everyone here does who's in the metanetter class, to really be able to conceptualize these teachings the way that he's presenting them. So, everyone here that you see on the panel are sheshes, are scribes, and that's the beautiful thing about it. It's not just one type of thing. It's the artist, and that's why we always tell those who know how to draw and those who create an art in that type of a way, come forward, because we want to be able to showcase your skill, because you are too a shesh. That's the same word to give light. So if you're a being who's able to do that, cultivate that and utilize that, and implement these teachings to get you back into that creative flow where there's no more writer's block. There's no more, what am I gonna, create? There is no more of that. It's just the infinite flow of creative ideas, and it's just beautiful. So Hotep to our great Saba. I hope everyone is supporting what he's bringing forth, and I'm just so grateful and appreciative for him, and for each of you, for everyone who supports and asks the questions. Sharika has some of the greatest questions. So to you as well for sending that in and supporting the way that you do. You're absolutely blessing everyone, with the level of questions that you're presenting to go along with the support to allow these type of questions to come through. So Hotep and Henu to you, and to our great Saba. I hope everyone took some notes, took the pen, and you're writing down your notes, writing your notes physically, to, once again, as it said, it goes back into the memory. It literally helps you to memorize the teachings when you write them down. Take time out to practice these glyphs. And I shared something with Minku Ara that I look forward to sharing to the public very soon. But yes, I'm thankful, I'm grateful, and Tua and Henu. And Shannon, you was gonna say something?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Henu to the panel, and Sharika. That was a beautiful question. I just think it's really amazing the way that one question will tie in a synchronicity for all of us. Being an artist, being a creator, I've always looked at my hands and knew that there was more to my hands, because my hands create beautiful things. And I never put it together that the things that I create and looking at my hands and having that inner knowing and that feeling is sparking the memory. It's sparking my memory from things that I already know, but don't know how to put it together in this life. So that was a great question. And even today, the synchronicities are so beautiful. I was at work and I was doing I was on my phone. I think I was texting somebody, and a person came up to me and they're like, wow, you have beautiful hands. And I looked at them and I was like, thank you. I used them to create. And just for Saba to get to start the class, this is a great way to start the class. I think this is what every time I say this is the greatest class. So to you for asking that question. That was a great question. And when I write my notes, I always start at the top, and then by the end, by halfway, I'm already filling one page and I'm on to the next page. And I'm just writing my notes and keeping my notes. And it's really beautiful, because these are practices that I apply in my life, in my rituals, in my spiritual practice. It all comes back to that.
Tua for those great words. I agree. You know what I want to point out to everyone, just how much. First, I just want to give my adoration to our great Saba, and to you, Sharika, for that question. To be able to receive this information that Saba is breaking down for us, but it just goes to show you how much was stolen from us. And this is just one question, but it's almost, I don't want to say infinite, but there's just so much that was stolen and taken from us, and it just goes to show how great we were, and it goes to show just how much adoration our great Saba deserves, because if it's just like, if you can't appreciate this information, then it just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make rational sense to me how people can be here every week, because the numbers don't go down, but people are here every week and they're receiving this information, and there's no reciprocity given. It's like, how can you not appreciate this? Like, all the information that was stolen from us, and then used against us, and they trick us with our own information. It makes me angry when I think about it. When we are tasked with learning and then teaching our family and teaching our children, it just makes me angry. But at the same time, I'm more appreciative than angry, because I'm here, so I'm able to receive, and I appreciate it. I appreciate this information more than I'm angry. But at the same time, how can you not be angry at the amount of everything that was stolen from us? How can you not be angry about it? And then it's broadcast in our face, and we don't even recognize it. It's like we don't recognize how much stuff was stolen from us until Saba breaks it down, and it's right there. The information is right there for us, but we're so lost as a people that, number one, we don't support the truth. We don't support ourselves, but we support everything else that's detrimental. So to you, Sharika, for supporting and asking those questions, and for being up here on the panel with us and showing us support. And it's the world that we are living in. It's like, just imagine, right? If you can't appreciate this information, then just imagine a Friday without this. Imagine not receiving that answer to that question, right?
I don't want to do that.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, it just, like, we didn't ask the question. Sharika asked the question, but we've all been able to benefit from that answer monumentally, right? You can't put a price tag on the benefit of that answer. At least I can't personally. And it's just like what you said, Sharika. I have to break that. I have to go back and digest that in bits and pieces, because the lie is so vast. The trickery and the foolery and all the nonsense is so vast, and our mind is so flooded with the ignorance that the truth, we can't even process it all in one sitting, right? It's man, I'm just grateful I'm grateful for Saba. I'm grateful for his family. I'm grateful for all that he represents. I'm grateful for all that he had to go through, all the sacrifices that he makes to be able to present this. And I'm grateful to all of you up here too, to be here with all of you, because that's what we have to do. Once we begin to appreciate what's real and what's not, and appreciate the truth, then we'll begin to see the world differently, because we're all up here benefiting from this, all of us, and everyone in the chat is. So, support what it is that you appreciate, if you appreciate this. And there's no way that you can't tell me that you don't appreciate this. There's no way that you can't appreciate any of the teachings that he breaks down for us, because although it may not be us particularly asking the questions, we all get something from it. We all get every single time, every single answer. And it's so deep. It is so deep. And there is nobody else out there giving you this information. It's a lot of good rappers out there. It's a lot of good, it's a lot of brothers out there with great, fantastic sounding lectures. But they bring forth no proof and no facts. They're just talking well. But it's just time. It's time that we really step out of this matrix and begin to really appreciate our leaders and celebrate them. So hinu to you, great Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, because this information is absolutely groundbreaking. Minku, you got some great words, good brother.
Sharika, do you want to say anything else? I want to share too. I just want to give Sharika another chance to talk for bringing us this wonderful question.
To Brother Menku, yeah, just a couple of things. One, Tef, you're talking about the hate, all the sort of things that prevent people. Like, one that I'm beginning to realize is, like, people don't love themselves. If you don't love yourself enough to fight for your memory so your soul could advance, you will not support. Just flat out. You won't. You'll continue to make excuses. You'll continue to play on the fence. Like, now is not the time. The reason why my questions are my questions, because now is the time. The door, I literally saw a visualization as Saba was answering of a door opening. The door is available to us, but it will not be open unless we put the key in and go through it. It's that simple. Like, we don't need to make it any more complicated than that. You either do, and you have the willingness and the heart to put your heart on the makait, on the scale, and do the work to lighten, or just continue to be an Isfet, because Isfet's not going to stop. That's how it is. So, it's just the reality. And like, I have to be adamant about my questions, because it's not just me, my bloodline, every single one of you. Like, Earth is not a place to suffer. Like, it's a bunch of BS. It's not. There's so much beauty, and it just gets amplified the more that I learn the Medu. Not learn, I remember the Medu. And the one thing that's really working in my brain right now is every time I write and I think of the Medu, in English, I'm writing to express myself, but with the Medu, I'm literally writing to remember. I'm writing to actually remember and bring myself back together. Like, that's a whole nother domain and level, but that's the power that we truly have. We're not human beings. Every single person on this panel who's watching the show, if you are tuned in to this channel, you are not a human being. You're a netzer. So you got to be different. You have to do things differently than, oh, that's a cool teaching here. That's a cool book. Like, the truth is right here, right now. There's nothing to play around with.
We're literally scribing for our lives.
Like, that's it. So that's, that's just, like you said, and what everyone's saying on the panel, like, it's like, if you want to play games with this stuff, then yeah, you're going to be food on the other side of this stuff. But I know there's a Netzerkert. I know there's a field of reeds. I know there's so much beauty and ancestors calling, waiting, saying, wake up. The door is there. Walk through the door, everybody. Step into the door. Don't just look at it. Don't just say, oh, that's cool. Walk to your door. That's it.
That's beautiful.
That's so beautiful. Brother Manku, do you remember the painting that I sent you that I'm working on of the Saket? It was the actual what Saba's presentation was tonight with the Saket.
Yeah, that's really powerful. Real quick, I was just gonna say, I love when Saba said, "If you don't remember who you were, you don't have any consciousness." If that didn't wake you up, that didn't shake you, I don't know what planet you're on. That is so profound. That is so significant. Like, Saba is not here for his health. He's here to make change. He is here for transformation. He's here to wake us up so we can see and we can dream and we can return to who we were. And once we return to who we were, we can be who we're supposed to be.
I think that's really it. Saba is such an inspiration. He's such an inspiration because he brings the knowledge and the wisdom and the teachings of the truth. And it's just so inspiring for me to go back and read through my notes and read every word that he said and the way that he says it. It's very inspirational for me as an artist, as a creator.
Like, people, you know, want to bicker about, oh, this person's a hypocrite, or oh, this politician's crooked. But when you have someone that's actually not just speaking, but like living the truth, why would you not give as much of your time as you can to that, rather than continuing to pick apart people that you know are hypocrites or just are disharmonic and are not balanced and not having a lifestyle to like build on the last class. It's like, again, when you see the answer is there, you see the door is there, but you know, it's mind stuff. But it's just like, yeah, like I'm not taking Saba for granted. Like, every opportunity, like every Monday, every class that you let pass by and you're like, next week, you will regret it, because the recordings are beautiful, but there's something different when everyone is in that space live. Think about how many human beings are on the earth, and this class it's not no $2,000 tuition. It's $20. It's $20. Like, if everyone would just list what they spend $20 on, you can't tell me that the Medu Netter class is not worth as much as the regular things that you would spend $20 on. So that's a part of, you know, being appreciative and being grateful is being present and investing.
That's absolutely true. You know, it's priorities. Where's your priority? Like, my priority is to be here and to do whatever I can to show my reciprocity.
And it's okay. Like, you know, not everybody wants that, but you know, people will say, yeah, I'm about it. But what do your actions say? So I guess that's part of it too, is realizing like, hey, not everybody loves themselves enough to do the work, and not everybody loves themselves enough to know that if you're watching every Friday, there's something that's calling you here. Just take that risk. You have everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose.
I think there's a very powerful, I'm sorry, I'll be really short and you can go out and cut your bill. I was just gonna say, and the connection, I think there's a very powerful connection between your priorities and the decisions that you're making in your life, right? So we've all made some horrible decisions, right? And think about, you know, being here on Fridays and being in the Monday Medu Netter class and having the consciousness of the decisions that you're making right now. Sorry, Atef, go ahead. Go.
No, I was just gonna say, people do what's important to them, and for us, it's important. So, you know, people like going out to the club and drinking and destroying yourself and not being there for your family, not evolving is important to some people, and people do what's important to them. It's just a fact. So this is important for me, and there's no place that I would rather be on a Friday. So I'm here and I'm present right now, and I understand what's going on right now. It's real
There's
time.
Is Atef's audio something happening? Can anybody hear that?
Yeah, there's some feedback.
My audio.
Okay. Hey, peace. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming back. Okay, everybody. Atef, were you talking, or was there some kind of audio issue?
No, I heard something too, but I don't think it was mine. Is that mine?
Yeah, there's something going on with yours. We can hear you, but it sounds like some. It's hard to describe. It's like a chirping. Maybe come in. But what we're gonna do, everybody, is right now, everybody stay on the panel. We're now gonna go through the what SHARIKA was just speaking of. That was beautiful, by the way, SHARIKA. I came in for that part. Absolutely. And it was SHARIKA and Atef's message blended. You support the things that you like and that you love about yourself. That's actually what everybody spends their money on. Somebody buys a new ring, blinged out, new shirt, new pants. You're spending it because of what you want to show off about yourself. When you want to go to the restaurant and show off, or buy drinks, drinks on the house on me, or whatever it is, you're buying those things because you love yourself. Even if it's a new car, even if it's some artwork, something the things that you spend your money on outside of the bills are things you're spending money on because you like yourself. You want to treat yourself. You want to go out to the movies. You want to go out to the restaurant. You want to get Netflix. You want to buy a new shirt. You want to go buy something for your children. You only love your children because they're your children. You want to buy something for your mom. You want to do that because it's your mom. How come you're not buying anything for the next door neighbor's mom? So it's all about yourself. It's all the selfishness, which can be good because there's good selfishness. I want to buy this for my grandma. Okay, well, what about the 10 grandmothers down the street? You don't like them, but you like your grandma because of the word your. That's the only reason why you like her, because of the word your. Yours in front of it, then you like that thing. This is my car, my lady, my grandma, my watch, my membership, my this, my that. So you're buying things because of the like of yourself. And what SHARIKA was saying was that if you see this as something that's helping yourself and you love yourself, then you'll support this as well. If you don't love yourself, you actually won't support it. You just see it as entertainment. Anybody who's not supporting the Tutsi Pod class is watching this as entertainment. And you still pay for your entertainment. What entertainment do you watch that you don't pay for? If you have a YouTube, if you have the electricity on and you're watching YouTube, whatever it is you're watching, you're paying for that because you're paying for how'd you get the computer? How'd you get the phone that you're watching it on? You got it for free? How do you have the electricity to do anything? You bought everything you have other than the love you have, which you paid for. So if you have support if you love this and love yourself, you will support it. Speaking of which, we're going to go to the people that love themselves and love this and go through the donations. Let's start right here. Let's go through this. We're going to end this podcast nice and early too. The next question, by the way, that I see in right now is Stranger here? Is Stranger here? Stranger, if you're here, press a noise, press a button. Let me know that you're here, because this next question that I saw come in from Stranger, I caught it right at the end of the last podcast, I think. I felt, as I was looking at the question, as I was putting it together, the only thing I could describe similar to the feeling is when you're when you feel sick inside, but it has nothing to do with me feeling bad or actually sick. It's that feeling you get when you're about to if you've ever stood up in front of a large crowd and you feel it's the same feeling as if you're gonna puke, but you're not sick. You just in front of a whole bunch of people and you have something really good to present, but you're so excited that you feel like with this next question that you're going to see, I was woken up in the middle of the night. Many things happened to my body to answer this next question. Many things came, and this is Sharika's question was absolutely awesome. It will prepare you for this. The next one is I'm speechless about it because I can't talk about it anymore. Let's go ahead and do this. So this is 2 back-to-back questions. Sharika's question, amazing, and this next question is going to be crazy, and they're both high-end donation questions, and I lost a lot of sleep. I lost a lot of sleep unwillingly. I mean, like getting up at 4 a.m, and I'm supposed to go back to sleep, and then I'm saying no, I can't. What's this information I got? Oh, this is for that question. Go put it down now. When you wake up in the morning, then go look it up. And then I wake up in the morning, and then I go look it up, and I'm like, oh, here's all here's all my proof, here's all the sources. And that's actually how I get a lot of the answers is it's faith-based. It's faith-based, and I can answer it without showing the sources, but I'm giving on the mental plane what the answer is with the sources before I look it up. And then I'm told where to look it up, and to just throw them this, because this is where they need to see, this is where the information is. And that's what happened with this next one, and it's going to be psychotic. The answer is going to be psychotic. I'm going to have to break it into 2 parts tonight. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get into some donations. Oh my goodness. Oh man, Sandovan, Stranger, your questions about math and angles and all these things. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. It keeps me up at night for sure. Oh, I remember who Deion Sanders was. Sharika, you mentioned Deion Sanders?
Prime time. Yep.
Yeah, Deion Sanders, I only know him because David Blaine scared him with magic. That's the only thing. David Blaine went into the locker room with Deion Sanders and totally just twisted his mind. That's the only thing that's how I remember him. But he plays sports, right?
Yeah.
He was a locker room sports player. That's the only thing I know about him. But thank you though for that. Okay, wait a minute. September. Oh, first donation of the night, which actually came before the night, is from, hey, it's locking me out. 1 second, everybody. I have to do this manually and bypass this matrix. Where am I? I gotta bypass this. Go here. Put in a sept. And we're sept is sept22. Sept22. Oh my God, that happened in the class too. Okay, here we go. So the first donation of the night for the Tuesday Pod class is the beautiful, wonderful. Where's everybody? Get ready to make some. Wait, who's this? Oh, first donation of the night is It's not showing. One moment, everybody. A little bit of patience. First donation of the night is. I wonder why it's not showing. Present. First donation of the night, a great supporter, is. Here it is. Angela Gates. Thank you, Angela Gates. $10 for Angela straight out the gates. That should be shown on the screen now. Thank you very much, Angela Gates. Appreciate you. First donation of the night. I'm actually gonna the music has dimmed all the way down. Let me get some vibrational music in here. Thank you, Angela Gates. Appreciate you. You're definitely a great good supporter. You support all the time. The next one here is Nook Punuk Punuk. This will be the last small donation we see from Nook Punuk Punuk. He's gonna just put them all together now for better visuals. People look at the screen and they say, "Oh, $3. Let me do the same." No, Nook Punuk Punuk donates like $30. He just breaks it all up into parts. Shout out to Nook Punuk Punuk. Plus, I wanted to get big hand claps for his donations. He says, "To SABA, Tehuti, Hotep Netzer Ma'at," and he threw a bigger one right after this too. So that's coming right up too. So thank you, Nook Punuk Punuk. He threw in another one. This one is Who's this? Oh man, let's move these. Okay, we got a couple small ones. Priscilla A.I.Vs for Love the Answer about ISFET, $2.14. Okay. All right, let's move on up. Let's see if I'm with more in the bag of Doritos. Hold on a second. Coming up is here we go. Here we go. Okay, Be Get Leisure with the $25. Give him some big noise. Give him some big noise. Shout out to the new people donating. Shout out to the old people donating. Shout out to the new people. Shout out to the sister that gave $2.14. I never heard of her before. Shout out to you. Shout out to Be Get Leisure and everybody. I appreciate it all. I just want to show the audience the real appreciation for the value of what it is that I give, and that's why the people that give over $20, those are the ones that get some big noise. He said, "Brother Saba, I just started watching, already going into my subconscious of the meningitis experience of becoming fire raw." Let me finish. Oh, he got the Medinator class. Okay, he got a Medinator class. And as soon as he started watching it, it impacted him, and he sent me a donation. I'm going to put it with today's pod class, even though actually for that Medinator class. Shout out to you, $25 from Be Get Leisure. Appreciate you, good brother. You want the pod class to stay. Who else wants the pod class to stay here? This new person right here who's constantly donating. Him and a brother named, I don't see the brother anymore. God is I Am. But this brother here, Nicholas, he donates for... He's donating for old classes that he went back and watched. Give him some noise. $22.22. Two for sharing Arab engagement for me. Boom. Tua for clearing the Arab invasion for me and the prophecy, and all back to Assyrians and Babylonians, to Darius and Alexander, to the Arabs and the Greeks. Really needed that. It's not always nice to see how history has been and all takeovers and that, but knowing is living less a lie. Tua for opening those doors. He really likes this type of information because his ancestry actually goes back to that era. He said I think he's Iranian, so he loved the Zoroaster breakdown, and he loved the Babylonian breakdowns. Shout out to you. He's giving donations for classes that are from earlier. He's going back and watching classes, showing his appreciation. That is exactly what I'm referring to. If you go back and watch a pod class and you appreciate it, then come back to the next pod class and put a donation for it if you like it. This is oh, by the way, this is VRI. So I just want to show everybody an example. So this is actually not a donation for the pod class. He actually pre-bought 2 Medinator classes. He'll be coming live, and he's going to be one of the first seats in because he gave this on the 19th, way before the next Medinator class. So he gave for 2 classes from Isaac VRI. Sorry, it's in a tiny bit short. PayPal is taking tiny. It's a tiny bit short. PayPal is taking a fee for a transaction. Yeah. Everybody who's sending PayPal, if you send it as a gift, they don't take any money for it. If you send it with insurance, they take money for it. That's a little thing I found out. Send it as a gift and they don't take anything, something to that effect. Okay, shout out to you. Thank you, my brother. I just wanted to show everybody that is not a pod class donation, but it is for the next Medinator classes. Just showing everybody that you can prepay for the next classes, and you'll be you'll have a seat automatically. So if somebody comes that day, and even if they're a regular person that comes, if they come that day and put the money down, they may not be able to come into class because you
seats are filling up.
Or you paid earlier, yeah. So shout out to you. Who's the next person here for the donation of the Tehuti pod class? What's this? Oh, Nicholas again. This is actually for I'm going to show this. It's not for the Tehuti Pod class, but he gave for class 48 to a SABA. It was a wonderful class. So I think he bought the class, and then he paid for it again for it being wonderful. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you.
Saba, and I think that brother's way in Norway.
Yes, he's all the way in Norway. Let me come to the screen a second. Let me come to the screen a second. This brother's all the way in Norway. Shout out to you. Is that a picture of Scribe, or is he posed like that?
That's a picture.
Oh wow! Oh, that's that. What kind of picture is that? It looks real. It looks three-dimensional. Like that's him there on the screen. That's him. Scribe is the technician. This I don't know, man. AI is fooling me. Something's happening. Okay. Yeah. There's people from Norway donating on a consistent basis. There's people that are here in California that know about me, that never come to see me, never support. There's people right here that don't even like the Tehuti Pod classes. There's people that I went on the Killer Priest show with, that live down the street here, that saw me do all the teaching, never once called me, never even pressed a like on the Tehuti Pod class. And we have people in Iranians from Norway donating like 3 times the class. This does not include Shannon, because if I told Shannon to come tomorrow at 7 in the morning, she'd be here.
I'd be there. No question.
So Shannon is not one of the ones that live in Cali that's not seeing me. Go ahead, Shannon.
Shout out to that brother Nicholas, because last week on Killer Priest, they had somebody on there, and the brother Nicholas there was a couple of us like, you need Tehuti. Like, you need Tehuti in your teaching, because the brother that was speaking, it felt like he's just making up a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a new Tehuti replacement on the Killer Priest show. His name is Crip Jesus. It's a new Tehuti. His name is Crip Jesus. So if you want to learn about aliens, out of body, or whatever it is, the topics I teach on, just go to the Killer Priest show and look up a brother named Crip Jesus, who's for some reason on there more than I am. So he is definitely that's a new replacement. Crip Jesus, everybody. Go get Crip Jesus up. Go get your Crip Jesus on. And I hope that he can answer all of your questions, because that's who Killer Priest has on there more than me. So let's crip it out. Is that who you're talking about, Shannon?
With the Bible in his hand.
What's that?
He's doing the crip walk with the Bible in his hand.
Are you talking about that guy, or is there another guy too?
There's a couple of people. Yeah.
Oh, the truth. The truth is the best. Truth is the best. I forgot his name. He's my favorite preacher. You don't know a goddamn thing. I forgot his name. He's my favorite. He's the best preacher ever. He does crip walking. He has long hair coming down. You are the devil. That's right.
Rev X.
Huh?
Is his name Rev X?
I think so. Watch me crip walk. I'm a
brother?
crip walk on you with the Bible. That's my favorite preacher of all time. So, but anyways, let's get back to this.
But I used to be funny. I used to entertain myself with that ignorance. But we so lost that I don't have time for it. There's so much I need to learn. I can't even waste my time with it. I really
My ears refuse all of it. My ears actually shut off.
Yeah, I'm
2 hours of that, it's 2 hours of watching that.
I can't do it. I don't even do it. I don't even know what you guys are talking
about. Yeah, same.
Atef made the shift. You made the shift. Atef made the shift.
I've been made the shift. I don't have time for it. There's so much I need to do. I don't know how to write Medu. I don't know how to read it. I don't know none of the stories. I have too much to learn. So people do what's important to them, and I just want to learn. So
To me, that's on the same level as Keeping Up with the Kardashians. So no, change it. Change channel.
Educate myself, not entertain myself. You know.
Thank you. No Crip Jesus for you. No Crip Jesus.
I will not be crip walking in the Upesh. No, thank you. Be doing something else.
With the what'd you say?
I won't be crip walking in the Upesh. No, I don't need those moves over on that side.
With the left foot too.
No. I'll move a bit different than that.
You what? What did you say, Sharika?
I'll be moving a bit different than that.
The left foot. Oh my god. Okay, let's go, everybody. The next donation to the Tehuti Pod class. The brother, who's this? Oh, that's Nicholas right there. Okay, Nicholas right there. Thank you, Nicholas. The next one is Nook Punuk with $20. Give this brother some noise. We're gonna clear out about 8 more of these and then get into the next question, which is the strangest question. Make some noise. Hotep Marie Hanu. It's not showing? Okay, sorry. Hold on. Thank you so much, because I can't see the screen at times. Let me now I'm looking at the screen. Yes, it is. You are right. It is not showing. Here we go. All right. There it is. It should be showing now. Hotep Marie Hanu SABA Netter Tehuti for Medu class. Oh, this is for the Medu class again. These new guys are stepping it up. This is not a donation for the pod class. He sent this for the I looked at the date, 9/25. That's not even here yet. Right? This is for the next Medu class. Seats are filling up. The new guys are not playing around. They're coming in, filling up seats. Let me go ahead and put this back on unread for the Medu class, because I got to read this on Monday. All right, this is not a pod class. These guys are jumping up. Okay, here's the donation right here. The donation is $9.99. Shout out to the same brother, Hotep Marie Saba Netter Tehuti to ADD and on to today on to I don't know what's going on.
He's saying on to the ritual. He's saying duh instead of the.
You and the Tef are good. I don't know this. I don't know this. This must be some kind of Rosetta Stone. I don't know how you guys do that. You guys are my translators of the whatever language this is. Thank you. All right. Shout out to you. Thank you, Nook Punuk. Let me go ahead and put you on there. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And now for the next donation. And I'm working my way up to see if anybody donated for the breakdown that I just gave. If anybody supported. Actually, let me go right up to the top and refresh and see that anybody support for the answer that I just gave. You can write that in your comment for the Cash App or for the PayPal. Say an extra tip for the answer. Oh my God, I see some funny stuff here. Oh man, Be Get Leisure with the monster donation. I'm not gonna read that one. We got Higa Kepara. All right, Higa Kepara gave an extra tip for the handwriting question. Let me go ahead and put that in. And then somebody else gave a tip for me talking about the pop blocking. Okay, $5. Is that on the screen? If not, is it on the screen?
Yeah.
$5. Give them some noise. Whenever somebody gives an extra tip for the answer, I always give a hand clap. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll save the explosive sounds and all the bombs for the people that give over $25, but they give over like $30. But thank you for the hand clap for this good brother here, because this brother here is a serious supporter and donator. He is every pod class. He's not every pod class. He donates more than once. So I'm gonna put here 7 extra for extra hand. Hika. That's interesting. His name has the hand in it. Okay, extra. Tip, hand, hika. H-E-K-H-E. Oh, where's my writing tool? Get this keypad off me. Okay. And the next one here, an extra tip donation. Give this man some noise. I guess there was a section in class where I was breakdancing or something. I don't remember, but I do remember something. Shout out to Robert E. Williams, $20 an extra tip. With Rock Walton and KEMET. Robert. Okay, good. Thank you, Robert. Let me see if anybody else gave an extra tip for that breakdown that I gave. I don't know. Let me see. You got who's this? Oh, Annie. Annie gave Annie.
Yes.
This number's in the next breakdown. It's 11-11. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
We have breakdown 3 and 11-11. Have you all been seeing 11-11s around? It's about to get crazy. 11-11, is that on the screen? For an extra tip, give him some noise. Or give yourself some noise. 9 extra and Annie. Okay, let's see if anyone else gave an extra tip for the breakdown. Ooh, that's a big one, but that's not an extra tip. I'll read that afterwards. All right, no, that was it. I think. Tef definitely gave his Mednetter. Oh, here, Nicholas is serious. Nicholas, you're gonna have me move to Norway with you, man. Nicholas gives like 4 donations a class. Nicholas to Venden. Who's that other guy with that name I used to say? Another type of name I used to always say. I like saying it. It was like it sounded German or something. It sounded like a horror movie. Okay, Nicholas Savenden sent $19.72 for the hand breakdown, hand and beat connection and beyond. You are truly great. Give him some big noise. Give this man some big noise. Thank you. And thank you. And I'll do a couple more, and then we're gonna get into the next answer. So I'll do a couple more, which is shout out to who's this? Oh, of course, Nito Campbell, Squano trending. Hey, Scribe, has Nito Campbell donated every single pod class?
Every single pod class he donates something. Every single one.
Every single one. Give him some noise. Give this man some noise. Is it on the screen? Give him some noise. And now this last big one, and then I'm going to answer the next question. Get ready to give some big noise, some Red Octobers or whatever those other noises are. 4. The monster is back. Hika Kepara, 4572 for appreciation give. There we go. Hika Kepara is in the room. Hika Kepara in the room. Hika Kepara, shout out to you. Peace and love, brother. I think Hika Kepara has me. Is he here? Hika Kepara has me budgeted into his weekly spending. I think he has me budgeted in because he is. It's like every week there's 2. There's like 2 or something every week, and they're all big, and and he gives tips, and he's just he's incredible. I can't see him in the room right now, but I think I'm a little bit lag. There he is. To a SABA. Yes, I do. Yeah, I knew it. You got to, because the tips, there's no small tips from you, and it's every single week. And then you'll give something sometimes in the middle of the week. But you have the donation, you have the donation budgeted, a question budgeted, and then extra tip money budgeted every single pod class. There's going to be a question or a donation, and then money for an extra tip. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Speaking of brothers, here's a brand new name, a person named Brothers. Brother, shout out to Brothers. I never heard of this. Shout out to Brothers. Give them some noise. A brand new person, Brothers, $25. Shout out to you, Brothers. Much appreciation. Okay, I'm going to stop right there, everybody. I see you, Owen Heisey, Sarah Jean, Anthony Drain, Shannon. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to do you all for the next breakdown. I'm going to go ahead and put in the room the next question. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Is Stranger here? I want to see the support and donations go up after this. This question here, it took sleep. It took when you see this question, everybody, this isn't even a question. When I told my Naturt, I told Nana the question. She said, "What's the question?" I think that. Let me put this in the room, everybody. Everybody, look at this. Look at this here. Can you imagine sending this in anywhere else? Can you imagine sending this in anywhere else? Let's go. Let me put it in the room. Look at this amazing. I don't even know what to call it. There's a question. He's asked me to explain something. But wow. I'm going to read this for the class, and I want the class to tell me if they even comprehend what this is. If they've ever heard this being asked ever in history before. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Oh my. Let me pull this up. And there's a big donation too. This man only gives big donations. The turmoil I had to go through to reach in for this is just, yeah. Okay, get ready to give this man some noise. This is from Stranga. I don't know if Stranga's in the room because I can't see the room, but if he's in the room, shout out to Stranga. I'm going to do a screen share. Get ready to give this man some big noise. Red Octobers. This is a monster donation. It's like him and SHARIKA, just big supporters and big donators. And here it is. We went from $111 donation to the next one, which is where is it?
Stranger is in the room, Saba.
Stranger's in the room. Wonderful. Give him some big noise. Look at this. Look at this. Give him some noise. Give him some $85. Give him some noise. $85. Oh my goodness. $85. What else? Oh my God. Oh. What else? I used to have one of my favorite battle rappers. I don't know if he battle raps anymore. His name was QP. Anybody heard of him? QP? He's like he is the second greatest to me in words. He was the greatest. He is the greatest, but then my other brother Nitty came in from another planet. But QP was invented everybody that everybody that does poetic battle rap with the crazy words. He's the father, and I'm his favorite magician. And he used to always say, "What else?" He was awesome. He just got into some of the wrong things, but he's great. What else? What does this say? Oh, you know of him, Scribe QP?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. He's on my YouTube channel. I brought him and his girlfriend back together with magic. All right, so Please explain the correlation in the number 3 between the Kemetian architecture, the Holy Trinity, and magic, Freudian psychology not excluded, but not omitted. The self, the ID, and the other. Somebody break this question. Somebody tell me this is how people even talk. Imagine walking up to somebody and say, hey, I got a question for you. What's that, man? Hey, could you please explain the correlation of the number 3 between Kemetian architecture, the whole Holy Trinity and magic, Freudian psychology, not excluded but not omitted, the self, the ID, the other? Anybody ever heard that before? Is that a question that they ask on the other channels while they're talking about polite? So let's go, everybody. This question here, when I saw it, something punched me in my left cheek and said, you got to do it. You have to address everything here. The number 3 is going to be addressed like you've never seen before. For those who like the number 3 and the number 11 and understand and want to know what those things were and how they tied into immortality, you're about to get blessed right now. Let's go. Blasted and blessed and blast. This is about to be absolutely one of your favorite answers. It's either going to be one of your favorite answers or you're not going to understand the answer. One of the two. Are you ready, everybody? Bella says, yeah, he's good. VI put up fire. Thank you. 7-Eleven is going crazy. Sin 7-Eleven is going crazy, hyper excited in the chat. Shout out to you. 3 is understood to me. All right. We're bringing everybody in this class. Dale Soul's
I've been looking forward to this breakdown.
What's that, Shannon?
I've been really looking forward to this breakdown.
Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? I know Robert Ray loves these numbers. He's about to... Oh my goodness. So you ready, everybody? Let's go, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jump back in the chat. Love you all. Love you, Shannon. Love you, Sharika. Right. Love you, Steph.
Love you too, Saba.
Okay. And I want everybody to know too. I want everybody to know too that if you ever want to see again, I said this in the last class, but if you ever want to see and the breakdown of the introduction to the pod class has a snake that introduces it and a snake that ends it. And if you ever want to see the last one, let me know and I will work on bringing that to the pod class. It is an actual
amazing
work to bring a viper for you to show you where I got a Tef's name from. It's from an actual poisonous viper with horns. If you want me, that digs in the sand, and if you want to see that, let me know. All right. You want to trade in Sheena for a viper? A viper? Add a viper to your collection?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't advise it. Menkara was like this last week. He was like, what? For Primordial Thought was like, are you going to hold it? I'm going to work on it.
Are there scales different than a regular snake scales?
That's a good question. And the answer is there's no such thing as a regular snake.
Okay.
Yeah, there's over 1,000 species of snakes. So none of them are regular. They're all their own type, and there's hundreds of different scales depending on what species you go to. So none of them are
skin,
regular.
Right?
It's some of them have skin, but I will say that viper scales, something that makes the back of their scale unique is the back of their scale. The back of their tail can turn into a bone type substance, like a cowrie shell.
Okay.
And they can hit each other, and that's where you get your rattler from.
The rattle.
The rattlesnake, the type of viper. So that's from the end scales and at the end, and it just turns into something else, and they hit each other, and that's how they can warn you. So that scaling is much different. Every snake rattles its tail when it's scared, almost every single one. But the viper evolved to create this thing to warn you because that's the one that can kill you.
Amazing.
Okay, everybody, here we go. You're ready. Peace. The brother said rattlers are here. Rattlers here are cool in northern Canada. Man, You got cool rattlers. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go with the next question. Buckle up. Get your seatbelts on. There's going to be 2 sections of Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Are you ready? This is it. Brace yourself. How do I answer this question? Where is Stranger? Is Stranger in the room? If you can see the screen, if you can hear me, press a 9 because this is go time. This is go time right here. This one is definitely a lot of possession took place for this. If you can see me and hear me clearly, press a 9. Shout out to Primordial Thought. I can only read the top of your message because the podcast is going on. But shout out to you and shout out to, I believe it's your mother. Hope everything works out good. I can't scroll down yet until after the podcast. But shout out to you. Hope everything is working smoothly. Can everybody see me? Hear me? Press a 9. Shout out to the new person I've never seen before, 0 Day. Shout out to you. And 2 still hanging in there. Nicholas Noetic will never leave. He's here for life. Mop Haru is a superhero. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Robert Ray says, let's go. Are you ready? This is it. Welcome, everyone, again. Oh, my. Hold on. Reset. Welcome, everyone, again to the most unique channel and teaching platform that has ever existed. The only platform known in history thus far where you can send in a personalized question with reciprocity, get a customized documentary type answer with matrix breaking effects, a question for everyone. Has there ever been, this is an honest question for everybody, you can tell me after this is done or type it in the room. Has there ever been, not just, and I told my netter I was going to ask this, has there ever been, not just in the modern YouTube era, but in the entire history of so-called Black diaspora post-slavery, has there ever been a platform where you send in a personalized question and receive the customized answer with such sourced indigenous writing answers on a variety of diverse questions from ancient ancestors to health, to out-of-body experiences, to contacting your deceased family, to that's a typo. There's something works to breaking down the language, UFO disclosure, government psyops with patent proof, ghosts, phenomenon, scientific source and ancient artifacts to answer one question. Has there ever been this presented since the diaspora of Blacks in Earth's history? I'm not now just claiming or talking about the YouTube era. I'm talking about, has this ever happened in Black Earth history ever? If you can't factually present this phenomenon ever happening in history, then join in on this great, explosive, blessed phenomenon taking place amongst our people and support with reciprocity for the quality of life-changing answers you see here. As you think on that, let us begin with the next question, which I put that right in here too, because I had to make sure people see this again. $85, Stranger Sandoval. Please explain the correlation in the number 3 between Kemetian architecture, the Holy Trinity, and magic, Freudian psychology, not excluded, but not omitted, the self, the ID, and the other. A question for the class. Have you ever noticed your entire life has been filled since a child with phrases, cartoons, stories, good luck sayings based on the number 3? What are some examples you could think of that are stuck in your subconscious, even right now, that immediately come to mind? I'm going to come to the room. What are some childhood cartoons, some sayings, some good luck things, anything with sports? What are some things programmed in your mind right now that come to mind that have 3 in it? What are some sweets, chocolate bars, nursery rhymes, sports mentions? What has 3 in it? Cowboy Jones, shout out to you. I've never seen his name before. Shout out to you. Never happened in history. Number 1. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And I think that is why people don't want this to be known. This has never happened in Earth history. That's why people get mad at Tehuti, but they don't know what to debate him on. They don't know what to attack because none of the topics I've taught on, they don't have a YouTube channel or a book on it. They've never studied the things that I'm teaching on. So all they can do is disagree. And from now on, I'm just going to tell them, show me that you were interested in this topic before I taught about it. Forget if you disagree with it. When did you disagree with it? Only when I started teaching on it? Did you ever put does this topic even mean anything in your life? That last answer that I broke down about the hand and the definition and everything that I broke down, somebody's going to come and say, you got the meta wrong. And I disagree with, where's your breakdown on the hand and brain connection before I even talk to you? Where's your breakdown? So I can see that you're even serious about this topic. Or you just want to argue with Mario Andretti about about car racing. You want to argue with Tiger Woods about the golf. I don't like the 8 golf club. And Tiger Woods blowing your head off, making millions of dollars a year, and you go back to work at Wendy's, but you had an opinion about golf. No, from now on, if anybody has a disagreement, anything about the topics, I need to see where you have a book on something on it to show that you even have an interest in the topic first. And that's the reason why they don't want Tehuti to be known, because what you're experiencing has never happened in Earth history. Be a part of it. There we go. We're getting some answers. Here we go. We got 3 little bears. Okay, they're coming in. They're coming in. Here we go. All the 3s are coming in. 3 is the magic number. That's 3 is the magic number. Da-da-da-da. What is that? I remember that too. See, it's in our brain. I don't even know what song that is. The 3 is a magic number. I remember that. It's like from the Brady Bunch days. 3 is a magic number. That's right. Somebody put AI 3 little pigs. There we go. 3 little pigs, 3 musketeers, 3 wise men, 3 blind mice. 3 is a Sharika said 3 is a charm. 9 said 3 days for the resurrection. 3 wise men. Maharu. Bella said 3 little pigs. 3 little bears. The triads. Oh my goodness. Butter cookies, 3 in a pack. 3 oracles. Wow. All this with the number 3. Did they ever tell you what 3 is? The crowd. Holy smokes. We're going back to Jack Tripper. What in the world? 3 strikes, you're out. Good one, Shannon. I don't even remember Shannon. Yeah, 3 blind mice. Somebody type Jack Tripper. Yeah, 3's company. Knock on my door. Knock on my door. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's when TV used to be worth watching. All right, we got 3-pointer. Holy smokes! A guy living with 2 girls. That was awesome, right? That was the best. The first show about polygamy, and he couldn't touch any of them. Proton, neutron, electron. Death comes in 3s. Yeah, death comes. Why did death come in 3s? What is all this? Holy smokes, everybody. Oh my God. 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place. That's right. 4th place is never mentioned. 3rd place, 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place. Where's 4th place? Nobody cares about it. Oh my. Beetlejuice. Oh yeah. You gotta say 3. Candyman. What is happening? De La Soul. Oh my God. 3-pointer and base. You guys this is gonna be the whole class doing this. 3 is sexy. I don't know what that one is. 3 is the magic number. Yeah, you guys are gonna go on. My rapper is my hero. The Trinity. I'm done. You guys got it. You went ding, 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 ding. You all have mentioned everything and more that I have that I was gonna mention. You all brought back memories. 3 is the magic number. You all get a hand clap for that. And then knock on my door. And then you all get a hand clap for that. 3 is the loneliest number. 369. 369. All that stuff, right? Where does it all come from? Why is it such an obsession, everybody? Where does it come from? Do you know that Nikola Tesla, when I talk about some of the rituals I do and people say, oh, Tehuti, you're too extreme, too crazy. You know, Nikola Tesla would go to a building, and before he would go in the building, he would drive around the building 3 times. Nikola Tesla, the only one I know. Nikola Tesla would go to a building and drive around the building 3 times before he parked and walked into it. That was one of his many, many rituals. He was so obsessed with 3, 6, and 9 that he would do things in sets of those numbers before he would do his thing. He would do it 3 times. I do the same thing every single day. Every day, about 5 to 6 times a day, I do that. Anyways, let's go, everybody. You ready, everybody? This is fun. Yep. Robert said Nicole says I did everything in 3. That's right. The Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, the third eye. I'm done, man. 3rd time lucky. First interpret first. Oh my God. 3rd time lucky. 3 points to a triangle. It is over, man. Let's go into it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. This is going to be fun and brain blowing. Some people are going to fall asleep. Some people are going to be knocked out. Some people are going to lose their comprehension after the first 15 minutes. Here we go, everybody. That part was fun. That was 8 minutes of just that fun. Here we go, everybody. You got it, man. You got everything. Here they all are. All the things you all mentioned. Here's the 3 little pigs. Did anybody say 3 little bears? 3 little bears, 3 blind mice, 3 musketeers turned into from a swordsman to a candy bar you ate. If you remember, 3 musketeers originally had nothing to do with a candy bar. 3 musketeers were the 3 swordsmen. Now we eat them. Why would you eat something called 3 musketeers? You're pretending you're eating people. But here, look, 3rd time's a charm. That's what SHARIKA put. What did they teach you in child? How do you say your alphabet? Nobody got that one. What's the entire alphabet called, everybody? Huh? What did they teach you as a child the entire alphabet is called? When they say, do you know your... Right. Let me go in the room and see everybody put that. Let me X this out. Close. Do you know your what, everybody? Your A.B.Cs. Why do they call it A.B.Cs? How many letters are in the alphabet? Is it 26? So there's still 23 letters. So why would the entire alphabet just be called the first 3? What was our favorite Michael Jackson song? Dun, 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 dun. A-B-C 1, 2, 3. Why? What is he talking about? What is he even talking about? Somebody tell me why somebody tell me what that song was about. We were just singing it. A-B-C 1, 2, 3. We're just doing it, right? Why is this? The entire alphabet is called the alphabet. How many strikes and you're out? Boom, 3 strikes, you're out, everybody. So, yeah, why is this globally happening? Why is the entire world participating and living in this magical ritual without being forced to? Why is everyone unanimously living it? Why do we all know that and none of us have met each other? Well, most of us. Well, again, you must understand that this society we're in and many other subculture societies within it and other cultures are influenced by those who brought math to the world in the first place. Yes, this is something we take for granted because math seems like something that is everywhere. It's in every school, the buildings are everywhere, on every block. But understand, in order to even build a building, to be an architect, you must first have math. So who brought math and architecture to the planet? And for that, we will go to another place than the Nile Valley. No other place than the Nile Valley for the followers of Ma'at to the scribe Akhmos. What does the scribe Akhmos bring to the world? Let me turn this down just a little bit. What did the scribe Akhmos bring to the world? Let's go to the scribe Akhmos and see. None other than the Nile Valley. Here's what Akhmos brought. What is this? What is this, everybody? This is the Rhind Papyrus. It's sometimes called the Akhmos Papyrus in honor to the scribe who compiled it. The papyrus is from the Egyptian Middle Kingdom and dates around 1650 BCE. It was purchased by Henry Rhind in Egypt in 1858 and placed in the British Museum in 1864. This is the Rhind Papyrus, 1650 BC, known as one of the first mathematical papyruses on the planet. Bring this to your Christian preachers, bring this to your Hebrews, and ask, how can you have a society without math? That's the first thing I want you to ask. That's one of my snake style questions for the Hebrews, for the Christians, for all religions. How do you have a society without math? Okay, you had math. What is your mathematical papyrus called? What math did Moses write? They don't have one. In order to have a society, you must have mathematical equations. You must. Here it is right here. And then even older, the Moscow papyrus is 1850 BC. The Moscow papyrus. It's in the Pushkin Museum of Fine Arts. Isn't it sad, everybody, that most of these ancient papyruses that are quote-unquote African-based, you don't really hear, when you refer to them, you don't really hear about them in African museums. They're in Germany Museum, Luxor in France, British Museum, the Cairo is owned by Arabs. Where are these papyruses in the Nigerian, Ghanaian, Congo museums? Just a thought. But here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Let's get into it. So we see that Akmos brought mathematics provable to the planet. And what did the ancient people base their geometry and mathematics on in order to even build any structure, which you'll find out now, but at the end, you're really going to find out. Let me show you the Rhind papyrus and look at the first shape you see. What's the first and only shape you see all throughout the mathematical papyri? There's 1, 2, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and more on this side, sloping down. Doesn't that look like some of your mathematical triangles that you use in college today, that you use in university today? You see the shape? That shape is immediately, it's a three-sided shape. The number 3 is immediately associated with when, and I have a clearer version of it, associated with when math came into existence. It's the only shape you see. The triangular shape you see there. One of the only shapes you see, because they do have squares there too. This is what's on the Rhind papyrus, the base of mathematics, the oldest mathematics, and the first shape you see is a number 3 shape. Let's continue, everybody. Well, as I've shown you many times before, the ancient followers of Ma'at along the Nile River focused on creating a microcosm, which we just talked about, with Sharika's question in the hand, a microcosm echoing what was taking place in the visual realm by imitating aspects of nature, which we see here demonstrated, where the greatest structures on earth were actually based to imitate something that was based visually in the sky, seen as the number 3. You've seen this before, but I'm going to get even deeper than anything you've ever seen before. So, of course, we have the copied writings in the Hermetica of, do you know Asclepius, which was Imhotep? And this is Tehuti talking, that Egypt, Kemet, is an image of the heaven, or to speak more exactly, in Egypt, all operations of the powers which rule and work in heaven have been transferred to earth below. Nay, it should rather be said, the whole cosmos dwells in our land as its sanctuary. Hermetica. This is where the Greeks give themselves away, that their deities are direct copies from Kemet. Why? Because if you look up Asclepius and you look up these Greek name deities, they will say these are Greek gods, right? They will say that. These are the Greek gods that you actually had to make a vow to become a doctor. But why would a Greek god be saying Egypt and the cosmos dwells in our land? Got him. Got you. Why would a Greek god be talking about Egypt as his land? Because these were not Greek gods that were talking. They just switched the name. And this is the ultimate proof that you can show somebody that, hey, the Greek gods are copied from Kemet, because here we have Asclephius talking about Egypt as his land, when the Greeks never claimed in 900 BC and 400 BC that Egypt was their land until the Ptolemies came. That's 333 BC. Asclephius and these gods were mentioned all the way in the Odyssey and the Iliad, 900 BC. Here we go. And look at the aspect of the heavens, and you see the 3, which is really the 7, but we'll get into that in another class. It's really 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But these are the ones you can clearly see. 3 stars of Orion, and then there's 3 pyramids, A.I.Vs, and then there's the Nile Valley, and then there's the A.I.Vs structures over here. And these are actually stars, not structures. The structures that match. This is a line down the middle. Let me explain what you're looking at. This is a line down the middle, and this is actually what's taking place in the skies. This is the Milky Way. This is the 7 stars of Orion. 3 are visible, more visible. This is A.I.Vs or Hades. Over here now we get to the structures. The shore, which is the structure that matches Hades over here, position. Here's the Nile River, which is positioned right where the Milky Way is in coordinates to where the 3 pyramids of Giza are focused. Eastern horizon, and here is the other 2 that are not really mentioned. Just like when we talk about Orion, it's always the 3 stars of Orion, the ones you can mainly see. And when we talk about Kemet, it's always the 3 great pyramids, but there's another 2 over here, and they match how it goes over here. So you can see that Kemet was the followers of Ma'at was designing a landmass to match what the Greeks are saying, which are really the Natiru, saying that the cosmos dwells in their land because they were the first to create microcosm, macrocosm, double entendres here on the planet Earth. And that's why you see the Orion's belt and the 3 great pyramids. Now, some of this is what you've already learned before. So I'm not going to say, if you've ever heard of this before, we're going to cash app you 200. No, I know you've heard of this before. I know you heard of the 3 pyramids of Giza matching the 3 stars of Orion's belt. That's why we're going to go deeper. I just wanted to show you from the basic base of what everybody knows, that the first thing you think about Kemet is actually the number 3, because the first thing people start talking about Kemet is the 3 great pyramids, the 3 great pyramids, the 3 great pyramids, the great pyramids, 3 stars of Orion. How deep and vivid and intricate that our ancestors take the imitation of 3 that was so significant, and it would echo throughout the culture. Every other Kemetic teacher stops right here. That's why you're here at the Tehuti podcast, because now it's going to go into overdrive in a minute. To understand first why there are 3 major A.I.Vs, which are called pyramids today, the first clear sign that the number 3 is built into the architecture is to understand what the great A.I.V represents in the first place, to see its connection and relevance to the number 3 and why it's built in the structure. That we will go to the inventory stela of Par-E-E Khufu. First, I will ask the audience, who is Aset known as the mistress of? Aset is the mistress, which is, unfortunately, today they turn mistress into a woman who's not a part of your family. Mistress, everybody, is the female version of a master. You have master, mister, and you add the end, the S to that, like actor, actress, and master becomes mistress. This society turned mistress into a woman you're hiding on the side. This is your wife, and this is your mistress. No, mistress is the wife. Mistress is the feminine principle of master. So there's Mr. Smith and would be Mrs. Mistress Smith. Mistress. So who is Aset the mistress of? Type it in the room, everybody. Who is Aset the mistress of? Asar. That's right. Asar. Shout out to the new person in the room. I've never seen him before or her. 6600 Murder Mob. Shout out to you. Never seen you before. Peace and love. Who is Aset the mistress of? Who is she? She's the mistress of the household. Asar, that's right. You done know. Must be from. Oh, you must be. Is that the one from Canada talking about the rattlesnakes? Must be of Jamaican descent, as they call it. This is gonna go deep. That's right. I'm gonna have to take a break after I finish the first page. Aset is the mistress of Asar. Let's go to Pharaoh Khufu. Pharaoh Khufu's inventory stela. Shall we see what the ancestors say about who Aset is the mistress of? Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Are you ready? You say she's the mistress of Asar, right? Wonderful. You are absolutely right. Yes, of course. Osiris. What does the inventory stela say that Osiris is? What is the microcosm that represents him? So you see the beautiful sister Aset right here behind the brother Osar, who's green, which I did 2 crazy classes on that already, but there she is, and she's behind Asar. What is the microcosm that represents Asar? What is it? Well, we'll go to the inventory stela because that was the question that I asked over here. Don't forget the question because it's very important. We're talking about the inventory stela, which means we're going to indigenous sources from what the ancestors wrote. Not my opinion, not your opinion, not that. What did the ancestors actually say Aset is the mistress of? I used this to knock out a person named Unc West in the debate. I used this to knock out Unc West in the debate. It was a fire blow to the point where he tried to debunk the entire stela. The stela is a fake, and a fraud. The Egyptians made a fraud stela, and the stela is not real. Okay, your word is real, but the Kemeti's own stela is not real. Okay. So, what did Pharaoh Khufu's inventory stela say that Aset is the mistress of? Let's go ahead and read it. Here it is right here. So now we're in the pedestal section, which is overlaid in red. That's going to be the translation area. So Pharaoh Khufu's restoration plans, inventory stela, pedestal section, which is in the Cairo Museum, and the translation, the Mednet is right here. He has found the house of Aset. The he is Pharaoh Khufu. Pharaoh Khufu has found the house of Aset, mistress of the pyramid. Next to the house of Harun by Mehit, and west of the house of Osiris, Lord of Rastau. So here it is right here, everybody. So I'll show you it word for word. This is Minef from the Atef, the F, which is the he. Remember, I broke down the Kamam bird, the Tehuti bird with his head down, which means you're finding something. So here it is, the Minef, which is he has found. And here's the per, the line under it that makes it a house. There's the per, the house of who? Aset. Aset. And what is this? The henu, the henet, the ha, the noon, and the t. So, kam minef per aset henut myrrh. She's the mistress of the myrrh. So Asar himself is the pyramid, and the pyramid, or the aku, or the myrrh, is a representation of Asar, to the point where Aset would even be called the mistress of the pyramid, because the pharaoh is called pharaoh from par, E-E, which is also the definition of the word pyramid, great house. And the E-E are the 2 hands of the Neter wives, the two female mates, Aset and Nebtet, the E-E, and Asar is the per, the great house. So this Aset is the mistress of the great house. Yes, the Aku. When yes, the Aku. The people are calling the pyramid. That is set up in sets of 3, aligning with stars that are also visible by 3, is the number built into the structure that represents the resurrection of Osiris. This is what I will show you. This example of 3 built into the architecture of the Aku pyramid, superimposed over man which is 3 times its double to create the first human cannon. You feel it coming? You feel it how we jumped from the basic 3 stars, 3 pyramids into the into the superimposed architecture of the 3 times its double, the great first, to create the first human cannon. You feel the pod class coming in? Here it is. Wait, Tehuti, hold on. You're going over my head. Pyramid superimposed over man, which is 3 times its double to create the first human cannon built into the architecture? Yes, because here is where it gets deep. You see, the focus of the Aku and the Per M Haru is to resurrect your double, your bioenergetic template, which echoes out a Ba. 3 is the number in nature that is a product of itself and the sum of itself. And the sum of those last 2 numbers doubled. I know this is going to get over heads when we get into mathematics, but 3 is the only number in nature that is the product of itself, the sum of itself, and the sum of the last 2 numbers doubled before it. Let me show you. Here we go. Tehuti overdrive time. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Words turn blue. Here we go. So the sum is 1 plus 2 equals 3. That's the product. 1 times 2 times 3 is 3 equals a 3. The product, the product, the sum. It is the only number that does this. 3 doubled is 6. 6 by 3 is what? What's 6 by 3, everybody? Tell me what 6 by 3 is. Anybody know what 6 by 3 is? When I say by, I'm also talking about times. Times. Anybody know? And I want to give you a little jewel on that. When we talk about mathematics and we talk about this by that, why do you think they use the word by? Why do you think they use the word by? By is a word that exists in sounds that you use you hear this word speaking about the other group, the LGB125KG, whatever they're called, right? That go both ways. Okay? So when you say times something, the first times was an echo of itself. By originally meant 2 of something. That's why it's the second letter in the alphabet. B is the number 2. Okay, that's B. That is also your Ba, because the first is the Ka. The Ka is the bioenergetic template, and then it echoes out a pure energetic double, and that pure energetic double is the Ba. That's where you get your B from. So B became known as the first echo, or the Ba, the 2. Why in Hebrew it equals 2, and in gematria it's 2, and it becomes the second letter of the alphabet, and it actually means 2, like we're going both ways. So it's the first times of something is to double, because the first numbers were 1 and 1. 1 by 1, which is 2. 1 by 1, because by is actually 2. Like by locality, by location is the definition of having an out-of-body experience, because you're having by location, bisexual. So by in the alphabet is 2, which becomes the second principle in Freemasonry, which is what they're running the world off in religion, by having the world run off the letter B, which is by, which I already broke down the second, why you believe your first period of time is actually a second. That's 2, that's by, that's Ba, and why they have the Holy Bible, which is the letter B, and the actual Hebrew version starts off with Barashit, Bara Elohim, Wasamwet, which is the letter B. And when you open up the Quran, it's Bismillah, El Rahim. So whether you're Christian and you have a Bible, or whether you're Hebrew and you have the first book called Barashit, or you're a Muslim and the first opening is Bismillah, it's BBB, it's 2, and that's why 2 is by. So just a little extra. That wasn't even part of the class. I don't know why. I mean, that's not even part of the class, but it is a part of the class. Okay, here we go, everybody. Right, that's just something extra. But anyways, so What is it? What is 3 double the 6? 6 by 3 is what, everybody? I didn't even look in the room. I came here to look in the room. I ended up saying all that. What's 6 by 3, everybody? What's 6? Type it in the room. What's 18? There it is. 18, everybody. So the 3 doubled or echo. This is all mathematical principles that also have spiritual meaning. 3 is the only number that does this. So the 3 doubled is 6. Now look, let me go ahead and show you. Here we go. 6 by the 3 is what? 18. This is what happens when you superimpose the human canon over the Aku right up to the king's chamber, which represents what? The spine called the Djed. Well, we'll get to that spine in a moment. This is all built into the architecture of the resurrection design in the shape of 3 sides aligned with the 3 stars. Let's take a look. What's this, everybody? What are we looking at here? We're looking at a man superimposed over the Aku, and his head and the oral cavity where he speaks is actually beginning at the king's chamber, and the stomach area, the navel, which was attached to his umbilical cord, is actually the entrance of the Aku, and it's aligned, and the connection before he speaks, his nefer, and before he speaks is the esophagus, which goes right up to the oral cavity, which is his body superimposed over the Aku or the pyramid structure, because the man was called the Par EE and the pyramid was called the Par EE. Tehuti, what in the world does this have to do with 3 doubled 6 by 3? What is this? Are you making this up too, T? How does 6 by 3, 18 equal man? How was this embedded in the architecture? Well, do you see it? Most likely not. You see it going on? Likely not. Let me source this for you so you can see clear. This is the architecture image of the very first known dentist. Who is the first known dentist? Going back 2685 BCE. Hesi Ray. Hesi Ray, first dentist. This is the wooden door of Hesi Ray in the superimposed position of the resurrection, where his head meets the spine of Osiris. Do you see the division equaling up to his third eye? What's the division, everybody? Uh-oh. Let's look at it again with the number division. Hey, look, it's cut up into parts, starting from the foot, going up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's 11. There's your 1-1 duality, where the pyramid entrance is, right where the navel is, right where the umbilical cord is, where he's connected to the woman. There's your 1-1, and let's keep on going up all the way divided. Oh, 18. Uh-oh. Is that 6 by 3 embedded in the architecture right there? Is that the human canon, the first human canon, right over here, where the human body in KEMET was actually divided by 3 doubled itself, which is 6, and then you take the same 6 and times it by the number that you use to double itself, which is 3, gives you 18, and that's 3 by 6, which is what they used to superimpose the whole human body, which was the number 18, making a complete being, which was 3 by 3, 3 by, or 3 doubled, 3, 6, and then 18, which is the number times it before it, and that gives you the Par EE, that gives you the human body all the way up to 11 going into the navel, and to 18 reaching the third eye, and then they stop right there, right at the third eye, equaling 18. So the number 18, which is 6 by 3, is a number that equals the whole human body. Where's your teacher at? Boom. 18, 3 doubled, 6 by 3, the resurrected echo double, the body of Osiris, technically embedded in the architecture. Why double? I've explained this already, but let me emphasize. The actual aspect that is immortality inside of the body is called the Ka. This word itself means double. The whole focus of immortality, what's to be given, what you're to be in tune with your double. That's why mathematics was based on doubling when it came to immortality. This is why you see the term double referenced so much in the first book on the planet of immortality, page 90 of the Per-Em Haru, and riddled all through it. This is plate 15, Re En Tem, chapter of not allowing to be driven away in my heart of Osiris, described in the presence of the keeper of the scales. Thou art my double. There's the Ka, there's the 1-1, the two hands, the first numbers in the universe that double itself, which is 1-1, then that's 2. Then you take the 2 added before the 1, and that gives you 3. Okay, but here's the double, the first part of it. After the 3 in the Fibonacci sequence, the numbers start spiraling away from the sequence. But here is Ka, which is double. You're the Ka within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. Let's go down here. Maybe given, so I'm going to read it all. Thou art the Ka in my body, forming and making strong my limbs. May thou come forth, right? Per neck, come forth to the place of happiness. And here's the chapter of Sekau that I read the last class. His name in the Neterkurt, there is the axe in the center of the Aku and the Ma. Those who come to the Tuti Pa class are the only ones on the planet that know why Neterkurt is spelled like that. If there's anyone else teaching it, put the link in the room. Here it is. May be given to me my name in the great what? Double house. Double house, right? That is the real time zone, the echoed realm of this realm, making it a double 1-1. And the only thing that can go there is your double 1-1, which is the Ka, because only the Ka can vibrate on the frequency that can go into the realm that is vibrating on the same frequency, the double. So the whole Per-Em Haru is based on the doubled body, the bioenergetic template, and the pure energetic projectable double. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. This is it. This is just the beginning. I'm about to take a break and get back into this in a moment. So the number 3 and 3 doubled symbolically is why you will see it echoed throughout the architecture. And the key to the 3 doubled is in the very last word of this chapter. Here it is right here. Heru M. Kent N. Ma'a. Otherwise said, his double soul. So Ka is double and Ba is double. The aspects of the afterlife all based on the word double. The Ba'ef within the Chefi. The soul is of Ra. The soul, Ba, is of Osar. The soul, which is in the Shu, the soul, Ba, which is in Tefnut, is doubles. They even show 2 netters. Is doubles. Where's the doubles? That which is in Tetu. Ding, 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 ding. There's the key word that's going to explain the architecture and everything right here. This last word here, Tetu. What is that Tetu? What's going on here? What is that symbol right there at the bottom? What does it represent? It is the whole base story of the resurrection of Osiris and bringing him back to life, which is why if you look at the architecture, you're going to notice I'm going to mention architecture word about 33 times in this thing. If you notice the architecture of the king's chamber, it looks just like this word, which is going to be coded in the number we're discussing. Here it is. Here's Tetu, which is the soft D, so it's Tet or Tetet. Where have we seen this before? Oh, right here, where the red arrow's pointing. Right there on top of the head, the king's chamber. There is a layered pillar right there. That is the architecture of the king's chamber designed as the Djed of Asar, right after the 18. Here we go. So we look closely, and now you can actually see it, even with the slope, with the point on top. There it is right there. King's chamber right there, based and designed as the Djed symbol right there, because the king's chamber was the chamber of what? The resurrection of Asar, which is the Djed, the resurrection of the Ba, the resurrection of the Ka. which is what the Perm Haru just said. That's what it's in. Should I show you again with the other red arrows pointing? Right, the resurrection, the whole double within the Chefa is of Osar, the soul, which is in Tefnut. His doubles are that which is in the tattoo, the tetet. The tet. Remember the same word for hand? Does anybody see a hand there by any chance? Is there a hand associated with the spine of Osiris? Any hands around? All right, so there it is right there, everybody. There is the spine of Osiris, and now it's embedded right into the architecture. How does this tie into 3? What's about to happen right here? Tehuti, what's going on? And here is where the meaning of the name of the pillar and the microcosm of the number 3 doubled meet, and the high-tech advanced symbolism numbers and the architect become revealed. Guess what Tet means? I just covered it in last class. I'm going to show you the other meaning. Uh-oh, here it is, remember? There was the other one I showed. Tet means a double of something. The same word there is the same word for double. It's the echoed spine, the peschet, the light spine. Page 847, the Tet. The likeness, the image. The same word I just showed you in the hand class. Look how all these things connect. Boom, an echo likeness, which is what? The first echo is always 2, a double. That's the cause of the body to resurrect. Resurrect or stand. Have you seen the image which is caused by the physical world for your spine? What is the cause? What is the cause in the physical world for your spine to make movements? Oh. Have you seen it? There's the spine right there, and it matches the Djed because it is the spine of Osiris. Oh, and how does the spine cause movement in the body? How does the spine resurrect? You know, you can't stand, which is resurrect, because every night you go to bed. So every morning you resurrect. How do you resurrect? How does the spine send movement? How does the spine cause movement in the body? Signals are given through how many vertebrae? Could it be the 3 doubles? There's the red, there's the Djed, the Tet, and there's the spine. Boom, 33. The 3 doubles causing symbolic echo resurrection that we will see echoed throughout the architecture. Let me take you back to the king's chamber. I am not done with the king's chamber. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Are you ready? Should I slow it down? Are we good? Is everything okay? Here we go. Let's go back. I'm not going to slow it down. This is Tehuti overdrive time. Here we go. The king's chamber within the great Aku that people are calling the pyramid is built in a particular shape. And we know that there's only 2 shapes that carry 360 degrees. That is a circle and a square. What shape is the king's chamber that would symbolically resurrect within the architecture? The number 3, while simultaneously mathematically representing echoing of the body as a double. Let's look at the mathematics. What shape do you think the king's chamber is in? Look at this, everybody. Uh-oh. What are we looking at here? Uh-oh. Boom. It's a perfect square doubled. The angles of a perfect square, but not just a perfect square. The king's chamber is not just a perfect square. It's a perfect square with another perfect square, which is 2 squares, 360 degrees doubled perfectly. But not just doubled perfectly, it's going to be doubled in a certain specific ratio. Wow, Tehuti, that's amazing. But where's the hidden number 3? Can anybody see it? You probably can't. You probably can. Don't even attempt to look. How does this tie into the number 3? How deep were the people of Ma'at? Guess how many exact cubits were used to create this double 360 degree square? Guess how many, everybody? 10 by 20, which is 30, which is 30. Because in mathematics, the 0 is a placeholder. That's a whole nother question, though. In order to create this perfect double box, They use a specific amount of qubits because they couldn't obviously use 1 qubit. Nothing could fit in there. So they had to use 1 by 2. But 1 by 2 times 10, which is 10 and 20, which together is 30, which is the number 3. So this is actually based on a 360-degree perfect double box because it represents the bioenergetic double and echoing out of the body, built with the exact mathematics of the number 10 and the number 20, which give you the number 3. Boom, 10 and 20, 30. There is the 3, but not just any 3. It's 3 times 10. How is this significant? So the way that they built this is so many hidden mathematics. It's not just any 3, it's 30. It's 10 going one way and 20 the other way because it's exactly doubled, but it's doubled times 10 because 1 times 10 is 10 and 2 times, this is 3 times 10 is 30. Why is this significant? Why are these particular numbers picked? What does times 10 have to do with the mathematical equation of echoing out of the body? Well, if you take the precise dimension, that's a typo. If you take the exact dimensions of this, it equals a specific number times 10. So these dimensions here that are used creates another number times 10. Remember, 3 times 10 is 30, and those are the numbers used to create this perfect square doubled, representing the echoed body. But these dimensions equal another number times 10. If you take the precise dimensions, it equals a specific number times 10. What is the end result equation? The end result equation is 31,416 meters. Do you see that? Does anybody know what that is? What is that times 10? Let me come to the room. 34,000. Let me put that in the 34,416 meters. That's another number starting with 3 embedded in it, but it's something times 10. 34,416 meters. So the first equation is the number 3 times 10, which is the doubled box because the whole theme of KEMET was 3 and 2 doubled. But now there's another number that the actual dimensions equal, which is 31,416, which is 10 times something else. That's a very significant number. Somebody put 369. Somebody put Tesla. Somebody put 314. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Are you ready, everybody? What is this 31,416? It's a number that echoes what the box times 10 is echoing itself. Because in order to get these dimensions, but it has to equal 3, you couldn't put 1 qubit by 2 qubits because it'd be too small to create a king's chamber. You have to make it big enough for something to fit inside of. So you have to make it a number that's going to still equal 3 because the 0 is just a placeholder. So you do 10 and 20. And it still has to equal the number 2, which is 2 perfect 360-degree squares, which match the double principle. And the number 3 is in there. But when you take the dimensions, it's going to equal another number with 3 in there. But that another number has to also match the theme of timing something by 10. What is that times 10? Ready? Tell me if you're ready. Here we go, everybody. This is amazing. You know that the other channels are definitely evil with all of this to be taught on, and all they talk about is Hebrews and who's in court for rape. That's all they every day. The Hebrews, who's in court for rape. The Hebrews, who's in court for rape. The Hebrews. Well, all this is here to be taught. All they want to do is argue and scream at each other. I don't like you. 31,416. which is what? Another number starting with 3. 31,416. What's the relevance of this number? And what is it times the 10 of? Pi ratio. The pi ratio. What's significant about the pi ratio? So right within the box, right within the king's chamber, which is designed, when you look at it, it's designed to imitate the Djed, which is the resurrection, the spine with 33 vertebrae, which represents the doubled echo body. They're going to make a 360-degree square going on either side and echo it so that it's 10 by 20, which is 30, which is 3 again. And the exact dimensions are going to start another number that starts with 3, but it's times pi. How much time did it take to do this? Huh? This is what they want to stop. Because if you had your mind out of the nastiness and out of the isfet and the chaos and the arguing and the complaining and watching TV, that's what's distracting you from doing this again. Because your mind is toxic. You just want to argue and talk about what you don't like. Boom, pi. And guess what number pi is? It's 3. The number pi, the major mathematical equation that you need to build anything circular, is 3. Do you see it right there? Pi equals 3. We're going to get to the swirl of numbers in a second because these numbers actually change. The one that says there's pi 3. We'll get into this. So all of this box is embedded in the architecture of 3. 3, 10 by 20, 10, 20, 30, 31,416, pi times 10. And the box represents the Djed pillar making movement, which is communicated by 33 vertebrae. Let's go. Are you ready? Here it is. Pi 3.145 or 3.146. This is pi ratio. There is the square doubled and the 3 pi. In the architecture, now what about the other only shape, which equals 360? The circle. Where is that, Tehuti? Remember the focus, the square, the double, and the 3 was to become a being of light, an immortal light. What is the word for light or sun? Who is the highest deity in the family, in that particular family? There's typos here, but who is the highest netter in the particular family of Osiris, which is what this is all based on, the resurrection of Osiris. In the family of Osiris, who is the highest particular deity of that family? And what is the Medu for that name? By the way, it's in the English dictionary now. Ra. Ra is the hawk-headed sovereign sun god. So Ra represents the sun, Sunday, and Ra is the highest family member in that family. He's at the top. This is where you get the word Raj from, Raja, Rajan. And when you look up Rosh and Raj, it is head, because Ra's the head and Ra's also the sun. So let's go back to the question. What happened to the circle in this mathematics? Well, your goal was to become a being of light. The immortal light. What is the immortal light for the sun? And the highest name of the family member? It is Ra, which is now in the English dictionary. Guess where the word light and deity comes from? It comes from Deus, Diu, Diu. Do you see it? Which means to shine, sky, heaven, God. That's where you get the word deity from. That's why Tuesday is named after Zeus. Tuesday, Zeus is the god of what? Lightning, light again. That's where you get the word diva from deity, deify, diu. The Mennonite word is from di, which is light, which is pronounced today, people pronounce it as Tai or Di, as in Lady Diana. The light fire, here is the ancient deity of life fire, representing the sun that you are aspiring to be in the king's chamber. So the word is Deus, or deity, creating the word Deus, light fire, which is also Ra. And here's how you spell it. Here's the meta word D. The meta word D is actually that flame, but this is the word for the Ra, which is what? The circle, the 360-degree circle of the sun that you're aspiring to be. Because remember, in the Valley of the Kings, or the Seket Ma'at, the Ta Seket Ma'at, your goal was to become like the sun, resurrecting between the two mountains. That was Ra. Ra coming from the two mountains in the first page of the Purim Haru. So yes, Ra, who was depicted over 3,000 years before the Matrix, was a 360-degree circle with a dot in the center. Now put these words together, everybody, and you will see that from the ancient teachings of the followers of Ma'at created the very first measurements for the 360-degree circle. Let's put them together, everybody. Let's put the words together. The word for sun, and the highest of the Netter in that family, Ra, and then Dios, which means the same as Ra, the heaven sky god, to shine. Put them together. The symbol of Ra is the circle, and when you put them together, you get the very thing that creates the measurement of the 360-degree circle. What do you get, everybody? What do you get, everybody? You ready? Are you ready? What do you get? Ding, ding, ding. Radius. Take a look. You put them together, Ra and Dios, and you get radius of a circle. The mathematical equation to equate a circle is the Ra and the Dios, the two things that you're aspiring to be in the king's chamber. Boom. And there is where you get. There's where you get when you are taught about. That's what you get when you're taught in school today. Ra and Dios creating the measurement of the 360-degree circle. And how does this tie into the king's chamber and pi and the architecture? Remember, the equation of the two perfect circles in the king's chamber equal pi, which equal 3. Well, what is pi? There it is right there, times 10, 31,416 meters, which is pi times 10. But what is pi in the first place? What's its relevance? What are we talking about? Pi, is it a cake? What is that? Let me take you to the Scientific America magazine, to Stephen Bogart, mathematics instructor at Georgia Perimeter College. What is this here? An article, Scientific America. What is pi and how did it originate? What is it? Well, when we go down to the bottom and read, Sekinity pi, which is written as the Greek letter P, is the ratio of the circumference of any circle. The pi equation in the king's chamber is what you use for the circumference of every circle. So there's your circle and your square and your 3, and your 3 times 10, which is 30, and your pi times 10, which is 31,416, all within the chamber, which equals the spine of Osiris, which works off of moving energy through 33 vertebrae. Oh man, grab your teacher for me. The circumference of any circle to the diameter of that circle, regardless of the circle's size, this ratio will always equal pi. So what is it, everybody? A consistent, universal equation of every single circle in and off the planet. In decimal form, the value of pi is approximately 314, but pi is an irrational number, meaning that the decimal from neither ends like 1/4 equals a quarter, nor becomes repetitive. Try a brief experiment using a compass. Draw a circle, take one piece of the string and place it on top of the circle exactly once around. Now straighten the string out its length, and it's called the circumference of the circle. Measuring the circumference with the ruler. Next, measure the diameter, right, which is Dios meter. right, of the circle, which is the length from any point on the circle straight through its center to another point on the opposite side. The diameter is what? There's your 2. Twice the radius, the length from any point of the circle to its center. So the circle has the pi, which is 3, and the 2 because it equates the diameter, twice the radius. If you, oh man, if you divide the circumference of the circle by the diameter, you will get approximately 314, no matter what size circle you drew. A larger circle will have a larger circumference and a larger radius, but the ratio will always be the same. If you can measure and divide it perfectly, you would get 314 and all the other numbers. That is pi, the measurement of every single whole circle on the planet Earth. Boom. Pi is the infinite universal measurement of every 360-degree circle. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the Tehuti Overdrive section. This is what happens when you send in almost $100 reciprocity for a question. Only here. Yes, the pi represented 3, the sacred number of man, woman, people in general, and the echoed repetitive circle of rebirth. You may be saying, well, Tehuti, what about those other numbers at the end of pi? You ready, everybody? What numbers? Look at all these numbers. What in the world is this? So it's 3, it's consistent, then all of a sudden all these other numbers that are there. How does that equal to Tehuti? How does that tie into the architecture of the people of Ma'at and KEMET? How did that tie in? Who built KEMET? Well, do you remember the 18 divisible? I think this is where I lost sleep. Well, do you remember the 18 divisible, which was 3 times itself equaling 6? 3 times or by itself or doubled equaling 6, and 6 times 3, which equals man, which are the units of 18 hidden in the architecture. Let me show you that again, in case you forgot. Here it is, 18. Let me show you the other depictions where you actually put each number on the division, whether the person's sitting down or standing up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Or it doesn't matter if you're sitting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, right to the third eye. And here's another depiction. And these lines are, see this grid, these grids? This is drawn by the people of KEMET. I didn't draw these lines. This is how the actual image on the wall looks with these lines. This is how it's drawn. It's divided up. 18. Well, yes, the complete being whose focus is to echo, which is to repeat, which is a double, is representative of the double of the complete being, representative of the complete being who is to be repeated and echoed, divided into 18 parts. There's something I didn't show you about the article on pi. Let's take a walk. Somebody didn't show you, everybody. Let me show you now. Are you ready? Here's the rest of it. The circumference of any circle to the diameter of the circle, regardless of the circle's size, is the ratio this ratio will always equal pi in the decimal form. The value of pi is approximately 314, but pi is an irrational number, meaning that its decimal form neither ends like 1/4 equals 0.25, nor does it become repetitive like 1/6 is 0.166666. It only is repetitive in a circle in the first 18 decimal places. So these numbers that you see at the end of the 3 are the only numbers that echo in every single circle, representing Ra, the circle, the whole being, representing 3 in the king's chamber, And the only ones that echo just like 3 or pi itself is 1, 4, 1, 5, 9, 2, 6, 5, 3, 5, 8, and these other numbers are a little blurry, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Only 18 is added to that number 3 of pi, which is the number echoed in the king's chamber of the Aku, embedded in the architecture, because just like the 3, that is actually what is echoed, because the man in KEMET and the woman in KEMET is a whole being from the foot all the way up to the third eye, divided into 18 parts, represented by the top, which begins the king's chamber, which is the calculation of pi, which is 3, and there's your 18, the decimal points that stay the same. Let me breathe a second. Hold on. Let me just, I don't know, man. I'm definitely checking like the cash apps after this. This may be the last podcast. I don't know. I'm not sure. If this is this normal? I think this is this supposed to be? I lost sleep. They woke me up. They're mad because who's Tehuti's teacher? Who's he? You stole this from Malachi. What book is this? You stole this from Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben can't teach one pod class. Dr. Ben would fry. Dr. Clark would fry today. Send this question to Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Akmos, whoever they would die. They would die here. Shout out and respect to Sheikh and to Diop and everybody. They would die here. This is where the anger comes from, because they don't understand where is this answer even coming from? Who looked into the 18th decimal point? Who looked into this king? Where does this even come from? I'm gonna take a little bit of just a breather. I'm gonna go on for a little bit and then take a break. Bring your teacher here. Bring your teacher. The time is running out, everybody. That's why I'm getting like this now, because time is actually running out. My time is running out. Time is running out. And because of that, there's no time to play anymore. There's absolutely no time to play. Time is running out. Right? Time is running out. So time is running out. And because of that, we just need to get to the truth now. Like Atef says, I have no time to watch all the other foolishness. Let's get to the truth. No more games. Who cares what the Hebrews are doing? Who cares if Judah Nazareth plays with his nose? Who cares? Who cares? What are the actual teachings? What is the teachings that we taught before the chaos? Can we get to that? As a matter of fact, stay just like that. Keep complaining, keep arguing, keep screaming at each other, keep who's the betraying me and who's the do that. Keep doing that while the people that are actually seeking the truth are going to come right here, because you're getting this nowhere. Let's go, everybody. I took my little break. I'm going to keep going. It's 12:08. It's 12:08. Let's keep going. I'm going to take a break in a moment. But here we go, everybody. 18 decimal places. The 3 and the 18 are the only consistents in the calculation of the pi ratio, which is the only ratio in mathematics that is universally calculated through every single circle from here to Jupiter. Oh my gosh. Boom. The pi ratio, which is mathematically embedded in the architecture, is a way to measure every single universal circle that is the number 3 and only echoes and repeats itself in 18 digits. The only universal echo number added to the 3, which are the 18 decimals at the end. And the human body is divided into 18. Up into the point where the head reaches the pi ratio. Is this what your current conscious woke favorite KEMET teacher has been teaching you? Welcome to the pod class, everybody. Yeah, you can go through. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. 1 moment. I'm gonna take a break in a moment. Is this what your current teacher's been teaching you? Is this what's going on in the world of consciousness and black Kemetic this and that? Is that what's happening? I hope so. With all this to teach, what else are people talking about on YouTube? With all of this to teach, all of these questions that are on people's minds, what are people talking about? Ooh-wee. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. Here we go. Oh man, it keeps going on though. We're not over. Remember, the King's Chamber is the double square, the bioenergetic double, and the 3 equation echo through pi ratios, right? With the 10 and the 20 equaling 3, and because it's times 10, then of course the 3.14 has to times 10, and that's what gives you the whole dimension of the double box, which represents the 33 spines of the Djed. Well, the way you write 2 or double in the Medu Netter is 2 strokes, which is the number 11. Very simple, just 2 lines. Guess what the distance is from the corner of the Aku, apparently, to the, a lot of typos here, mathematically, to create the architecture. So here it is right here. Diagonal. What is that number right there? From the diameter, from the corner of the Aku on both sides, directly to the center where the Netter symbol goes in, look at the number embedded in the architecture. 3, 11, 11 cubits. 3, 11, 11 cubits. Even the 11 is doubled, going directly from the corner all the way to the center, where when you go up that center, that's where you hit the King's Chamber. And that's where the Netter symbol goes in, directly in the center of the Aku, to create the word Netter Kurt. Now move up the width of the Aku altitude. Typo. Move up the length of the altitude, 311 cubits in the altitude. Guess where you end up if you move up in the width of the altitude, 311 cubits in altitude, and go upwards from the middle. It takes you right to the base of the King's Chamber. The 3, 11, 11 going up in altitude. So first of all, from the corner to the direct center is 3, 11, 11. Then you take the direct center and go up width and altitude to 3, 11, 11 cubits, and you end up at the base where the 18 stops, at where the 18 is in the King's Chamber, which gives you the pi ratio. Yep. Boom. The exact floor of the double square, 10 times 20, King's Chamber, the Tet, the Jet, the double spine, which is 3 with 2 doubles, 11, 11 cubits. There is your 3 and the double principle mathematically within the architecture, again, at 33 vertebrates equaling 3 doubled, or 3 and 3. The number of the resurrection of Asar mathematically integrated into the architecture. Man. Because when you die, your body gets cold and rigor mortis sets in. And you begin to stiffen up, symbolically being frozen. Asar represents the resurrected sun and sun, sun, after being stiff, in a stiff state. Oh, by the way, what degree is freezing point, everybody? What degree is freezing point? Can somebody tell me, please? Will I take some water? What degree is freezing point? What degree is freezing point, everybody? What degree is freezing point? 32. That's when the body, that's when the cold stiffness freezing point takes place. After the Djed has been killed, after the Djed has fallen, then rigor mortis sets in, stiffness sets in, and the body starts to get cold and stiff. And the cold is represented by the freezing point, which is 32. Okay. So 32. So very good. So what degree does heat take to take something out of a frozen state? Can you tell me? When something is frozen at 32, then what number does it have to go to become alive again, or unfrozen, or for your vertebrae to work? 33. So 33 is right inside of the architecture. 3 by 3. All of these threes representing resurrection and life again. 33. Welcome to Tuesday Pod Class. I'm going to go 5 more minutes and take a break. Bring the team in and then come back again because this is Stranger. Just what kind of question is this? 33. Boom. 3 doubled. The fiery 33. Which is the state of heat that takes me out of rigor mortis because the symbol of Asar and the symbol of Ra is what? The sun. I'm definitely checking my cash apps after this one. Let me see if I should do this again. Have you ever noticed the shape of the chamber on top of the rectangle square? How it points? And it points in one direction. It points in a direction. Something's birdie. Look closely. Look closely at the king's chamber. The Djed has a point on top. Let me introduce you to the word for the hidden realm of the double. Remember in the last class? What's the word for hidden in the last class? With the unseen arms that are working and you can't see them. Remember Amun and Amun-E? And it was a symbol of the man with his arms up working, but you can't see him because he's behind the table. Remember that word? Well, let me introduce you to another word to show you how consistent the people of Ma'at were. Page 477, it is Hep. Look at the symbol. The same symbol as Amun. To hide, to be hidden. Hep, Hepet, hidden, secret place. Why am I telling you that? This is just something extra. This section of the answer I actually received in a dream. Woke up and started putting it together for you all. I actually received this in a dream. While I was working on the answer, I decided to take a break and screenshot the time because I want to know what time. As I woke up later, I woke up and then I put this together, and then I woke back up in the morning. I started working on the answer, and I screenshotted to say, man, what time is it? And look at the time I screenshotted. 9:33. That's the time. 9:33 a.m. is when I decided to take a little break because I woke up to this, and it's 9:22 is the date. 9:22, 9:33. This is a little extra bonus. You coming through, Nanny? Yeah. Okay, one moment, everybody. Hold on. Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's the magic that was happening in the class. Okay, come on through, Nanny. Perfect. I'll take it in a couple of minutes. I'll take a break. This is getting crazy. Oh my gosh. I took a little break. Woke up in the dream. And then started working. And then I took a break and I looked at the time and I said, hey, I'm taking a break at 9:33. Okay, everybody, you can see me and hear me press the 9. Everything is great. Let me look at the screen to see if I'm there. Should be there. Okay, everybody, that's just a little extra thing. So let's continue the hidden double body in Amenta, because that's where the pyramid is located. But Nanny, could you turn the heat down? In Amenta, Yes. Yeah, thank you. Which is the hidden land, the land of the hidden. That's where the pyramid's on. It's called Amenta. In the hidden chamber, the double square, which you advance in the conscious boat. You advance. Guess what the word for advance is in the affirmation? Ankiamat un ns nin tet aset amat min hapapet. That hapapet is from this word here. That's the word for advancing. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something that has never been revealed before in history about the hidden king's chamber. Yes, on this date, of course, of September 22nd, 2023. Let me tell you something. See this word hept? It means square. The same word we've just been talking about. Let me go back. Let me go back. to hide, to disappear in this hidden realm. That is also the word for square. The shape of the king's chamber doubled. Hept means square. Boom. The shape from the top of the king's chamber, the same word for hidden, that is above the double squares that represents the immortal travel of consciousness. Ascending. So ascending is the word. Square itself. But wait a minute. Why did I show that? Look at the symbol. The hept is a doubled square, angled in a position where it points upwards. It's two squares beside each other, family people. Two squares beside each other is the word hept, but it's angled in a way where it's an ascension because it's moving upwards. We go back to the king's chamber, and what is the king's chamber, everybody? The king's chamber is two double squares representing ascension, but of course it makes a perfect sense matching ascension if you put the hept symbol on top. So right on top of the king's chamber is there's the djed, the double squares. Underneath right there, the djed, and then this symbol right here, which is the hepet, which is pointing up, which means to ascend in a hidden form, because it is your spiritual body ascending, not you physically jumping up in the air. It is the hidden form, because where this whole thing is taking place is in an area called Amen, Amenta, and so that means hidden. So the word for hidden is also the same shape of the king's chamber, which is the djed, which is the hept on top, which is two squares, which is when you look at the definition of hept, it means square, but it's not just one square, it's two squares. There it is. You see it, everybody? 1, 2, and they're angled in a way where they point upwards because that's the direction that the ka is going. Get out of here with the debates. Get out of here. Boom, the shape from the top of the king's chamber, the same word for hidden that is above the double squares that represents the immortal travel of consciousness ascending, is the word square itself. What else does the word hept mean? I'm not done. This is overdrive. What else does hept mean? Oh my goodness. Does it also mean the conscious boat? Hept, the boat that you travel on in the afterlife, is also the hept, the boat. And the ant, which means what? To perceive consciousness. It's your conscious mind that is traveling from the mind up. The 18 goes all the way up to the third eye, and then right above that is the king's chamber where your head is, because it's your conscious mind that's traveling and ascending upwards in the double squares, man. Leave me alone. Boom, the boat of immortality that the double travels on, that represents the netter of guess what hour though? It's a hept, and it represents a netter helping you travel. I wonder what hour that netter travels on. Oh, the second hour, of course. Hept, the second hour of the night. There it is, hept. There it is. And there's your king's chamber, the djed of the 33 with the double, and that's the hept, the netter that helps you ascend in the second hour in a double square. And so the word hept means square, but it's actually two squares angled to point upwards, representing ascension, because the top of the hept and the top of the king's chamber is the exact same shape as the top of the pyramid itself. Move. Of course, the second two squares with the calculation of 3. Doubled. Boom, the second. Because hept is the deity of the second hour. The second with the square angled in the architecture so that you see 3 points pointing to ascension. You think I'm debating again? Let's continue. I need one Komodo dragon to debate. Give me a black dragon, I'll debate. And we see the golden mean ratio pictured as consciousness. Remember, it's at the head on either side of Hatshepsut's headwear. What shape and what number is the shape? So the same word for the consciousness, the thing that you're using to travel, is in the headgear of the pharaohs, the par house, and double arms, the unseen arms that you're using to ascend. That's why the ka's pointing upwards. You see, it is in the golden ratio is what makes up the Namez, as shown clearly in Queen in the Neter Hatshepsut's headdress is the golden ratio itself. And guess what ratio the beard is? 1 to 2. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You want the Bible over this? But wait a minute. How does this tie into 3 again? Because remember, this shape here is the shape of the pyramid, the Aku, and also the point of the top of the Hepet, which is the double square, which is the Jed with a point on top representing the ascension. So when you look at the Namez, which means consciousness, the ability to have knowledge, it's actually 2 ascension symbols on the side of your head. 2 triangles. How does this tie into the same theme in the architecture embedded in 3 and the multiples of 3? Because it's the golden triangle. And what is the golden triangle? 36 base angles and 72 each. 3 doubled is equals 6, right? 3 doubled is 6. That's 3 and 6. That's the 36 angle at the apex at the top. It's 3 doubled. There's your 6 again, because 6 by 3 is the 18 sections of man. Oh, by the way, what is 18 doubled? Because the 18 is the sections of the ascended man, the perfect man and woman. It's 36, which is the angle at the top of the apex. And what's 36 doubled? It's 72, which are the base of the golden pyramid, doubled, by the way, because it's at the bottom, so you need 2 of them. You need 72, that's 2. So it starts all the way from 3 doubled 6, which is 36, which is the angle of the apex of the pyramid shape of the Namuz, which represents the ascended consciousness. And then what is that? By the way, 18 doubled, the man doubled, is what gives you the 36 angled, and the 36 doubled gives you the 72. Now we need 2 72s, because the 2 72s that create the 2 bottom points of the pyramid. Move. Guess what shape, yes, is taught by Pythagoras that he first saw forming out of the Vesica Pisces, which formed polygons, the base of architecture. What did Pythagoras claim he saw? Since the Pythagoreans considered the first 10 numbers to be seed patterns for all the principles of the cosmos, a geometry need only to create their shapes to model all the universal rhythms. The first 3 shapes to emerge from the Vesica Pisces: the triangle, the square, and the pentagon. So what's the first shape that comes out of the Vesica Pisces? The triangle. Yep. What was even relevant about the Vesica Pisces? Well, it's 2 radiuses. The Vesica Pisces is formed with 2 radiuses with the dot in the middle. If you put a dot in the middle, then the equation that you're going to get is pi. But it's 2 of them put together, forming a 3rd shape in the center, the birth shape, which becomes the fish, right? So it's actually 2 things that come together, unified to form 3, which is what the whole class is based on: the architecture of 3 and the double principle of 2. And when you take a circle and another circle and merge them together, you get the Vesica Pisces, which is the Trinity. The 3rd shape in the middle right here, which is 153 over 265. And why is this relevant? Because it is the double forming the 3 again. And it's also the mathematical code, which is 265 over 153, the width measured by the length, which gives you 1.73. And what's so relevant about that? Well, because 1.73 is the square root of 3. Boom! Which is why it is mathematically embedded in the architecture of Amenhotep's headdress as well. Here we are with Amenhotep's headdress, and it is filled with the triangles and the Vesica Pisces and the golden means ratios, always above the headdress, always in the headdress, because Namuz, which is the name of the headdress, means conscious enlightenment, expanding like the cobra's head expands. And when your mind expands, it becomes more conscious. So this is represented by the cobra hood, which is drawn as 2 triangles, as 72, 72, which is a double 36. So it's 72, 72 on one side, 36 at the top, which is the apex, which gives you a perfect golden mean ratio, which is the golden mean ratio of creation, because of course the man who is represented by the triangle, because remember, Asar is the pyramid, and every man and woman's canon is the 18 divided by the pyramid. So when you take a man and put him in a pyramid, he's 18. So the 18 double, the bioenergetic double, becomes what? 36, the apex of what you're trying to reach. Thus leading to the Christian Trinity, which is depicted directly on their Bibles as what? When you go to the Christian Bibles, it's boom. Shannon took one of her bracelets, dropped it on the ground, and it formed this shape. That's why when you look at the King James Version of some Bibles, it has the Vesica Pisces symbol inside of it, because it equals the square root of 3. It equals consciousness and ascension, and the square root of 3, which is 1.73, what they're calling the Vesica Pisces, the symbol of birth. Why? Because life comes out of water. That's a fish, right? All right, so from the Vesica Pisces, forming architectural shapes. What? The Vesica Pisces, because remember, the Pythagoreans taught that when they learned about the Vesica Pisces, the first shape to come out of it was 3. There was 3 shapes, and the first one is a triangle. So they focus on the Vesica Pisces itself equaling the number 3, all in the architecture. Well, since your mind is being blown away already in this Tehuti overdrive section of class about the number 3 embedded in architecture, let's take a step even further. Are there any architects out there? What do all architects need to create structure? The same thing the Pythagoreans were talking about that we use today, called polygons. All the shapes that you use to build something, and all the shapes used to control your mind in the matrix, and all the shapes used for geometry, these are called polygons. Polygons, remember polygons? Polygons up here. What were the first 3 shapes? Anybody remember? What were the first 3 shapes? First 3, the triangle, the square, and the pentagon. That's why the base of the mathematical triangle is 3, 4, and 5. Well, let's look at the polygons again. And what might we see? The first 3 shapes. 3, 4, and 5. Polygons, everybody. So why is this shape so important to architects when building a structure? See this shape right here? The Aku, the shape of consciousness, huh? The Hepep, the point. This is by feet. There's a whole other mathematical equation in there. I'm not even going to get into this one, but this was a survey, an official survey done in Cairo with all those questions. Why is this shape right here so important? This is the first one that Pythagoras spoke about. The first one that comes out of the Vesica Pisces is the triangle. Why is that? Is that the base? Why the triangle? Why is this structure, of all these structures and polygons, why is the triangle the first one? I said I was going to take it a step further and deeper. Remember, the original question was, how was the number 3 embedded inside ancient architecture? Let me show you how deep our ancestors were. This structure is called the Aku. It represents the source of eternal life, the base of which you make your transition and ascend with 3 points. Not only is the number 3 embedded in the structure, but this structure is embedded in all structures. So all structures on the planet are based on the number 3. So not only is the number 3 embedded in the Aku, the Great Pyramid, but the structure itself 3 is embedded. What did I say an architect needs? Polygons, or some form of shape to create structure. Let me show you what all polygons are made up of. Because remember, remember, the aku and the ka is the energy inside your body, which structures you. It says it makes your form. Well, form is structure. So the aku, the consciousness, and the ka is what structures you. So the Kemetians had this shape, and this shape, 3, not only is embedded in the structure, but in order to create all other structures, the aku has to create them all. The pyramid, triangle shape, is the base that creates every single shape that comes out of the Vesica Pisces. It is the base. So whether it's a square cut in half, there is your triangle. No matter what you have, the pentagon, 3 triangles. And if you take the pentagon and actually make 3 triangles and look at it another way, it looks like a pyramid, and this is the top. This shape, all form of triangles. The triangle can be put to create as the base of all other shapes. Yo. Boom. Triangles. The number 3. Every structure is based on the number 3 as a principle. If you are using shapes and polygons, that the triangle is also within all structures, just like the aku and the ka is within all things, creating your structure. The 3 in 1, the original Trinity. And this is your subconsciousness reason of why it is affecting you today in popular culture. And no one knows the source, but you do now, thanks to the Tehuti pod class. Now you know why there's 3 musketeers, 3 little pigs. Now you know why 3 is a charm. Now you know why there's 3 blind mice. Now you know why. Hey, what is the De La Soul's most popular song? What is De La Soul's most popular song, everybody? Let me come to the room, man. When music used to be pure. What's that song? Me, Myself, and I. Remember the section? Remember what he asked in the pod class? He said Freudian, not included, but not excluded. The self, the ID, and the other one. Me, myself, and I, right? Is that the Freudian? Is that it? Is that it? Me, myself, and I. Ding, 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 ding. Nothing sounds like that today. No music sounds like that today. Not a thing. I can't even listen to anything. What is the most popular song? There they are. Remember these guys? Remember when hip hop used to look like this? These look like my students. Do you see them? These look like brothers I can teach. As a matter of fact, this brother here was in the classes, the first one. Yeah, this was one of the brothers under the teachings. De La Soul, me, myself, and I. And what was the symbol? The daisy. I already broke that down. Ding, 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 ding. Me, myself, and I. Why have you been saying that all these years? And you've been referring to yourself as 3. That's not just a song. We all have said this. It was just me, myself, and I, man. This is a term that the song is based on the term. Why have we all been saying this? Referring to yourself as 1, as 3, which is why within the ancient architecture of the bringers of light, which are the scribes, they were written with 3 lines. And I taught this to scribes some months ago. The ones that are conveying the consciousness through KEMET, they say 3 lines means the plural. The plural in the mythology in the plurals. So Annie is 1 person, right? But here's 1, 2, 3. It's plural. But Annie is 1 person. That's the 3 in 1. Annie. That's where you get your word 1 from. Did you know that? Huh? Hey, did you know that? Annie is where you get your word 1 from. That's where you get your uno, dos, tres. What's that? Uno, Dios, dos, Dios. What do you think uno is? Uno is the 1. Uno is the neo. Uno is the 1. Uno is the Ani. It's the thing that comes into existence first. The first thing. Uno. That was Asar's name. star's name was Un, to come into existence. The one, the first of the begotten. To bring things into existence consciously, go look at the last class of the hand and bringing things into existence. That was the job of the scribe, who became the Uno, or the Uni, or the Ani, or the Een, all the same words, represented as the one coming into the three. Thus you have Ani with 3 strikes. 3 lines, even though he's one, it's plural. These were the bringers of consciousness, were the scribes, and they were defined by 3 and 1. I need a black dragon. That's what I need. Scribe, Ani, Uno. Huh? As a matter of fact, me, myself, and I, a supposed Freudian, the 3 identities explanation was known throughout the ancient land of Kemet. Thus, the bringers of light, the same scribe that was drawn with 3 lines beside his name, the scribe at times were shown forth in hidden architecture, symbolism, carved and drawn like this. 3 and 1. Huh? 3 and 1. Echoing each other. That's what's described. Drawn with 3 lines, and there's this picture of the scribe. 3 and 1. The body formulating and echoing itself perfectly. The scribe, the 3, the bringer of consciousness. Huh? The Names, the consciousness, the triangle, the 3, the 18, the perfect man and woman that equals 18 all the way up to the foundation of the king's chamber, which is 3:11:11, going up in altitude to the base of the king's chamber, beginning the head, the consciousness, and the bringers of light drawn as 3. Because the 18 times 2 is 36, the exact angle of the apex of the consciousness direction you're moving in ascension. And that 36 times 2 doubled, echoed, doubles itself as 272s at the bottom of the pyramid. Thus the Ani, the one who brings things into existence from his conscious mind into the pen, bringing back memory, is drawn as 3. Now you know why you say your ancient mind. Now you know why you say these things. Your ancient minds and others around the world have been influenced by the ancient followers of Ma'at, who built a place called Kemet, the greatest culture of all times that based its entire focus on echoing nature, immortality, and its correlation to the number 3. Hotep, I am done. Oh, wait, I'm not done. Oh, wait, one more thing before I leave. And this is not for those who I've taught before, so not for scribing those who I've taught before. This is for people to guess, who I have not taught yet. You're learning from others who have been learning from other teachers. I never did tell you, how did the ancient people say the number 3 in the ancient language of Medu? This isn't for scribe or any of the veteran students. How do you all this class about the number 3, and I never actually told you how in Medu Neter do you say the number 3? What was the word for the number 3 over 3,000 years before the Matrix in the land of Kemet? I'll give you a hint. It has 3 letters. How deep are they? Guess what the word was for the actual number 3. Let me go in the room. It's not for scribing them, not for all of them. What's the word for the number 3? All this breakdown for the number 3, and I never even said what the word was for 3. Does the number 3 itself have significance? Huh? Does the number 3 itself have significance. What's the Medu word for the number 3? Are you ready? Tell me if you're ready. Are you ready? I was about to end the class and I said, nope. So I'll read this again. One more thing before I leave, and this is not for those who have taught this before. This is for people to guess who I have not taught, who you're learning from other teachers from. I never did tell you how did the ancient people say the number 3 in the ancient language of the Medu. What was the word for the number 3? Over 3,000 years before the Matrix, in this great land called Kemet. I'll give you a hint. They actually designed the word itself to just have 3 letters. The word for the number 3 has only 3 letters. That's how deep they, which is we, were. Guess what the word for the number, guess what the word was for the number 3? Anybody know? The word for the number 3 over 3,000 years before the Matrix in the land of Kemet, the greatest land on earth, spiritual land. It of course has 3 letters, a hint. That's how deep they, which is we, were. Guess what that word was for the number 3? Are you ready, everybody? Kemet. Kemet, made from 3 letters. The Cha, the M, and the T. Kemet is the word for 3. Boom. Hotep, now I'm done. Matrix broken. I hope you appreciated it. I'm going to check my Gmail now. If this breakdown is not worthy of any extra tip or reciprocity given from those who viewed this for 1 hour and 50 minutes, I hope you appreciated it. I'm going to go check my Gmail right now. If this breakdown is not worth any extra tip or reciprocity given from those who viewed this for 1 hour and 50 minutes and absorbed it, I'm completely speechless. Cash App is Cash App TT Amun. PayPal at Rocky SV. By SABA Tehuti. If anybody thinks this breakdown was worth anything, that is the PayPal. That is the Cash App. I'm about to check it now. Let me come out of the room and see if Stranger got his answer. Let me see. I don't know. Boom, everybody. Boom. Let me put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to take a little break and then come back. We're going to close the podcast out. I want to see first. I'm going to give everybody time. I want to see what kind of support that answer got. I want to see what that answer did for anybody. We were glued to the screen for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Is that longer than any movie? What movie is 1 hour and 15 minutes? Not 15, 50. That's the link in the room, everybody. I hope you appreciate it. Let me check the room. Nicholas Noetic put fireballs, fire, whatever that is, fire. Phenomenon, breakdown, epic, mind-blowing. That must be kept right up. Oh, man. I was going to say that. Try to think of something that was 3 letters. Amazing breakdown. Imagine that. Now you know, and none of your teachers ever taught you that. The way to say 3 is Kemet. Not only was the architecture based on 3, not only is 3 the triangle used to make every single architecture is the base of all polygons, but the actual whole civilization itself is the same word as the number 3. Did I put the link in the room? I think I did. Team, jump on. If I put the link in the room, let me scroll up. Maybe it didn't go through. Here's the link in the room for the team to jump in. Get ready to jump in, brothers. I got to take my break, and then we're going to do the rest of the my break will give people time to donate for this answer if it was worth anything. I don't know. Maybe I should go back to 5-minute answers. There's the link in the room. Brothers say it's 3 a.m. where they are. You guys are staying up late. I need to be in bed, sleep by 1:30 so I can train tomorrow. I got 3 legs. Tomorrow I train 2 legs. Where's the team at? Is the team here? Or do they all fall asleep? Consistency. Where's everybody? Consistency. Shannon jumps on before the... Shannon jumps on. Uh-oh, she's throwing. Hey, Shannon, how you doing there? Uh-oh. Frozen. Rigor mortis has set in. 33. She's frozen. Oh. Oh, she's frozen. Come out and come back in, Shannon. I think you got froze. Where's the team? I need to take my break, fellas. Gentlemen, where's everybody? Be on deck and ready. I'm about to take my break right now. Where's Scribe? Where's the Tef? Where is everybody? It's 10 in the morning suddenly. He has the best. It's in the morning. Imagine watching the podcast in the morning. You can just watch the whole podcast and then get on with the rest of your day. Manuel Setmer put, wow. I need the brothers to jump in so I can step out for a moment. Where are the brothers? Where is Stranger? Stranger's somewhere robbing a bank so he can send me some more donation. Where's Stranger? Where is the team? I need to take a break. I got Shannon's smiling face trapped on the screen. Where is the team? Atef has joined us. Come, Mr. Come Join Us has joined us. How you doing, Atef? You're muted. No, I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me?
I heard, can you hear me? Say something again, Atef.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Nice and clear.
Okay, hotel. Yeah, that was great. That was lovely to because I'm 3 hours. I'm 3 hours ahead of you guys. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at. So I haven't been to sleep yet.
You still gotta work 30. You still gotta walk 3,600 steps.
36,000. No, I already did that. I already did that. That's what I'm talking about. People do what's important to them. So information is important. Start the day up. And I'd rather be here than in the club because I'd rather learn and educate myself as opposed to entertain myself. Nothing wrong with entertaining yourself. Like I said, people do what's important to them. But I just feel like we're so far behind and there's so much to learn. Relearn, unlearn, relearn.
Right.
We lost, man. Without you, Saba, I can't even imagine. It's
You know what the best thing is? The best thing for people, why they don't show me, because truly the best thing is, you know how they say ignorance is bliss?
Yes.
That's why they keep me invisible, because if you didn't know any of this is going on, you'd just be living your regular life. You wouldn't be saying, oh man, I need SABA. Oh, what would life be with it? You'd just be living you'd be jazzed, you'd be living a regular life. You wouldn't even know this is missing from your life. So that's why they keep me invisible, because if they present me to their audience and students,
facts. It's over with.
It's over with. I got to take a break, gentlemen. I'll be back. What's up, Menkora? I'm still listening. I just got to step away.
Hotep, Menku. What'd you think of the break, Menku? Mind blowing. Mind blowing answers again and again. That's the best. That's the best many of y'all said, man. Mind blowing answers again and again. Yeah, I get to take this with me to the OPESH and digest it and process it. That's actually what I'm doing right now too. Is I've been going back and going to Saba's old classes, and I'm writing them down and I'm re-downloading them. I have them saved. I used to screen record, but now I'm going back and I'm re-downloading because you don't know when this isn't our platform, so this information could easily go away. They could just there's been shows that have been taken off, so I feel like it's important for me to really, really catalog everything and to keep everything, these teachings, because it's important. And then when I'm teaching my family and I'm showing my family stuff, I can easily just go to the class as opposed to going to YouTube. I could just go to my computer and see it. When really we're supposed to be going to our brain, because like Saba illustrates time and time again, he has this in his mind. He just makes it pretty and gives us the pretty You know, so I'm just grateful, man. I'm just grateful to be here in real time too. It's awesome to catch it on the replay. It's awesome to be able to run it back, but to be here in real time and to be here right now is just that much more incredible. Because right now SABA is making history because no one is giving us this type of information. No one, not nowhere on the internet is this stuff being broken down and presented in such a consistent way that we can go back and we can. I used to do that at first when you know how you had that, the face when you be like this, you looking like, man, you looking like you like suspicious. When I used to see him on the other platform, I used to be looking up everything he said. Like I would go and I would like in real time, I would be actually flipping to the pages. Now I just sit and I just enjoy it as he's presenting it, and then I go back and then I check it out later. But I don't have that I don't have the suspicion because I know that SABA presents the truth. I know that SABA represents Ma'at, but at that time, I didn't know what Ma'at was. I saw someone in the chat put that they're a baby. Me too. I'm just learning all of this information every day. Everything is new for me as well. But this is our knowledge. This is our knowledge. So this is why this is so important for me. And I would rather be here than to be in the club drinking and destroying myself. So, I'm going back now and I'm cataloging, going back to YouTube because YouTube has it and you click old, and I'm going back and I'm re-downloading everything, all the classes, and I'm like putting them in folders and separating them because it's important to me. Hey, maybe that those lies that they're giving these people and teaching these people at these universities, maybe that comes close. Maybe people would rather digest the lie than the truth. For me, the truth is beautiful and I appreciate it. So this is why I'm here every day. This is why I stay up. I do be tired. I'm tired right now. I'm not gonna I'm be honest. But at the same time, it's like still important for me that I'm here and that I stay up because there was many years and many times when I stayed up to participate in the ISFET. I stayed up to participate in things that were detrimental to me and my family and my well-being. So now I stay up to learn. I stay up for this information because it's important to me. After walking 36,000 steps, I work 3 days a week. I work in the medical field, so I'm constantly on my feet. I constantly have to be aware and, alert. So, yeah. But I'm here. Despite all of that, I'm here. I donate. I participate. I'm on the panel. It took me a minute to get myself together to jump back on, but I'm here, and that's the important thing. In real time, right now, as SABA is making history, because that's what's going on right now. History is being made. As SABA pointed out to us, our ancestors did not... the land didn't create them. It was them that created the land. Those akus and those beautiful statues and those beautiful writings, those things were created by us. It wasn't. It's not the other way around. The land didn't create the people. The people created that. So, I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to assist my SABA in any way that I can. Assist you brothers, to stand next to you brothers, and do something that's productive, and learn basically something that's going to help me, help my ka, help me, help my family, help my children, because that's the goal, is to rise like the Aku, and to realize who we are. It's a beautiful thing, and it's a beautiful time that we're in. So I hope people appreciate what's going on. And I hope that you sing your reciprocity, because I know that you're benefiting from this information just as well as we are. So, like, subscribe, comment, and support. Cash App TT PayPal at Rocky SV. That's another beautiful thing. I'm not going to give it away, but SABA broke down to us the TT Absolutely just it's just, man, it's just so much that we benefit from just being around this beautiful energy. This type of energy is so beneficial to be around, especially right now with what's going on in the world. When you turn on the TV, when you look around, it just seems as if it's getting worse. I don't want to think that to myself. I don't want to think that the world is getting worse, but it just feels as if our people are so lost. It feels like that there's no solution. But now I know that Ma'at is the solution. So this is all I want to engage in is this type of energy here, this frequency. That's why I'm always reading. I'm always going back and looking up the classes, and just like I said, I'm re-downloading all of the class, and I have all of the classes. They're just not cataloged. I have them, but now I'm going back and I have a list now of all of the classes, and I'm copying the list as he has them, and then I'm titling them, and I'm making a list, and I'm downloading them, and I'm putting them in order, I'm putting them in folders. This is important. People do what's important to them. So this is a beautiful thing. You rather the lie or the truth. It's up to you. Both is there. Both are available to you to either benefit from or just continue to destroy yourself. Continue to do what makes you happy. Continue to do what's healthy for you and beneficial for you and your family. If going and participating in the ISFET and doing those things is more important to you, then as SABA says, do what you like. Humpty hump. So, Minku, man, what's going on, good brother?
Man, I echo so much everything that you're saying, and we are very, very proud of you. It's an honor to be, side by side and lock arms with you brothers, and this is important. Like this is the balance, right? This is so key for us to take back what is ours. And so Saba's teachings, he helped me to appreciate learning again, and the whole idea of what's important and identity. Like that's why so many of our people are lost, because they don't have a sense of identity. And if you don't have identity, you don't have a purpose. You don't have a purpose, you don't have direction. You don't have priorities, and you make bad decisions when you don't have a solid foundation to stand on. And Ma'at is a solid foundation to stand on. So the Netarus were so deep, and not everyone can teach this information. Saba understands, and that's why he can teach on the level that he teaches. And it's healing, right? It's like you, just like you. I just want to learn, right? Because it's so key, it's so important, so that we can guide, we can guide people, we can guide our families, we can guide our Turks. Like, so it's very empowering, it's healing, it's what we need. It's exactly what we need. It's medicine. It's very powerful to have that understanding of what our ancestors left for us. Like, so I love, making this a priority. I love my development and coming into a new. And so this is something that we can build on, we can grow, we can have self-pride again. It's like you said, so much is happening, so much is fed in the world, and it can be very discouraging. But sometimes when people say stuff to me, I'm shocked, because I don't even know what's going on. I don't watch the news, I'm not on social media, none of that. I'm not taking part in it. Like, I don't watch Killer Priest, and I don't watch Sonetter show. The only time I watch those shows is when Saba's on those shows. So I don't even know what's going on. Like I don't know what's going on.
Remember when you used to watch it though? What happened? Like something changed. Because remember, it was different. It just seemed different. Remember,
Yeah.
that's where we came from. That's where we discovered our great SABA. You know, so that goes to show you too, because that's where I'm at as well, brother. It's like, and it was once upon a time, like I said, where I was entertained by this stuff. Where even like when I think back, was I watching for entertainment back then? Like, I wasn't looking for no SABA, Tehuti, I'm in a hotel, bro. I couldn't even probably say that name. You know, I don't know. I mean, it's different. Everybody's journey is different. I know that A.I.Vs' journey was a little bit different because he was already familiar. Brother, I had never heard of a Tehuti. I had never heard of him. I had never seen it. I had never even heard. I had heard the Ma'at prior to meeting SABA. I had just heard the word meta, and I had just heard the word ma'at, and it completely went over my head. When I heard it, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what they were talking about, and I wasn't really interested, right? But my subconscious was. Subconsciously, I was, because that was all I was interested in, was the truth. So subconsciously, I was, and it led me to that platform, like it led you, brother. But now you said that you don't listen to it. So what changed that you don't go there besides SABA being there? Because did you go there looking for Tehuti?
No, you know what's interesting? So I had made a decision that I was going to stop listening to a lot of the music that I was listening to, and because I was watching a lot of videos on law of attraction. And I was watching like Bobby Hemmett, Ben Yakinen, things like that. And then, you know, there wasn't much for me to choose from. So I was listening to Killer Priest music because, you know, it was like, you know, there was no cursing. It was poetic. He was talking about, you know, different things. And around the time when SABA started teaching on Killer Priest was right around the time when I started watching. I hadn't been watching Killer Priest podcast very, very long before I saw SABA on there. So once I saw SABA on there, I just saw something was very different about everything about him. And so after that, I was like a follower of Tehuti, and so once he left, I pretty much left too.
Yeah, that was the same thing with me as well, and that's nice that you said that, because that was my same experience as well. I had made a decision, but first let me say that I was fed up with all the lies. I started to realize that everything was a lie and everything was negative, so I made a conscious decision myself to limit my intake of the music that I listened to. Initially, I was listening to there's not a lot of choices out there now like there once was, but that was my same journey where I was like, all right, I'm not going to listen to no more music. I'm going to, limit my intake of music, and I'm going to only listen to positive things. So it started with me with podcasts, different autobiographies, interviews of people, and like you said, that's when I discovered those same people, and that led me to Killer Priest as well. I had been listening to that podcast very long before SABA was on there. So to us, SABA, we was just reminiscing on our journey. I asked Nku why he doesn't listen to that. To the podcast no more when we both came from there. And
I heard it.
What's different, because my journey is similar to his. It was the same thing. I wasn't looking for Tehuti. I'm so grateful that my car, that I was led to you. I'm just so grateful. So Tuan.
And I'll say this as well. I was talking to Nana. And a lot of people, they tell me this. It's the same. It's a phenomenon. The phenomenon is they always come back to me and say, "Man, the teacher I used to listen to, man, he's really regressed." And everybody says, "Yo, the teacher regressed." And I just said to Nana in the room, I just said to her right now, I said, "No, your teacher's the exact same. Nobody's regressed. Everybody's the same. Everything. Some are even better." I said, "The thing is now, you remember when we were a child? I don't know if you ever used to catch garter snakes. I don't know if you ever used to catch the field snakes."
Yes.
Yeah, it was so exciting to lift the rock and you see the snakes try to catch it. Remember those days, right?
Yes.
And I just said, no, none of the teachers got worse. You live with anacondas and cobras now. So if somebody was to say, "Hey, yo, I just got this garter snake, man. Yo, it's wild, man." You'd be like, "Okay, same garter snake." But it's just nobody's regressed. It's just you've elevated to a point where your mind can't hear that. Your mind is now seeking something different. Like when the rich person starts tasting gourmet foods, it's different from the honey bun you used to get at the corner store. Now you bite the honey bun, you're like, "What the hell is this?" You have super cakes made by master chefs. The cake is like $200, and you bite into a honey bun. You're like, "What? Oh man, the honey buns used to be good. What happened to them? Nothing." Nothing happened. Okay, we're gonna get into some donation. Where did Menko Arago? Did he get bumped off?
Yeah, he froze and fell off, Saba.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh this and see who gave support. I'm gonna read off all the supports now so we can end off the pod class. I'm gonna see who gave support since I taught that last session there. When was it? 12:09. Let me see if the pod class liked that at all. It's so that was from who's this?
Saba, I got a question for you. Do you still have my hemp's question about the vaccine, the HPV?
Yes, and she could change it to something else because I believe I told you that I can't address that. I can't even make up. I cannot create something for that on a Tehuti level. We'll get they'll take the show down. I can't talk about anything dealing with vaccines to the level I want to. I can mention it in another class, but they'll tear anything dealing with any medical stuff, speaking against it, they'll tear you down.
Okay, I'll let her know. Thank you.
Yeah. You're very, very welcome. Vaccines, COVID, I can touch on it, but they don't play with that at all. Not at all.
Tell lies all day. They'll keep you up. They'll
Yeah,
all the lies you want.
So let's see who's giving a donation here. We got Nicholas. Nicholas, I think he gave a donation since I've taught. Anything from about 11:45 are the donations given since I've taught this last super crazy session. So we're gonna give a shout out to Nicholas. Yep, he says 3 to eternity. So this definitely is an extra tip for the number 3. We're gonna go through this. Extra Nick. Number 3. Atef, let me see how your sounds are. Play your hand clap for me. Oh, that's good. Hey, that's good. That's good today. Okay, let me go ahead and give a shout out to Nicholas, this may be his 4th donation of the night. I've lost track. Give him some hand claps here because this is an extra tip for the number 3 breakdown. Shout out to Nicholas. He says, wow. 3 to eternity. Yeah, truly. Wonderful. Let me see if Let me see if hey, where's Harassed for You Culture? I haven't seen her
I
today.
haven't seen her today.
Hope you're okay, Sarah. Hope everything is okay. I like to see Harass in the class. Let's see who this is. 1256. We'll go with this one. See who this one is. Rigo blowing it away. Rigo blowing it away. Here we go. Give this man. I want some horns. Red October and all of that. $72 for. Thank you for another great class. This came during the time I was teaching on the number 3. Give us some more. Shout out to Rigo who gave them $72. The number doubled of 36 of the 2 base angles at the bottom of the triangle. Shout out to you. 72. And he says thank you for another great class. Thank you, my good brother. And then Ajax, which is yep, he gave an extra tip for the 3 breakdown. Hika Kepara, is that on the screen? Give him a hand clap for that. Hika, thank you for that, my good brother. Appreciate that. We're gonna go and see if there's anyone else. I think Menkura came. Yep. Oh, 1111, of course. So this is definitely for that. The numbers of the class. 1111. Give this man some noise. Please give him some noise. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see if there's another one. Hey, Sarah Jean. Wait, let me scroll back. 11 o'clock, Black Halo Card, Sal Vega. That wasn't since I taught. Who's this? 1109. 1209. That's since I taught. Custom made tees. Let me see what this says. Custom made tees. Give him some big noise. $24. Custom made tees. Give him some noise. And this is a manifest. Oh, he says manifestation, imagination, hands, mind. Oh, this is an extra tip for the hands class. Thank you for your teachings. They are very powerful and enlightening as always. Would love to enroll to Medu classes, please. Class 1. Thank you. Is I am Kazuni here in the room? I am Kazuni, you're here in the room?
I haven't seen him in a while.
Okay. I am Kadzani. If you could contact me. I don't know if this donation is for a tip for the hands, extra tip for the hands breakdown, or if you want to enroll in the Medu class, which means you come live, or if you want class 1, which is a recording. I'm not sure which one of these 3 this $24 is for, or if you're just asking how to do such. Contact me. I'm going to put my my contact in the room.
He's in the room, Saba.
Okay. So what is this $24 for? Is this for the for an extra tip for the hands class, or do you want to enroll, which is come live, or what would you want, my good brother? Or you just letting me know? That's a tip, but I want to start the classes too. Okay, thank you. So I'll take this as a tip. Contact me. I'm going to put my I'll put my contact in the room, and then you can email me if you want class 1 or if you want to come to the class live. We can arrange both, no problem. Okay, so I'll put this as 18. Tip.
Shannon says she in the studio. I don't know if she means she's in the back chat trying to come
Oh,
in.
there she is. Okay. Yeah, usually Scribe is here to let people in. Hey, Shannon, are you there now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I be heard?
Okay, good. Yes, we can hear you. Nice to see you in here. Okay,
Yeah, I was
so
having some technical difficulties.
Oh, okay. Okay, glad you sorted them out. Wonderful. I'm going to read the message here. Manifestation, imagination, hands, minds. Wow. Thank you. Your teachings are powerful and enlightening as always. Would love to enroll to Medu Netter classes. Please, class 1. Thank you. Tua, I am Kudzani. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And also, let me go ahead and I'll put the Mednetter information in the room, and then you can contact through there. So that should be right there. Mednetter Mondays, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. So just email that, and I'll tell you the first step to whichever one you want to do, which is enroll, or whether it is to get the recording. Both are available to you, and that's for everybody. There's 50 classes, and the last class was oh man, you remember the last class at TEF? That was like
Yes, it's great. You've been going into different practices, so it's definitely been beneficial. Definitely the class. Well, one of the classes before that with the nighttime affirmation is I use it every night now, and I'm
nice.
Remember more stuff. I'm not gonna give it away, but yeah, Mednetter Mondays.
Yeah, that teaching has become an every night thing.
Nice, Shannon. Nice. Beautiful, guys. Everybody needs to come. Well, not everybody needs to come because there's like one more seat maybe if somebody doesn't show up. But everybody needs to order Mednetter classes. Order. $5.15 from Sarah Jean. This is recent, so she is watching. Maybe she can't come in the room, but she just sent this a little while ago, so she is somewhere in the watching vicinity. Shout out to you. This is Nicholas. Nicholas said, "Did you get my Zora Star?" Yeah, and I think I announced that. That was the extra tip for the Zora Star. I think I did get that. I remember that. I remember that tip. So I did get it. I'm reading them from the top down. So I think yours is at the bottom beginning because I'm reading from what was given for my last breakdown. So Nicholas, I'm actually not reading in order right now. Okay. Shout out to Nicholas. Yes, I did receive it. Thank you. And this is Stephen Escalar for an extra tip for handwriting, the handwriting breakdown. A lot of extras for the handwriting. Um, 21 tip. And
that last breakdown was amazing, Saba.
Thank you. I knew. I said Shannon's gonna like this because she likes this 11 and 3s, and this is gonna add completely new quality of understanding to her number system. Now, I'm glad you liked it, Shannon. Thank you for your great appreciation. And I see two of yours down at the bottom. I'm assuming that's for 2 Mednetter classes.
Correct.
Okay, good. I'll definitely get to it. Thank you, though, Shannon. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Saba.
You'll always be in class, so it doesn't matter.
I actually got a question off of that last breakdown.
Oh man. Okay, let me. Okay, good. You're gonna ask that in the Mednetter class?
Yeah, I'll probably ask it in the Mednetter class.
Okay. Shout out to Stephen Escalar for 314 tip. What does that mean? 314. January, February, March. March 14. Oh no, the pi ratio. Yes. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, give him some extra noise. Give him some noise for the pi ratio.
How about that tip? The 505 plus the 606 is 1111.
And from the same person. Okay, good. And okay, I think that's all the tips for that. And I'm gonna go back down, start at the bottom, and go back now in order. So in order. Oh, and I got your question. I got your clarity. Higa Kepra. I didn't see that. I don't know why the Gmails do that. I have to scroll down to see that you actually gave timestamps. The last email I got from you was you're gonna look for the timestamps, and then I kept scrolling down and it says you found them. So I'm gonna take a look at that this week and see what the question is about, and see if I'm gonna do that one. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend. Give this. Oh, come on. Give this man some noise. His name is Askari, also known as Owen Height. Oh, and Askari 21. Give him some big noise. 3272. Tehuti, Ahati, and the great crew. Destroy the Matrix. Tehuti, Ahati, and the great crew. Destroy the Matrix. Thank you, Owen Height. You are awesome. And now the beautiful Bella. She always makes sure that the 72 at the end of the donation, give her some big noise. $26 for Hika. Give her some noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wake up at 8. Get to bed by 2. Wake up at 8. Still work out. Now for Sarah Jean's big tip. Here we go. This is one she gave earlier. Give her some big noise for this. 2332. Looks like a palindrome to me. Looks like a palindrome to me. She says this is for being the greatest. That was harassed did. She took the culture out, so it's just harassed did. I think it is harassed did. Okay. Thank you, harassed. It looks like a palindrome 2332. Thank you. I like the little coded donations. And here's another coded one, 2572 from Anthony Drain, who jumped up from $10.72 to now up and above 20 every donation. Shout out to you, my good brother. Give him some noise. Okay, then I got this one from Nicholas. I'm not sure if this one he's talking about because I got so many from him. He must have given 5 donations just tonight. This is from Nicholas, who says for Nike, the Nike breakdown. He finally got to the Nike breakdown. And today's pod class, and for being a door of Ma'at knowledge, it's a lot to take in. Watch over 10 pod classes and 4 Medu classes. And it's so refreshing to see through so many of the Matrix's spells, and sometimes very heavy. But as long as I center in Ma'at, it calms down. Tua for helping me, great SABA. Thank you, great brother. And the good thing about all this is that you're not alone. So it may seem heavy, But understand you have the whole pod class to contact. You got me to contact. I have your back. You got the team, the brothers, the sisters. You know, there is a whole group, of people. So you're not alone. So shout out to you. I'm gonna put 23, 20, 25, 20.
And we're all on Discord, so you can reach us on the Discord community as well.
Nice. What class did he say that was? What did he say that was? He was tipped for what? What was that for a TEF? What was it?
10 Medu classes and 10 pod classes and like 4 Medu classes.
But what was it? What was the tip for? It was for something a pod class. Went back and watch. I gotta. Where is it?
Was it the Nike class?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Tip Nike. Okay. Thank you so much, both of you. Okay. Who's next here? We're gonna scroll up. Now we're in order. And we're with a TEF. Hey. Give a TEF some noise. Well, it's a TEF, so give yourself. Thank you, brother Atef. Speaking of Atef, I want everybody to know that. Let me come to the screen a moment. I want everybody to know that if you're coming up for October, that if you want to become a part of the snake family or want to, some of the brothers came up here and they got some beautiful exotic snakes from me. And if you're coming up and you're driving and you want to get an exotic snake from me, let me know, and I'll bring you one to the October, or maybe the day after. It may be cold in there, or maybe afterwards. You can get an exotic snake. I got about 15 people now into snakes. Oh no, it's gonna blank out. Oh, how did it do that? Can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what is.
There's
Very
a lot of
strange.
interference tonight.
Yeah, let me see if I can fix. Oh, you know what? It'll fix itself. I'll keep doing the donations. But yes, anybody who wants to get any exotic snake from me, let me know, and you can get a special Tehuti snake because the snakes I have are very extremely rare. Actually, a TEF is getting it. Not a TEF. Scribe is getting another one from me. When he comes up here, he's getting one more. And I have 2 for him that he can choose from, and they're both extremely rare and colorful. Very rare and colorful. And yeah, anybody can get one of those from me. So let me know, and I will get them. I'm even thinking of letting somebody special maybe get a cobra from me. Those are ones that weren't even available ever, but if anybody wants to jump on and get a cobra, maybe not anyone, only certain people can get a cobra.
Atef, are you joining Snake Family?
Not yet, but soon.
That's gonna be a father to the snake.
SABA, I'm gonna message you about the cobra. I'm interested.
You're the very first that requested it.
Yeah, I'm interested in cobra, but I'm flying in and I'm flying out, but I still want to, make some arrangements, talk about it. I want to see it.
Okay, absolutely. You're the first person I thought about because the cobras weren't even. There's not even an option because they're extremely hard and rare to get. But now that I've gotten a few of them and I only need the 2 to actually have babies, the little ones that are mature enough, somebody special can get one of those. We'll talk about it. Let me see if I'm back on cam. I'm still not on cam. Hold on, everybody. This is so Odd and strange. Okay, back off Logitech. Back on Logitech. Now I'm green.
I'm having technical difficulties too.
Who said
Won't
that?
even come on. Deja and Pharaoh. Peace, Saba.
Oh, hey, peace. Yeah, this I'm gonna come out the room a second. Hold on.
I think I'm gonna start with the scorpion. I like them scorpions.
That's right. I remember you mentioning that.
Sir Cat.
I think about you stuff at the. I mean, you should get one from Saba, but at the pet store in my city, there's a huge one, and it was on sale for $35. I was like, wow, that's super inexpensive.
For a scorpion, and where you at in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison, okay.
How big is huge?
I mean, it was like compared to all the other ones. I think they're about the same size or a little bit bigger than the one Saba has shown us on screen.
I don't think I've ever held a scorpion.
I haven't yet neither, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. Definitely, I got to work up. I got to work up to it. I have a house full of children, so I need to make sure that the animals.
You got to get two so they have somebody to play with.
Definitely.
Yeah, Tef, whatever you do end up getting, I'm gonna make sure that it's it looks dangerous, but it's not dangerous.
Okay.
nothing that can hurt. Nothing that I would give you would even if it escaped, it could hurt the children.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be able to grab it right out of the box and play with. They'll probably play with it every day.
Yeah, I might get me a turtle for my. I might get me another turtle for my turtle that I have now.
Nice. Okay, next up is Angela Gates. I did you a Tef already, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if you saved. Let me see if you got saved. Tef should be orange, yellow. Where is he? 2023, right, Tef?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the next one is the beautiful Angela Gates, straight out the gate. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. Ooh, let's see, share. Angela Gates. Here she is. $10. Thank you, Angela Gates. Appreciate you. Sustenance for my bot. Look at this. Look how people are speaking now. Look how people are speaking now. They didn't know anything about Medu, KEMET, or anything. Sustenance for my bot. Beautiful. People are transforming. Everybody's transforming. I like your transformation, Shannon. Totally. This Shannon now from Shannon from the Killer Pre-Show is not. There's a different lady here. So,
not everyone is evolving as fast from there. Not all the ladies, as we can see in the chat.
Yeah, is there any ladies from there that even into what I teach?
Yeah, it's a few. I see in the chat.
Well, I see Jody in the chat every week.
Yeah, no, she's not too interested. She's just watching for entertainment or something. I'm not sure what, but anybody like participating? Anybody like asking for a name? Anybody trying to Medu netter? Nothing. Anybody from
no support, no reciprocity.
No, it's just Shannon, right?
Well, this is life for me.
Yeah, just only Shannon is interested. And I don't know if SHARIKA is from Killer Pre-Show. She may be. SHARIKA may be.
What about Sarah? Sarah from Killer Priest?
I don't know, but it's from Killer Priest. Bella.
Okay.
Yeah, Bella's the top consistent donator. Right now, her and SHARIKA. So okay, a couple of them, and okay. Speaking of Shannon gave for Midnighter Monday. This is from.
That was from last week.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate that. Where did I
Nani
put?
Tua for that.
Yes, Nini Ook. I'm gonna. Okay. Let me get this from the screen. This is from something else. Okay, Shannon. Thank you. And I see your name again. This must be for the men. Yeah. This is for the next one. Got you, Shannon. You're locked in.
All right. Seats are filling up. I mean, the screen is all the way full. So
Yeah.
I would get your seat now if you want to be there.
Yes. And Edward. Hey, this is for of course, Medu class number 20. Thank you. I'll put you. Here we go. Every week he sends for one Medu class, so thank you.
Sin 711 says he's from Killer Priest too.
Oh, shout out to you, 711. Appreciate you for I've never seen your name before and you've come in super excited, so that's beautiful. I hope you're really absorbing the knowledge, and welcome to the pod class. You're gonna get hooked like everyone else.
Nicholas Noetic said me too. So I guess he is from Killer Priest as well.
Yeah, most of the people here are actually from Killer Priest. Most people here are from Killer Priest. It's a shame that Crib Jesus is Crib Jesus has dominated me. Okay, support. Okay, here. Oh, Stephen E. Of course, Stephen E. Stephen Escalar, $33.72 support if you enjoy. Oh, it's a message for everybody. Stephen E. is supporting and telling everybody else support if you enjoy the Tehuti pod class. Thank you, Stephen E. Look at the dedication here. Thank you. Stephen, thank you so much. He's supporting to tell people to support. That's a true loyal one right there. That's truly, he took his message, instead of him giving a message from himself, he's telling everybody to support. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. And now for the monsters again. Stephen E is one of the monsters, and here's the other one. Big Ed Leisure is on the screen. Give him some big noise. Red October, everything. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it, Saba.
Thank you. And it is Maharu, who says, brother, reciprocity, Saba for ancestors, Sekau in now, Tua. Thank you, Big Leisure. By the way, Big Leisure in the room is Maharu. Shout out to you as a great supporter. You're definitely one of the ones who is going to keep Tehuti here. And Atef, thank you, Atef. I see your donation for you and your mates for the Medu class. I see you. You are in. And what's funny is I don't other than today, I don't look at the Gmails to see who's donating. So people need to just come in the class or order it, because it could get past the 11 and the 11 people, and I wouldn't even know it because I don't count the amount of donations. I just know when the 11 seats are filled. So on Monday, everybody will know who gets in. If you don't get in, no problem. You actually just get the recording. Speaking of Medu class and a lady who comes every single week, this is Sharika, who asked the mind-blowing question in the beginning. She says, Sharika extra Tua for resparking the reed pen within. Give her some big noise. Sharika loves me. She loves the knowledge. She loves it. She's so appreciative. She's so grateful. Yeah, sure.
Upesh?
Yes.
What was that, Shannon?
Tef has the Upesh.
Kopesh, yeah, the sword.
Oh, I don't see. Okay, I can't. I'm in the room now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. And Bijan Farrow, man, that I'm trying to help out for a very good cause. People are trying to take advantage of him during this good cause. We're not going to let it happen. I can't believe what I heard. I told him to obtain something for a particular ritual that he's going to do. And the person is trying to overcharge him for this thing like crazy. So we're going to work that out. Yeah. He's going to be successful in these rituals I'm giving him. Give him some big noise. His Hotel Ma'at support Uncle Justin Man. Give him some monster noise. Red October and all. Monster noise. Thank you. All kind of crazy sounds. And of course, the one and only Black Alucard, who I don't know if he sent me a question. I lost his message. Black Alucard, if you send me a question or something, send it again. I'm not sure. Some of my messages get buried. Make some big noise for Black Alucard. $25 for the translation.
Thanks for the knowledge.
Yes. Annie says, Annie give. Oh, okay, Annie. Annie has to go. Annie has to wake up early in the morning, so that's why he's told me sometimes he may not be here for the end one and support donations, but he always sends it in though. Is that on the screen?
Yes, SABA.
Thank you. Hey, Anthony Peden is back. Cash Peden is back. Cash Peden is back, giving an extra tip for the pie breakdown. We're gonna see a lot of 3s and 14s in donations now.
I always knew 3 was a magical number, but now I know why.
Right. 2 for the 2 to the netter for giving me those answers. Two for the netter for that. It's never been taught before. Shout out to Cash Peden, who says, what did he say? He says, salute the SABA 314, obviously a code for the pie. And Nicholas again. Hey Nicholas, he said I sent 2 donations. When did you send them? Did you send them today? Nicholas says I sent 2 donations, one for Arab Invasion earlier, pod class, and one $30 for Zoroastrian breakdown. Oh, last week. Oh, then it Oh, if you sent it last week, then it was probably announced. When did you send them? Did you send it last week? I'm not sure what if I missed it or if I'm not sure. Tell me when you sent it, and I'll be able to track that one down. I do remember seeing a Zorstar donation though. I thought when was that? Okay, let me know and we will find it. Let me know and we will find it. Shout out to Nicholas who gave 372. I sent 2 donations, one for the Arab invasion. I announced that one earlier pod class, and $130 for Zoroastrianism breakdown last week from when I fell asleep. Oh, did you send it in the middle of the week, maybe?
He said September 17th after last one. The wing.
Oh, okay. Then let me see then. Let me see something here. Then I would have put it with I would have. Oh, you know what? Because you sent it after the class and it was for that class, I more likely have it in that class section, and that's why it didn't get announced, because it was after the class, but it was for the class. So I don't think I moved it over. Let me see. I'm looking at it right. I'm looking for it right now. It's PayPal, right? Oh, Zorstar. Hey, hold on. It just flashed on the screen. Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Shout out to yeah, this is 3522. Yes, I actually here we go. Let me give a shout out to the good brother. This was actually, oh yes, I announced this. Tour for the Zorstar. Yes, because I announced this already. Let me put it on the screen again. Is it this
You
one?
said, okay, just happy you got it, Saba.
Okay, yeah, this one here, I can tell that I announced it because I edited it. So if you see the line in the middle, I'm the one that edited it. So this isn't how the PayPal sent it. So I edited it and announced it, edited. So yes, thank you, my good brother. You it should be on the screen. Yeah, I announced this last week. Thank you, good brother, for the support. Okay, next up here, Menku Ara for men under class, and I think that's it, everybody. I think that's end of the donation. Also, if Black Sun is listening, I mentioned this before. I need clarity on his question about Kemetians and Moors. Were they in Egypt? I'm not sure what that question is about. And to the brother Rafael Ortiz, could you just please email me the exact question? It says question 1, but question 1 is a one-on-one session class question. It's not for the pod class. So if you could. Oh, Sal Vega, here we go. I didn't announce this one. Sal Vega with Tua Ishin. Give this man some big noise. Right there. Can you see that on the screen at all?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Thank you. Tua Ishin. Tua Ishin. Okay, and I think that's it. I believe that is who's this? Who's this? Oh, 80 Thieves. I got that already. Okay, that is it, everybody. We're going to close it down. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tutti Pod class. Put the light back on me. Support what it is that you see. Support what it is that you benefit from. I'm actually not going to talk about support anymore. I'm going to let you all just close out so I can go to sleep. I should not have to tell anybody to support anymore. I've been here for 6 hours, so I'm 7 hours. So if you're not supporting by now, you're just not going to. So it's all right. You brothers and sister, close us out. Each of you can say something, and we'll close out. I got to work out tomorrow. Let's go.
2 out for a great class, Saba, as always. The great answers. It doesn't stop. We appreciate you. I appreciate everybody on this panel, and I'm going to let my goddess know to pick another question, and I'll let you know what she comes up with, or I'll have her email it, or maybe she'll tell you herself. But
okay.
For everything, as always, like, subscribe, and comment. Medu Netter Mondays. Come join us. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful experience, and I'm just grateful for everything, Saba. So 2 out for you. So Otep Mahat.
Otep Mahat. Thank you, good brother. Okay, Mancora, give us some closing words.
To SABA for your Ra-like energy. So powerful, so bright, so refreshing. We could not live without Ra, without the sun. Thank you for the master thesis, the highest level of teaching. Enjoyed the class, enjoyed your energy. Tua, to everybody on the panel. Tua, much love and appreciation to all those that show reciprocity and support Saba to secure him in this spot. And looking forward to Monday Meta Netters class. So Tua to you and your net Turks and your animals. And I want a cobra. I want a cobra.
Oh my God! Have you ever said that sentence since you've been born?
No.
I want a cobra. Does anybody even say those words together? I want a cobra.
I'm gonna send in a question too about a cobra, and when we think that they're being charmed, that's not actually what's happening. I'm gonna send in that question soon. So
I thought I broke that down for you already.
No, I
remember
think it was a question I sent in, but there was something else that was added to it, and then I think I resent the question because there was a part of my question that was like not answerable.
Okay, yeah, send it back in then. I maybe I answered it for one of my Naturals. I have classes with them too. The pod class is not the only class I do all week, so maybe I remember clearly answering this question. But yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay, Tua Saba.
Yini Uk. Okay, and who's next? Bijan Farrock, are you able to speak yet?
Yes, hold to the Saba. For some reason, my camera is not working. I don't know what's going on with my camera. But
okay.
Yeah, so all I'm going to say is I appreciate you. Keep shining, keep teaching. This is the only pod class where this information is not being expressed nowhere. You know, this is the best pod class ever on YouTube itself. So I just want to say Tua for changing my life. Henu to you, as always, you and your family. May the ancestors protect you and your family as well, and everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Henu, Menkaru, Menku, pardon me, I'm sorry about that. Henu Atef, Henu Shannon, the goddess, peace and love. Yes, and yeah, the guy was charging me way too much for that, Saba, way too much. I just declined it. No, I'm not gonna do that. I could go to a pottery shop and get that done for like $30.
I know, man.
Yeah,
what did he charge you again? What was the number again?
$19,000.
Send that cash up to me. I'll give you a walking. What? I'll give you a walking statue.
Yes, man. And I was like, no way, $19,000? Wow, that is way too much. Just to get a statue of my grandmother, like, come on, man. Like you said, this person is definitely trying to get rich. Definitely trying to get rich.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you if there's any alternatives that I can use. I don't know if a picture could be used.
Yes, absolutely. So until you get the statue, yes. I said
okay.
Remember I said put the pictures up there. You can still do it without the statue. And the thing about it is remember what we're gonna put inside of the statue?
Yes, I remember, Sada. Yes.
Yeah, that's not gonna be done for a month or so anyways.
Okay.
So I told you that you don't have to wait for the statue because it's gonna be over a month before they do the process for you to put the thing in the statue. So for now, you're gonna use the pictures and everything else I stated.
Right.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine. You got a lot of time to get the statue too. You have a lot of time. It'll take somebody maybe a day or two to make the statue. You have about 60 days. So
yes. So I just want to say peace and love to everybody. I'm about to finish up my job and head home and get some rest. Makaru. Henu to Ani. Henu to Ahati, wherever you at. Peace and love. I will see y'all next Friday. Looking forward to next class, man. Love this class. Love y'all. All of y'all. Peace and love.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera, but you can hear me though. I'm here.
No problem, my brother. Peace and love to you. Are you heading home right now, or are you on the train?
No, I'm actually at work still.
Okay.
I
All right, get home
at,
safe.
yes, I get off at 7 o'clock.
Okay, get home safe, my brother. Contact me anytime about any other advice on the topic.
Of course, Saba. Definitely will.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. This Sin 11 is so excited. It's only him in the chat. I don't know if he's talking to himself or what. When I scroll up, it's only his name. So shout out to Sin 11. He's having a ball in there with himself talking to I don't know what, but he's hype and awesome. Whoever Sin 11, I like your energy here. You've literally taken up the whole chat. So keep coming. He's even asking Shannon, what is that on your lamp? He's like looking at everything. He's excited. He's asking Shannon questions. This is great. Okay, Shannon, speaking of you. What's that?
I told Sin, I think it was Sin 711, that I'm not too far from him because I'm from Barbados and he's from Trinidad. So I said we're not too far in miles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, as far as where you're originally from.
Yeah, so hello to that brother or sister, whichever.
He's from Trinidad?
Yes, he posted it. He said it in the chat. That he's born in the U.S., but he was actually from Trinidad.
Okay, shout out Sin 11.
Yeah,
Trinidad, another 3.
Yeah.
All right, and on to Shannon. Give us a closeout, Shannon. Let me expand.
Yes.
I can hardly see you. Let me see. Okay, there you are. Oh man, you look. I need this as a picture right now. You look like you're an oracle right now. I don't know what it is about your color in the background. You look like you're about to break down the planet Earth.
That's because that's where I'm headed.
You look awesome.
That's where I'm headed with this pod class and this information and this energy. Just to echo what Brother Bijan said, nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing what you're doing, Saba. And I'm so grateful just to be here in this energy. Tonight's class was great. They're all great, but tonight's class was special. And I'm really excited to get my Ren.
We're gonna, yes. I'm going to I'll see if we can walk into the event with. That's my goal, is to see if we can have it pre-event.
Yes.
I think it's possible.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. You asked me for my request this week, and I've been thinking about it, and just by the energy and the synchronicity, a lot of the things that I was thinking about came up in this class with the Seka and the Seket and the hands and the creation and the creative energy. That's who I am. That's how I express myself. I express myself with my hands. And the things that I make.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And you dropped your chain. You dropped that bracelet in the position of what was it was in the class before you dropped it. That was already part of the class.
Yes. What had happened when you asked me for my request? I had a moment, I had a watershed, just totally letting the energy flow through me. And then when I gathered myself, I was doing a photo shoot and I was shooting the jewelry. And I picked up the 3 bracelets that I was going to shoot next, and I just threw them down, and they made that.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's 3 bracelets.
There's
okay.
3 bracelets, 3 of them. I just threw them down, and they placed themselves like that. When I saw it, I took a picture and I started crying again, and I'm just so grateful. And that's actually the picture that my job chose for the listing of that bracelet. So
okay, beautiful.
Very powerful.
Thank you, Shannon, for your closing and opening words. I may do something with that picture. I like that. I may do something with it, but thank you. Good sister, you're gonna get some good rest. Everybody's gonna get some good rest tonight. I'm gonna get my rest myself. And peace and love. Okay. Killer Priest
Oh,
is in
and on my
there.
lampshade. I'm sorry.
I was wondering. No. Okay. No, they're just typing about Killer Priest. I thought Killer Priest was in the room. I keep seeing his name pop up. Okay. Go ahead, Shannon.
On my lampshade for the brother that was asking, it's a patch. It's a mushroom patch.
Say it again. What? Pardon?
It's a patch. The thing on my lamp.
Oh, the person asking. Okay.
Yeah, it's a patch that I haven't sewn it on my jacket yet, but yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna do the affirmation and close out. Why do I keep seeing Q Butter's name in the room? What in the world? Sin 11 is going crazy in the room. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do the affirmation. Atef's gonna close out with the affirmation. Go ahead, Atef. Oh, let me take the banners off.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Mahat. An and S. Nintet or Set. Men Hepapet and Mahat. Her and Huey. Her Ekut. I live for Mahat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Mahat. Every day I am towards Mahat. My being is surrounded by darkness. I come forth from this conscious light.
Wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go big screen and close this out. Peace and love. Hear from you all. Some of you will be texting me tomorrow, I'm sure. And if not, I'll see you all next pod class or in the Sunday class. I'm going to go big screen and close this out. Peace and love. Just rest
Peace
well.
and love, everybody.
Peace and love. Rest well. Minko Ra, rest well. Atef. Shannon, you look great. You look like some magic. Something happened to you since I don't know what some inside of you.
Hecka's everywhere.
Something's happening. Something is happening. But I like it. Okay. I'm gonna go big screen. Peace and love, everybody. Atef. Do what you do with your family. Peace and love. Bijan Pharaoh, get home safe.
Thank you, Saba, too.
Welcome. Okay, everybody. What a wonderful It's another one. Family, peace and love.
Peace and love. Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, peace and love. Another beautiful one, everybody. Tehuti Pod class. We're closing out. So this is Nag Shampa here with me. And on the hat, of course, representing Niath is Charlotte. It's another beautiful, beautiful night. Beautiful answers. To everyone. Peace and love. Everybody watching already knows where to support, what to support. But if you're watching and you're new, that is the support right there. If you want to get into the MedNetter classes, and this is also the support on the screen right there. Boom. Cash App TTM Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. Support what it is that you see that you enjoy and that you're benefiting from. It's reciprocity and it's a barter system. It's a give and receive system. And as you can see, I spent 7 hours giving. I hope you all appreciate that. And for those who want to come to the MedNetter Monday class, next week we're going to play the promo again, but you can also contact me, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. It is 1:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. And we say MedNetter class. It is more than just understanding the MedNetter. It is a class it's a personal Tehuti Pod class with magic involved. Magical spells, all type of rituals, breakdown of the language, wisdom teachings, matrix breaking. It's just a personal. You just get me personally. That's all that is basically happening. You get Tehuti personally. Why does one have my body invisible? That's so strange. Let me see. Oh, this is the snake hat. Okay, yeah, it's reversed. I guess when you watch the screen, it's reversed. Okay, everybody, peace and love. Let me take this off the screen. Peace and love, everybody. Catch you all next week. Support the Tehuti Pod class. This is one of many, and this is the only place on the planet Earth that this is happening. Spread the word. Let people know where they can come to. And this is the only place they can come to for this. Appreciate what you see, and you will be appreciated in the future. Peace and love, everyone. Nag Shampa. Say peace to the all the way from Guyana. Say peace to everyone, Nagshampa. There you go. So long, I can't even get all of your body on the screen, but you are beautiful. Peace and love, everybody. Love you all.